52 Weeks for Florette, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendy Almeida. 52 Weeks for Florette by Elizabeth Alexander Heerman. It had been over 2 months since Freddie LaFay's bill had been paid, and Miss Nellie Blair was worried. She had written to Freddie's mother repeatedly, but there had been no answer. "It's all your own fault, sister. You should never have taken Freddie," Miss Eva said sharply. "I told you so at the time, when I saw his mother's hair. And of course LaFay is not her real name. It looks to me like a clear case of desertion." "I can't believe it. She seemed so devoted," faltered Miss Nellie. "Oh, a girl like that!" Miss Eva sniffed. "You should never have consented." "Well, the poor thing was so worried, and if it meant saving a child from a dreadful life, there are other schools more suitable." "But, sister, she seemed to have her heart set on ours. She begged me to make a little gentleman out of him." "As if you could ever do that." "Why not?" asked Mary, their niece. "That dreadful child." "Freddie isn't dreadful," cried Mary hotly. "With that atrocious slang, won't eat his oatmeal, and he's such a queer child, queer, so pale, never laughs, doesn't like anyone. Why should you take up for him? He doesn't even like you. Hates me, I suppose." "It's because we are so different from the women he has known," said Mary. "I should hope so. Well, sister, what are you going to do about it?" "I don't know what to do," sighed Miss Nellie. "He hasn't any other relatives, as far as I know. And the summer coming on, what shall we do?" "Nothing for it but to send him to an orphanage if she doesn't write soon," said Miss Eva. "Oh, Auntie, you wouldn't." "Why not? How can we afford to give children free board and education? It's only one child. It would be a dozen if we once started it." "I'll wait another month," said Miss Nellie. "And then, really, something will have to be done." The girl looked out of the window. "There he is now," she said, "sitting on the stone wall at the end of the garden. It's his favorite spot." "What on earth he wants to sit there for, away from all the other children? He never plays. Look at him, just sitting there, not moving. How stupid!" exclaimed Miss Eva impatiently. I do declare I believe he's fallen asleep," said Miss Nellie. Freddie was not asleep. He had only to close his eyes, and it would all come back to him. Memories that he could not put into words, sensations without definite thought crowded in upon him. The smell, the thick smell of grease paint, choking powder, dust, gas, old walls, bodies and breath and sharp perfume. The sickening, delicious, stale, enchanting, never to be forgotten odor of the theater. The nerves' sudden tension at the cry of "Overture!" Their tingling as the jaded music blares, the lift of the heart as the curtain rises, the catch in the throat as Florette runs on to do her turn. Florette was a performer on the trapeze in vaudeville. Her figure was perfect from the strenuous daily exercise. She was small, young, and a shade too blonde. First she appeared in a sort of blue evening dress, except that it was shorter even than a debutante's. She ran out quickly from the wings, bowed excessively, smiled appealingly, and, skipping over to the trapeze, seized the 2 iron rings that hung from ropes. Lifting her own weight by the strength in her slender wrists, she flung her legs upward and hooked her knees into the rings. Then, hanging head downward, she swung back and forth, flung herself upright again, sat and swung, climbed to the topmost bar of the trapeze, and hung down again. Her partner ran on and repeated her monkey-like maneuvers. Then Florette held his hands while he swung upside down. He held Florette while she swung upside down. They turned head over heels, over and over each other, up and down, catching and slipping and adjusting their balance in time to gay tunes. Sometimes the audience clapped. Sometimes they were too familiar with their kind of flirtation with death to clap. Then Florette and her partner would invent something a little more daring. They would learn to balance themselves on chairs tilted on two legs on the trapeze, or Florette would hang by only one hand, or she would support her partner by a strap held in her teeth. Sometimes Florette's risks were great enough to thrill the audience with the thought of death. The thought of a slip, broken bones, delighted the safe people in comfortable chairs. They laughed. Florette laughed, too, for Freddie was waiting in the wings. There were mothers in the audience who cooked and mended, swept and dusted, ran up and down innumerable stairs, washed greasy dishes, wore ugly house dresses, slaved and scolded and got chapped hands, all for their children. Florette, always dainty and pretty, had nothing to do but airily, gracefully swing and smile. Other mothers spent their lives for their little boys. Florette only risked hers twice a day. While the partner played an accordion, Florette ran out for her quick change. Freddie was waiting with her dress hung over a chair. He flew to meet her. His eager, nimble fingers unfastened the blue frock. He slipped the next costume over her head without mussing a single beloved blonde hair. The second costume was a tight-fitting silver bodice with a fluff of green skirt underneath. Freddie had it fastened up in a twinkling. Florette ran out again and pulled herself up into the trapeze. While Florette went through the second part of her act, Freddie folded up the blue costume and trudged upstairs with it. Florette's dressing room was usually up 4 flights. Freddie put the blue dress on a coat hanger and wrapped a muslin cover about it. Then he trudged down the 4 flights again, with the third costume over his arm. It was a Chinese jacket and a pair of tight, short blue satin trousers, and Freddie was very proud of this confection. He stood as a screen for Florette while she put on the trousers, and there are not many little boys who have a mamma who could look so pretty in them. Florette skipped out lightly and finished her act by swinging far out over the audience, back and forth, faster and faster, farther and farther out, until it seemed as if she were going to fling herself into the lap of some middle-aged gentleman in the 3rd row. His wife invariably murmured something about a hussy as Florette's pretty bare legs flashed overhead. The music played louder, ended with a boom from the drum. Florette flung herself upright, kissed her hands, the curtain fell, and the bare-legged hussy ran up to the dressing room where her little son waited. Freddie had already hung up and shrouded the silver and green costume, and was waiting for the Chinese one. He pounced upon it, muttered about some wrinkles, put it into place, and went to the dressing table to hand Florette the cold cream. He found her makeup towel all caked with red and blue, which she had flung down on the floor. He patted her highly glittering hair and adjusted a pin. He marshaled the jars and little pans and sticks of grease paint on her shelf into an orderly row and blew off the deep layers of powder she had scattered. Then he took down her street dress from its hook and slipped it deftly over her shoulders and had it buttoned up before Florette could yawn. He handed her her saucy bright hat. He flung himself into his own coat. "Well, let's go, Florette," cried Freddie gaily, with dancing eyes. He had never called her mamma. She was too little and cute. Then they would go to the hotel, never the best, where they were stopping. The room with its greenish light, its soiled lace curtains, the water pitcher always cracked, the bed always lumpy, the sheets always damp, was home to Freddie. Florette made it warm and cozy, even when there was no heat in the radiator. She had all sorts of clever homemaking tricks. She toasted marshmallows over the gas jet. She spread a shawl on the trunk. Or she surprised Freddie by pinning pictures out of the funny page on the wall. She could make the nicest tea on a little alcohol stove she carried in her trunk. There was always a little feast after the theater on the table that invariably wobbled. Freddie would pretend that the foot of the iron bed was a trapeze. How they laughed! On freezing nights in Maine or Minnesota, Florette would let Freddie warm his feet against hers, or she would get up and spread her coat that looked just like fur over the bed. When they struck a new town at the beginning of each week, Freddie and Florette would go bumming and see all the sights, whether it was Niagara Falls or just the new Methodist church in Cedar Rapids. Freddie would have been sorry for little boys who had to stay in one home all the time. That is, if he had known anything at all about them. But the life of the strolling player was all that he had ever known, and he found it delightful, except for the dreaded intervals of bookin' the act. The dream of every vaudevillian is to be booked for 52 unbroken weeks in the year, but few attain such popularity. Florette's seasons were sometimes long, sometimes short, but there always came the tedious, worrying intervals when managers and agents must be besought for work. Perhaps she would find that people were tired of her old tricks, and she would have to rehearse new ones, or interpolate new songs and gags. Then the new act would be tried out at some obscure vaudeville house, and if it didn't go, the rehearsals and trampings to agents must begin all over again. Freddie shared the anxieties and hardships of these times, but the only hardship he really minded was the loss of Florette. For, of course, the pretty Miss LeFay, who was only 19 on the agent's books, could not appear on Broadway with a great big boy like Freddie. However, the bad times always ended, and Florette and Freddie would set out gaily once more for Oshkosh or Atlanta, Dallas or Des Moines. Meals expanded, Florette bought a rhinestone-covered comb, and the two adventurers indulged in an orgy of chocolate drops. With the optimism of the actor, they forgot all about the dismal past weeks and saw the new tour as never-ending. Freddie felt himself once more a real and important human being with a place in the sun, not just a child to be shushed by a dingy landlady while his mother was out looking for a job. He knew that he was as necessary a part of Florette's act as her makeup box. He believed himself to be as necessary a part of her life as the heart in her breast, for Florette lavished all her beauty, all her sweetness on him. No Johns for Florette, pretty and blonde though she was. To the contempt of her contemporaries, Florette refused every chance for a free meal. Freddie was her sweetheart, her man. She had showered so many pretty love words on him, she had assured him so often that he was all in the world she wanted, that Freddie was stunned one day to hear that he was to have a papa. "I don't want one," said Freddie flatly. "I ain't never had one, and I ain't got no use for one." Florette looked cross, an unusual thing. "Aw, now, Freddie, don't be a grouch," she said. "I don't want one," repeated Freddie. "You ought to be glad to get a papa," cried Florette. "Why?" "Makes you respectable. What's that?" "Who'd believe I was a widow in this profession?" Freddie still looked blank. "Well," said Florette, "you're going to get a nice papa, so there now." Then the cruel truth dawned on Freddie. It was Florette who wanted a papa. He had not been enough for her. In some way, Florette had found him lacking. Tactfully, Freddie dropped the subject of papas, wooed Florette, and tried to atone for his shortcomings. He redoubled his compliments, trotted out all the love words he knew, coaxed Florette with everything she liked best in him. He even offered to have his nails filed. At night, in bed, he kissed Florette's bare back between the shoulder blades and snuggled close to her, hugging her desperately with his little thin arms. "Flo," he quavered, you ain't lonesome no more, are you?" "Me? Lonesome? What you talking about, kid?" sleepily murmured Florette. You ain't never lonesome when you got me around, are you, Flo? Sure I ain't. Go to sleep, honey. But Florette was dozing. Oh, Florette, if you ain't lonesome, shh, let's go to sleep. But Florette, you don't want a pup. Shh, I'm so tired, honey. Florette slept. Freddie lay awake, but he lay still so as not to disturb her. His arms ached, but he dared not let her go. Finally he slept, and dreamed of a world in which there was no Florette. He shuddered and kicked his mother. She gave him a little impatient shove. He woke. Day was dawning. It was Florette's wedding day. Freddie did not know it until Florette put on her best coral velvet hat, with the jet things dangling over her ears. "You ain't going to wear that hat," said Freddie severely. "It's raining." "Yeah, I'm going to wear this hat," said Florette, pulling her blonde ear bobs into greater prominence. "And you put on your best suit and new necktie. We're going to a wedding." Her tone was gay, arch. Her eyes were happy. Whose?" Freddie faltered. "Mine," chirped Florette. "I'm going to get you that papa I promised you." Freddie turned away. "Sulkin'," chided Florette. "Naughty, jealous boy." The new papa did not appear so formidable as Freddie had expected. In fact, he turned out to be only Howard, Florette's acrobatic partner. Freddie philosophically reflected that if one must have a new papa, far better so to call Howard, who necessarily encroached on Florette's time, than a stranger who might take up some of her leisure hours. But Freddie received a distinct shock when the new papa joined them after the evening performance and accompanied them up to their room. Freddie had always regarded Florette's room as his, too. He felt that the new papa was an intruder in their home. Alas, it soon became all too apparent that it was Freddie who was de trop, or, as he would have expressed it, a Mr. Batinsky. They were having a little supper of pickles and cheese and liver sausage and jam. Florette and the papa drank out of a bottle by turns and laughed a great deal. Florette seemed to think the papa very clever and funny. She laughed at everything he said. She looked at him with shining eyes. She squeezed his hand under the table. Freddie tried in vain to attract her attention. Finally he gave up and sat staring at the oblivious couple with a stupid expression. "The kid's half asleep," said the new papa. Florette looked at Freddie and was annoyed by his vacant eyes. "Go to bed right away," she commanded. Freddie looked at her in amazement. "Ain't you going too, Florette?" he asked. "No, you go on. Go to sleep. Get into that nice little cot and go bye-bye," said the new papa genially. Freddie had not seen the cot before. It had been moved in during his absence at the theater and stood white, narrow, and lonely, partly concealed by a screen. I always slept with Florette," faltered Freddie. This seemed to amuse the new papa, but Florette flushed and looked annoyed. "Now, Freddie, are you going to be a grouch?" she wailed. Freddie was kissed good night and went to sleep in the cot. He found it cold and unfriendly. But habit, the much maligned, is kind as well as cruel. If it can accustom us to evil, so can it soften pain. Freddie was beginning to assume proprietary airs toward the cot, which appeared in every town, and even to express views as to the relative values of cots in Springfield, Akron, or Joliet, when one night he woke to hear Florette sobbing. Freddie lay awake listening. He had sobbed, too, when he was first banished to the cot. Was Florette missing him as he had missed her? Ah, if she at last had seen that papas were not half so nice as Freddie's, he would not be hard on her. His heart swelled with forgiveness and love. He stole on tiptoe to Florette's bedside. "Flo," he whispered. The sobbing ceased. Florette held her breath and pretended to be asleep. Freddie wriggled his little thin body under the covers and threw his arms around Florette. With a gulp, she turned and threw her arms around him. They clasped each other tight and clung without speaking. They lay on the edge of the bed, holding their breath in order not to wake the papa, who snored loudly. Freddie's cheeks and hair were wet. A cold tear trickled down his neck. His body ached from the hard edge of the bed. But he was happy, as only a child or a lover can be. And Freddie was both. In the morning, the papa was cross. He did not seem to care for his own breakfast, but concentrated his attention on Freddie's. Freddie had always been accustomed to a nice breakfast of tea and toast and jam, but Howard insisted on ordering oatmeal for him. "No, Freddie can't stand oatmeal," Florette objected. "It's good for him," said Howard, staring severely at his son across the white-topped restaurant table. "I don't see no use forcin' a person to eat what they can't stomach," said Florette. "Yeah, that's the way you always spoil that kid. Look at them pale cheeks, little old pale face," Howard taunted, stretching a teasing hand toward Freddie. "Mama's boy. Regular sissy he is." He gave Freddie a poke in the ribs. Freddie shrank back, made himself as small as possible in his chair, looked mutely at Florette. "Oh, cut it out, Howard," she begged. "Quit ragging the kid, can't you?" "Mama's blessed sugar lump," jeered Howard with an ugly gleam in his eye. "Ought to wear a bib with pink ribbons, so he ought. Give me a nursin' bottle for the baby waiter." The impertinence of this person amazed Freddie. He could only look at his tormentor speechlessly. Freddie and Florette had been such great chums that she had never used the maternal prerogative of rudeness. He had never had any home life, so he was unaware of the coolness with which members of a family can insult one another. Howard's tones, never low, were unusually loud this morning, and people turned around to laugh at the blushing child. The greasy waiter grinned and set the oatmeal which Howard had ordered before Freddie. "Now then, young man," commanded Howard sternly, "you eat that and you eat it quick." Freddie obeyed literally, swallowing as fast as he could, with painful gasps and gulps fighting to keep the tears back. Florette reached under the table and silently squeezed his knee. He flashed her a smile and swallowed a huge, slimy mouthful. "You ain't eatin' nothin' yourself, Howard," said Florette acidly. "Why don't you have some oatmeal?" "That's right," shouted Howard. "Side with the kid against me. That's all the thanks I get for trying to make a man out of a little sissy. Oughta known better'n to marry a woman with a spoiled brat." "Shh," whispered Florette. "Don't tell the whole restaurant about your family troubles." "Say," hissed Howard, bending down toward her and thrusting out his jaw. "Lay off of me, will you?" "Lay off yourself," retorted Florette under her breath. "If you want to fight, let's go back to the hotel where it's private." "I don't mind telling the world I've been stung," roared Howard. Florette flushed up to the slightly darker roots of her too blonde hair. "You?" she gasped furiously. "After all I've put up with?" "Say, you ain't got any kick comin'. I treated you white, marryin' you, and no questions asked." "What do you mean?" breathed Florette, growing deathly pale. Freddie, alarmed, half rose from his chair. "Sit down there, you!" roared Howard. "What I mean, Miss Innocence," he said, mimicking Florette's tone. "Oh, no, 'course you ain't no idea of what I mean." "Come on, Freddie," Florette broke in quickly. "It's a katzenjammer. He ain't got over last night yet." She seized Freddie's hand and walked rapidly toward the door. Howard lurched after her, followed by the interested stares of the spectators. On the street he caught up with her and the quarrel recommenced. The act went badly that afternoon. It must be hard to frolic in mid-air with a heavy heart. Under cover of the gay music there were angry muttered words and reproaches. "Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo!" Florette would trill happily to the audience as she poised on one toe. "What are you trying to do? Shake me off the bar?" she would mutter under her breath to her partner. "That's right. Let go of me and let me bust my bean, damn you," snarled Howard. And to the audience he sang, "Oh, ain't it great to have a little girl you can trust for life." They were still muttering angrily as they came off. The hand clapping had been faint. "Oh, for God's sake, stop your jawing!" half screamed Florette. "It ain't no more my fault than it is yours. If they don't like us, they don't like us, that's all." She ran up the stairs, sobbing. Howard followed her. They shared a dressing room now. It was small and Freddie was in the way, although he tried to squeeze himself into the corner by the dingy stationary washstand. Howard shoved Freddie. Florette protested. The quarreling broke out afresh. Howard tipped over a bottle of liquid white. Florette screamed at him and he raised his fist. Freddie darted out of his corner. "Say, you big stiff, cut that rough stuff, see?" cried little Freddie in the only language of chivalry that he knew. Howard whirled upon him furiously, calling him a name that Freddie did not understand, but Florette flung herself between them and caught the blow. "He certainly looks as if he had fallen asleep," Miss Nellie Blair repeated. "Better run out and get him, Mary. He might tumble off the wall." As Mary went out, a maid came in. "A gentleman to see you, Miss Blair," she announced. "Is it a parent?" asked Miss Nellie. The maid's eyebrows twitched, and she looked faintly grieved, as all good servants do when they are forced to consider someone whom they cannot acknowledge as their superior. "No, ma'am, he doesn't look like a parent," she complained. "He really is a very queer-looking sort of person, ma'am. I wouldn't know exactly where to place him. Shall I say you are out, ma'am?" "Yes," said Miss Eva. "No doubt he wants to sell us an encyclopedia." "No, let him come in," said Miss Nellie. "It might be a reporter about Madame d'Avala," she added, turning to her sister. "Sometimes they look queer." "If it turns out to be an encyclopedia, I shall leave you at once," said Miss Eva. "You are so kind-hearted that you will look through 24 volumes and miss your dinner." But the gentleman who came in carried no books, nor did he look like one who had ever been associated with them. Carefully dressed in the very worst of taste, from his scarf-pin to his boots, he had evidently just been too carefully shaved, for there were scratches on his wide, ludicrous face, and his smile was as rueful as a clown's. "The Mrs. Blair, I presume?" he asked in what was unmistakably his society manner, and he held out a card. Miss Eva took it and read aloud. "Mr. Bert Brannigan, Brannigan and Bowers, Blackface Comedians." "Ah?" murmured Miss Nellie, who was always polite, even in the most trying circumstances. But Miss Eva could only stare at the rich brown suit, the lavender tie, and matching socks and handkerchief. "Well?" said Miss Eva. Mr. Brannigan cleared his throat and looked cautiously about the room. His heavy, clown-like face was troubled. "Where's the kid?" he asked in a hoarse whisper. "What child?" Miss Eva snapped. "You've come to see one of our pupils?" Miss Nellie faltered. "Yeah, hers." "Hers? What? Miss LeFay's little boy." "Oh, Freddie." "Sure. Does he don't. You ain't told him yet, have you?" "Told him what?" "My God. Don't you know?" Bert Brannigan stared at the ladies, mopping his brow with the lavender handkerchief. "Please explain yourself, Mr. Brannigan," said Miss Eva. "She's dead. I thought you knew." Miss LaFay is dead? Gasped Miss Nellie. Why weren't we told? Asked Miss Eva. It was in the papers, said Bert, but they didn't give Florette no front page headlines. And maybe you don't read the theatrical news. No, said Miss Eva. Well, not being in the profession, Mr. Brannigan said, as if he were apologizing for her. He sat down and continued to mop his brow mechanically. The two sisters stared in dismay at the clown who had brought bad news. What I don't know is how to tell the kid, said Bert. He was nutty about Florette. Didn't give a darn for no one else. I've been on the bill with them two lots of times, and I seen how it was. The money ain't gonna be no comfort to that kid. The money? Florette's insurance, made out to him. That's why it come. She want him to stay on here, see, till he was all educated. They's enough, too. She was always insured heavy for the kid. They's some back money coming to you, too. She told me. The reason why she didn't send it on was because she was out of luck and broke, see? But why didn't Miss LaFay write to us? Asked Miss Nellie. If she was in difficulties with... No, Florette wasn't that kind. Never put up any hard luck story, understand. But she'd been out of work, sick. And when she come back, it looked like her act was a frost. I run up on her in KC and... What is KC? What, Kansas City. We was on the bill there 2 weeks ago. Me and Florette was old friends, see? No foolishness, if you know what I mean. I'm a married man myself. Bowers there on the cards, my wife. But me and Florette met about 5 years ago and kept on running on to one another on the bill, first one place and then another. Sure, she was glad to see me again, and me her. Why, where's Freddie? I says, first thing. And then I never seen any person's face look so sad. But she begun telling me right off what a fine place the kid was at and how the theater wasn't no place for a child. And she says, Bert, I want him to stay where he's happy and safe, she says. Even if I never see him again, she says. Well, it give me the shivers then. Psychic, I guess. Bert paused, staring into space. And then? Miss Nellie asked gently. Well, like I was telling you, Florette had been playing in hard luck. Now, I don't know whether you ladies know anything about the vaudeville game. Some acts is booked out through the circuit from New York. Others is booked up by some little fly-by-night agent, getting a date here and a date there. Terrible jumps between stands, see? And never know in 1 week where you're going the next, or whether at all. Well, Florette was getting her booking that way. And on that, you got to make good with each house you play. Get me? And something had went wrong with the act since I seen it last. It used to be #1, you understand. But looked like Florette had lost interest or something. She didn't put no pep into it, if you know what I mean. And vaudeville's got to be all pep. Then, too, her and that partner of hers jawing all the time something fierce. I could hear him ragging her that afternoon and me standing in the wings, and they slipped up on some of their tricks terrible, and the audience laughed. But not with him. At him, you understand? Well, so the act was a frost, and they was canceled. Canceled? Fired, I guess you'd call it. They was to play again that night and then move on, see? Oh, yes. And they didn't have no booking ahead. Florette come and talked to me again, and she says again she wanted Freddie to be happy and get a better start than she had and all. And Bert, she says, if anything ever happened to me, you go and give him the money for Freddie, she says. Poor thing. Perhaps she had a premonition of her death, murmured Miss Nellie. Bert gave her a queer look. Yeah. Yes, ma'am, perhaps so. I was watching her from the wings that night, he went on. The act was almost over, and I couldn't see nothing wrong. Howard had run off, and Florette was standing up on the trapeze, kissing her hands like she'd always done at the finish. But all of a sudden, she sort of trembled and turned halfway round like she couldn't make up her mind what to do, and lost her balance and caught hold of a rope and let go and fell. Miss Nellie covered her face with her hands. Miss Eva turned away to the window. "She was dead when I got to her," said Bert. "Be careful," said Miss Eva sharply. "The child is coming in." "Freddie wasn't asleep at all," said Mary, opening the door. "He was just playing a game, but he won't tell me. Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know anyone was here." Freddie had stopped, round-eyed, open-mouthed, with incredulous delight. "Bert!" he gasped. "The son of a gun!" "Freddie!" cried the Misses Blair. But Bert held out his arms, and Freddie ran into them. "Gee, Bert, I'm glad to see ya," rejoiced Freddie. "Me too, kid. Glad to see you. How's the boy, huh? Getting educated, huh? Swell school, ain't it?" babbled Bert, fighting for time. "Oh, it's all right, I guess," Freddie replied listlessly, glancing at the Misses Blair. Then, turning again with eager interest to Bert, "But say, Bert, what in the hell, what are you doing here?" "Well, I just stopping by to say howdy, see, and..." "Playing in New York?" "No." "Just come in?" "Yeah." Freddie drew his breath in quickly. "Say, Bert, you ain't seen Florette anywheres?" "Why, yeah. Where is she, Bert?" There was a deathly hush. Then Miss Eva motioned to Miss Nellie and said, "If you will excuse us, Mr. Brannigan, we have some arrangements to make about the concert tonight. Madame de Valle is to sing in the school auditorium, a benefit performance." And she went out, followed by her sister and niece. "Where's Florette?" Freddie asked again, his voice trembling with eagerness. "I seen her in KC, sonny." "How's the act?" Fine, great. No kidding?" "No kidding." "Florette, all right?" What made you think any different?" "Who hooks her up now, Bert?" "She hires the dresser at the theater." "I could have kept on doing it," said Freddie with a sigh. "Oh, now, kid, it's better for you here getting educated and all." "I don't like it, Bert." "Well, you don't like it?" "No." "You don't like it? After all she done?" "I hate this whole school. I want to leave. You tell Florette." "Oh, now, Freddie, I'm lonesome. I don't like nobody here." His voice dropped. And they don't like me." "Oh, now, Freddie." "Maybe Miss Mary does, but Miss Eva don't. Anyway, I ain't no use to anybody here. What's the use of staying where you ain't no use? And they're always calling me down. I don't do nothing right. I can't even talk so's they'll like it. Florette liked the way I talked all right. And you get what I mean, don't you, Bert? But they don't know nothing." "What? They don't know nothing, Bert. What? There's one boy ain't ever been inside a theater. What do you know about that, Bert? Gee, Bert, I'm awful glad you come. I'd a bust not having somebody to talk to." Bert was silent. He still held Freddie in his arms. His heart reeled at the thought of what he must tell the child. He cleared his throat, opened his mouth to speak, but the words would not come. Freddie chattered on, loosing the floodgates of his accumulated loneliness. He told how Florette had bidden him learn to be a little gentleman, and how he really tried, but how silly were the rules that governed a gentlemanly existence, how the other little gentlemen laughed at him and talked of things he had never heard of, and never heard of the things he talked of, until at last he had ceased trying to be one of them. "You tell Florette I gotta leave this place," he concluded firmly. "Bert, now you tell Florette. Will you, Bert? Huh?" Freddie, listen now. I got something to tell you." "What?" I come on to tell you, Freddie. That's why I come out to tell you, see?" "Well, spit it out," Freddie laughed. Bert groaned. "What's the matter, Bert? What's eating you?" I, I, say, Freddie, listen. Listen now, Freddie, Florette, she ain't sick. Bert, is Florette sick? No, no, you tell me, Bert, if it's bad news about Florette. His voice died out. His face grew white. Bert could not meet his eyes. No, no, now, Freddie, Bert mumbled, turning away his head. You got me all wrong. It's good news, sonny. Like a flash, Freddie's face cleared. What about Bert? Good news about what? Why, the act's going big, like I told you. And say, boy, out at one place, out at KC, it stopped the show. Stopped the show? Breathed Freddie in awe. Oh, Bert, we never done that before. And so she, Florette, you see, kid, account of the act going so big, why she has to go away for a little while. Go away, Bert? Where? To England and Australia. To England and Australia? Yeah, they booked her up, count of the act going so great. Oh, Bert. Yeah, and listen, she's booked for 52 weeks solid. 52 weeks? Oh, Bert, that ain't never happened to us before. I know, it's great. Bert blew out his breath loudly, mopped his forehead. He could look at Freddie now, and he saw a face all aglow with love and pride. When's she coming to get me, Bert? The child asked confidently. Why, Freddie, now... Bert could only flounder and look dismayed. She ain't going off and leave me, wailed the child. Now, listen, say, wait a minute, listen. But Bert, she... Say, don't you want to help Florette? Now she's got this grand booking and all? Sure I do, Bert. I want to help her with the quick changes like I used to. You help her. Say, how would that look in all them swell places she's going to? Why, she'll have a maid. Like the headliners, Bert? Sure. A coon, Bert? Sure, like a little musical comedy star. Honest? Honest. But Bert, why can't I go too? Oh, now say, why you're too big. What do you mean, Bert? Why, kid, you talk's if you never been in the profession. How old does Miss LaFay look? 19, that's all. But with a great big boy like you tagging on, why, say, you'd queer her with them English managers right off. You don't want to do that now, Freddie. No, but I knew you'd take it sensible. You always been a lot of help to Florette. Did she tell you, Bert? Sure. All right, I'll stay. When's she coming to tell me goodbye? What? Look here. Brace up, old man. She had to leave already. She's gone? Say, you don't think booking like that can wait, do you? It was take it or leave it, quick. You didn't want her to throw away a chance like that, huh, Freddie? Huh? Freddie's head sank on his chest. His hands fell limp. All right, he murmured without looking up. The big man bent over the child clumsily and tried to raise his quivering chin. Oh, now, Freddie, he coaxed. Want to come out with me and have a soda? Freddie shook his head. Buy you some candy, too. Chocolate drops. And how about one of them little aeroplane toys I seen in the window down the street? Huh? Or some marbles. Huh? Freddie, let's go buy out this here dinky little old town. What do you say, huh? Let's paint this little old town red. What do you say, sport? Freddie managed a feeble smile. How come you so flush, Brother Johnson? He asked in what he considered an imitation of darky talk. Must have been rolling them bones. That's a boy, shouted Bert with a great guffaw. There's a comeback for you. Game. That's what I always liked about you, Freddie. You was always game. I want to be game, said Freddie, stiffening his lips. You tell Florette. You write to her I was game. Will you, Bert?" A bell rang. "Oh, I gotta go dress for supper, Bert. They dress up for supper here." "All right, kid. Then I'll be going. Goodbye, Bert. You tell her, Bert." "So long, kid." "Will you tell her I was game, Bert?" "Aw, she'll know." Madame Margarita d'Avala found herself in a situation all the more annoying because it was so absurd. She had promised to sing at the Mrs. Blair's school for the benefit of a popular charity, and she had motored out from New York, leaving her maid to do some errands and to follow by train. But it was 8 o'clock, and the great Madame d'Avala found herself alone in the prim guest room of the Mrs. Blair's school, with her bag and dressing case, to be sure, but with no one to help her into the complicated draperies of her gown. There was no bell. She could not very well run down the corridor, half nude, shouting for help, especially as she had no idea of where the Mrs. Blair kept either themselves or their servants. The Mrs. Blair had been so fatiguingly polite on her arrival. Perhaps she had been a little abrupt in refusing their many offers of service, and saying that she wanted to rest quite alone. Now, of course, they were afraid to come near her. And besides, they would think that her maid was with her by this time. They had given orders to have Madame d'Avala's maid shown up to her as soon as she arrived. And of course their maid would be too stupid to know that Madame d'Avala's maid had never come. Margarita d'Avala bit her lips and paced the floor, looked out of the window, opened the door, but there was no one in sight. Well, no help for it. She must try to get into the gown alone. She stepped into it and became entangled in the lace, stepped out again, shook the dress angrily, and pushed it on over her head, giving a little impatient scream as she rumpled her hair. Then she reached up and back, straining her arms to push the top snap of the corsage into place. But with the quiet glee of inanimate things, the snap immediately snapped out again. Flushing, Madame d'Avala repeated her performance, and the snap repeated its. Madame d'Avala stamped both feet and gave a little gasp of rage. She attacked the belt with no better luck. Chiffon and lace became entangled in hooks. Snaps flew out as fast as she could push them in. Her arms ached, and the dress assumed strange, humpy outlines as she fastened it up all wrong. She would like to rip the cursed thing from her shoulders and tear it into a million pieces. She felt hysteria sweeping over her. She knew that she was going to have one of her famous fits of temper in a minute. "Oh, oh, oh!" Madame d'Avala screamed aloud, stamping her feet up and down as fast as they could go. "Oh, oh, oh! Damn, damn, damn!" She did not swear in Italian, because she was not an Italian except by profession. Her name had been Maggie Davis, but that was a secret between herself and her press agent. "Oh, damn!" screamed Madame d'Avala again. "Ain't it hell?" remarked an interested voice, and Madame d'Avala saw a small pale face staring at her through the door which she had left ajar. "Come in," she ordered, and a small, thin boy entered, quite unabashed, looking at her with an air of complete understanding. "Who are you?" asked Madame d'Avala. "Freddie." "Well, Freddie, run at once and find a maid for me, please. Mine hasn't come, and I'm frantic, simply frantic." "Well, why don't you go?" "I'll hook you up," said Freddie. "You?" "Sure, I can do it better'n any maid you get in this hell of a school." "Why, Freddie!" "Aw, I heard you saying damn. You're in the profession, huh? Me too." "You too?" His face clouded. "Oh, and now you have retired?" "Yeah, learning to be a gem'man. Lemme there," said Freddie, stepping behind Madame d'Avala. Say, you got it all started wrong. He attacked the stubborn hooks with light, deft fingers. Why, you can really do it, cried Madame d'Avala. Sure, this ain't nothing. Freddie's fingers flew. Careful of that drapery, it's tricky. Say, drapery's pie to me. I fastened up lots harder dresses than this. Really? Sure. Florette had swell clothes. This'n's swell, too. My, ain't it great to see a classy gown again? Madame d'Avala laughed, and Freddie joined her. Say, you seen the teachers at this school? He asked. You seen 'em? Madame d'Avala nodded. Nice ladies, said Freddie in an effort to be fair. But no class. You know what I mean? Way they slick their hair back and no paint or powder. Gee, Florette wouldn't wear their clothes to a dog fight. Nor I, said Madame d'Avala. I love dogs. I told Miss Eva she ought to put peroxide in the rinsing water for her hair, like Florette used to, but it made her mad. I believe in a woman fixing herself up all she can, don't you? Asked Freddie earnestly. Indeed I do. But tell me, who is Florette? So Freddie told her all about his mother and about the good fortune that had come to her. 52 weeks solid. Some act to get that kind of booking, huh? He ended. Yes. Oh, yes, indeed. There you are now. Look at yourself. See if it's all right. Madame d'Avala turned to the mirror. Her gown fell in serene, lovely folds. It seemed incredible that it was the little demon of a few minutes before. Perfect. Freddie, you're a wonder. How can I thank you? That's all right. You're welcome. He was regarding her with worshipful eyes. You're awful pretty, he breathed. Thank you, said Madame d'Avala. Are you coming to my concert? No. They put us to bed, cried Freddie in disgust. Putting me to bed at 8:30 every night. What do you know about that? Just when the orchestra would be tuning up for the evening performance. What a shame. I'd like to have you see my act. I bet it's great. You got the looks, too. That's what it takes in this profession. Make a quick change? No, I wear the same dress all through. Oh, well, he sighed deeply. Well, it's been great to see you anyway. Goodbye. The great lady bent down to him and kissed his forehead. Goodbye, Freddie, she said. You've helped me so much. Freddie drew in a long breath. He sighed. You know how I come to peek in your door like that? Because you heard me screaming, damn? No, before that. Coming all the way down the hall, I could smell it. Smelled so nice. Don't none of these ladies use perfume. I just knew somebody I'd like was in here soon's I got that smell. Oh, Freddie, I like you too. But I've got to hurry now. Goodbye. And thanks so much, dear. She started out the door. Oh, gee, I can't go to bed, Freddie wailed. Come along, then, cried Madame d'Avala, impetuously seizing his hand. I'll make them let you go to the concert. They must. They ran down the hall together, hand in hand, Freddie directing the way to the Mrs. Blair's study. Miss Eva and Miss Nellie and Mary were there, and they looked at Freddie compassionately. And though Miss Eva said it was most unusual, Miss Nellie agreed to Madame d'Avala's request. For, said gentle Miss Nellie, drawing Madame d'Avala aside and lowering her voice, for we are very sorry for Freddie now. His mother... Oh, yes, she has gone to England. Why, no, she is dead. Oh, mio povero bambino, and how he adores her. Yes. And what will he do then? He can stay on here, but I am afraid he doesn't like us. Miss Nellie sighed. Has he no one else? No, that is a stepfather. But his mother put him here to save him from the stepfather's abuse and all the coarsening influences of stage life, if you understand." "Ah, yes, I understand," said Madame d'Avala. "And yet I think I understand the little one, too. He and I, we have the same nature. We cannot breathe in the too high altitudes. For us there must be dancing in the valley, laughter and roses, perfume and sunshine, always sunshine." "Oh, yes," replied Miss Nellie, taken aback by this effusiveness, which she could only explain as being foreign. "It's 8:30, said Miss Eva, looking at her watch. "Ah, then I must fly," cried Madame d'Avala. "Good-bye," said Freddie wistfully. "Au revoir," said Madame d'Avala, and electrified the Mrs. Blair by adding, "See you after the show, kid." "I am very lonely, too," said Margarita d'Avala after the concert. "Lonely and sad." "You are?" Freddie cried in amazement. Then, practically, "What about?" "It's about a man," confessed the lady. "Ah, g'wan!" exclaimed Freddie incredulously. "Say," lowering his voice confidentially, "lemme tell you something. They ain't a man on earth worth crying for." "How did you know?" asked Margarita. Florette used to say so." Then a cloud passed over his face. "She used to say so," he added. There was a moment's silence while the lady watched him. Then Freddie's mobile face cleared. His eyes shone with their old gay confidence. "Say, I'm tellin' you," said Freddie, spreading his feet apart, thrusting his hands in his pockets. "I ain't got no use for men at all. And you take my advice, don't bother over 'em." Margarita laughed. She laughed so hard that Freddie had joined her, and without knowing how, he was by her side holding on to her hand while they both rocked with merriment. When they could laugh no more, he snuggled up to the shoulder that smelled so nice. His face became babyish and wistful. He stroked the satin of the lovely gown with one timid finger, while his blue eyes implored hers. "Ladies and children is nicest, ain't they?" he appealed. Suddenly the great Margarita d'Avala caught him in her arms and drew him to that warm, beautiful breast where no child's head had ever rested. "Oh, Freddie, Freddie," she cried. "You are right, and I must have you." "You can, 'slong's Florette's away," said Freddie. End of 52 weeks for Florette.
Wild Earth, an O. Henry Memorial Award prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wild Earth by Sophie Kerr from the Saturday Evening Post. Part 1. The big department store so terrified Wesley Dean that he got no farther than 5 steps beyond the entrance. Crowds of well-dressed ladies milling around like cattle, the noise of many feminine voices, the excessive warmth, and the heady odor of powder and perfume, the toilet goods were grouped very near the door, all combined to bewilder and frighten him. He got out before the floor walker of the center aisle could so much as ask him what he wanted. Once outside, he stood in the spring wind and meditated. There must be other stores in Baltimore, little ones, where a man could buy things in quiet and decency. Until the 4 o'clock motor stage started for Frederick, he had nothing to do. He stuck his hands in his pockets and started down the crowded crookedness of Lexington Street. He reached the market and strolled through it leisurely, feeling very much at home with the meats and vegetables and the good country look of many of the stall keepers. Its size amazed him, but then he'd always heard that Baltimore was a big city and so many people must take a lot to eat. He went on all the way through, and after a little hesitation struck down a quiet street to the right. But he saw no shops of the sort he was looking for, and he had thoughts of going back and braving the big store again. He turned again and again, pleased by the orderly rows of red brick with white trim houses, homey-looking places in spite of their smallness and close setting. At last, right in the middle of a row of these, he saw a large window set in place of the two usual smaller ones, a window filled with unmistakable feminine stuff, and the sign, small, neatly gilt-lettered, Miss Tolman's Ladies' Shop, hem-stitching done. There wasn't a soul going in or out, so he braved it, and was happier still when he found himself the sole customer. The opening of the door made a bell tinkle in a back room. A girl came through parted green wool curtains, a girl so flaxen-haired, with such blue eyes, like a friendly kitten, that Wesley Dean almost forgot the errand that had brought him so far. As for the girl, she was surprised to see a man, and particularly a young countryman, among the gloves and stockings, cheap pink underthings, and embroideries of Miss Tolman's shop. "You got any aprons?" he stammered. "White aprons or gingham?" The girl's smile helped Wesley a great deal. A very nice girl, he decided, but she made him feel queer, light-headed. "I'm not sure, ma'am. When I came away from home this morning, I asked Aunt Dolcey did she need anything, and she said yes, a couple of aprons, but she didn't say what kind." The girl thought it over. "I guess maybe if it's for your auntie, she'd want white aprons." Her mistake gave him a chance for the conversation which he felt a most surprising wish to make. "No'm, she's not my auntie. She's the old colored woman keeps house for me." Oh, she was a very nice girl. Something about the way she held her head made Wesley think of his spunky little riding mare, Teeny. Then I think you'd be safe to get a gingham. Anyway, a gingham apron comes in handy to anybody working round a kitchen. We got some nice big ones. Aunt Dolcey's not so awful big, not any bigger'n you, but heavier set like. There is a distinct advance in friendly intimacy when one has one's size considered in relation to a customer's needs, particularly when the consideration shows how little a man knows about women's garments. The girl reached beneath the counter and brought up an armful of blue and white checked aprons. She unfolded them deftly, and Wesley saw that she had small, strong hands and round wrists. "These got bibs and nice long strings, cover you all up while you're cooking. They're $1." His gaze, intent on her rather than the aprons, brought her eyes to his. "Good looking, but country," was her swift appraisal, adding to it, "and what a funny mark he's got on his forehead." It was true. His young, hawk-like face, tan brown by sun and wind, was made strangely grim by a dark vein on his brow, which lent a frowning shadow to his whole visage. And yet the eyes she had looked into were shy and gentle, and reassuringly full of open admiration. "If you think she'll like 'em, I'll take 2," he said after an instant's pause. "I'm sure she'll like 'em. They're good gingham, and real well made. We don't keep shoddy stuff. You could go into one of the big stores and get aprons for 50-60 cents, but they wouldn't be good value." The soft cadence of her voice gave Wesley a strange and stifled feeling around the heart. He must stay and talk to her. Hardly knowing what he said, he burst into loquacity. "I did go into one of the big stores, and it sort of scared me. Everything so stuffy and heaped up, and such a lot of people. I don't get down to Baltimore very often, you see. I do most of my buying right in Frederick. But I'd broke my disker, and if you send, it's maybe weeks before the implement house will tend to you. So I just come down and got the piece, so there won't be but one day lost." The girl looked up at him again, and he could feel his heart pound against his ribs. This time she was a little wistful. "They say it's really pretty country out round Frederick. I've never been out of Baltimore, 'cept to go down the bay on excursions. Betterton and Love Point and places like that. It makes a grand sail in hot weather." She handed him the package and picked up the 2 bills he had laid down on the counter. There was plainly no reason for his further lingering, but he had an artful idea. "Look here, maybe I ought to get Aunt Dulcie a white apron, too. Maybe she won't want the gingham ones at all." The girl looked surprised at such extravagance. "But if she doesn't, you can bring 'em back when you come to Baltimore again, and we'd exchange 'em," she argued mildly. "No, I better get the white one now. She puts on a white apron evenings," he added craftily. A box of white aprons was lifted from the shelf and a choice made, but even that transaction could not last forever, as Wesley Dean was desperately aware. "Look here, are you Miss Tolman?" he burst out. "I saw the name outside on the window." "Mercy, no. Miss Tolman's a kind of cousin of mine. She's 52, and she can't hardly get through that door there." He disregarded the description, for the second bundle was being tied up fast. He had never seen anyone tie so fast, he thought. "My name's Wesley Dean, and I got a farm in the mountains back of Frederick. Say, I don't want you to think I'm fresh, but say, would you go to the movies with me tonight?" It had come to him in a flash that he could disregard the seat in the 4 o'clock bus and go back tomorrow morning. Sweat stood out on his forehead and on his curving, clean-shaven upper lip. His boy's eyes hung on hers, pleading. All the happiness of his life, he felt, waited for this girl's answer. This little yellow-haired girl whom he had never seen until a quarter of an hour before. "Well," she hesitated, I don't like to have you think I'd pick up like this with any fellow that came along." "I don't think so," he broke in fiercely. "If I thought so, I'd never have asked you." There was a strange, breathless moment in that tiny, cluttered shop, a moment such as some men and women are lucky enough to feel once in a lifetime. It's the moment when the heart's wireless sends its clear message, "This is my woman," and "This is my man." The flaxen-haired girl and the dark boy were caught in the golden magic of it, and half scared, half ecstatic, were thrown into confusion. "I'll go," she whispered breathlessly. "There's a little park a block down the street. I'll be there at 7 o'clock by the statue." "I'll be there waiting for you," he replied, and because he could not bear the strange sweet pain that filled him, he plunged out of the shop, jerking the door so that the little bell squealed with surprise. He had forgotten his packages. Also, as he remembered presently, he did not even know her name. He was at the feet of the statue in the park by 6:30, and spent a restless half-hour there in the cool spring twilight. Perhaps she would not come. Perhaps he had frightened her, even as he had frightened himself by this inexplicable boldness. Other girls passed by, and some of them glanced with a coquettish challenge at the handsome tall youth with his frowning brow, but he didn't even see them. Presently, and it was just on the stroke of 7, he saw her coming hesitantly and with an air of complete and proper primness. She had on a plain little shabby suit and hat, but round her throat was a string of beads of a blue to match her eyes, an enticing, naive harmony. She carried the forgotten aprons and handed them to him gravely. "You left these," she said, and then, to regularize the situation, "My name's Anita Smithers. I ought to have told you this afternoon, but I guess I was kind of forgetful, too." And that made them both smile, and the smile left them less shy. He stuffed the forgotten aprons into his overcoat pocket. "I was so afraid you wouldn't come. Where can we go? I don't know anything much about the city. I'd like to take you to a nice picture show, the best there is." She flushed with the glory of it. "There's a real nice picture house only a little ways from here. They've got a Pauline Frederick film on, and I'm just crazy about Pauline Frederick." By this time they were walking sedately out of the park, not daring to look at each other. She watched him while he bought the tickets and then a box of caramels from the candy stand inside. "He knows what to do," she thought proudly. "He's not a bit of a hick." "Do you go to the pictures a lot?" he asked when they were seated. "Most every night. I'm just crazy about 'em." "I expect you've got steady company, then." The question fairly jerked out of him. She shook her head. "No, I almost always go by myself. My girlfriend, she goes with me sometimes." He sighed with relief. They got good picture shows in Frederick. I go most every Saturday night." "But you don't live right in Frederick, you said." He seized the chance to tell her about himself. "Oh, my, no. I live back in the mountains. Say, I just wish you could see my place. It's up high, and you can look out ever so far. Everything kind of drops away below, and you can see the river and the woods, and it takes different colors, 'cording to the season and the weather. Some days when I'm plowing or disking, and I get up on the ridge, it's so high up and far away seems like I'm on top of the whole world. It's lonesome. It's off the pike, you see, but I like it. Here in the city everything crowds on you so close." She had listened with the keenest interest. "That's so. It must be grand to get off by yourself and have plenty room. I get so tired of that squinched-in, narrow, stuffy shop, and the place where I board is worse. I don't make enough to have a room by myself. There's 2 other girls in with me, and seems like we're always underfoot to each other. And there isn't any parlor, and we got only 1 bureau for the 3 of us, and you can guess what a mess that is. And the closet's about as big as a pocket handkerchief." "Ain't you got any folks?" The blue eyes held a sudden mist. "Nobody but Miss Tolman, and she's only a distant cousin. Ma died 2 years ago. She used to sew, but she wasn't strong, and we never could get ahead. My folks are all gone, too." How little and alone she was, but how much nearer to him her aloneness brought her. He wanted to put his hand over hers and tell her that he would take care of her, that she need never be alone again. But the beginning of the film choked back the words. He poked the box of caramels at her, and she took it, opened it with a murmured, "Oh, my, thank you." And presently they both had sweetly bulging cheeks. Where their elbows touched on the narrow chair arm made tingling thrills run all over him. Once she gave him an unconscious nudge of excitement. Out of the corner of his eye he studied her delicate side face as she sat, with her lips parted, intent on the film. "She's pretty, and she's good," thought Wesley Dean. "I expect she's too good for me." But that unwontedly humble thought did not alter it a hair's breadth that she must be his. The Deans had their ways always. The veins in their wrists and the vein in his forehead beat with his hot purpose. He shifted so that his arm did not touch hers, for he found the nearness of her disturbing. He could not plan or think clearly while she was so close, and he must think clearly. When the last flicker of the feature was over, and the comic and the news had wrung their last laugh and gasp of interest from the crowd, they joined the slow exit of the audience in silence. On the sidewalk, however, she found her voice. "It was an awful nice picture," she said softly. "Most the nicest I ever saw." "Look here, let's go somewhere and have a hot chocolate or some soda or ice cream," he broke in hurriedly. He could not let her go with so much yet unsaid. "Or would you like an oyster stew in a regular restaurant?" "Yes, that'd be better. Come on, it isn't late." "Well, after all those caramels, I shouldn't think an oyster stew." "You can have something else, then." The main thing was to get her at a table opposite him, where they wouldn't have to hurry away. "Let's go in there." He pointed toward a small restaurant across the street, where red candle lights glimmered warmly through panelled lace. "But that looks like such a stylish place," she protested, even as she let him guide her toward it. But it was not so stylish when they got inside, and the appearance of the stout woman, evidently both proprietor and cashier, who presided over the scene at a table on a low platform near the door, reassured them both. And the red candle shades were only crinkled paper. The lace curtains showed many careful darns. A rebellious boy of 14, in a white jacket and apron, evidently the proprietor's son, came to take their order. After a good bit of urging, Anita said that she would take a ham sandwich and a cup of coffee. Wesley ordered an oyster stew for himself and coffee, and then grandly added that they would both have vanilla and chocolate ice cream. "He looks as if he just hated being a waiter," said Anita, indicating the departing boy servitor. "Should think he would," said Wesley. He put his arms on the table and leaned toward her. "I was going home this afternoon till I saw you. I stayed over just to see you again. I've got to go back in the morning, for I've not got my spring work done. But you're going with me." The vein on his forehead heightened his look of desperate determination. He was not so much a suitor as a commander. "You haven't got any folks, and neither have I, so that makes it easy. I'll come for you in the morning about 8 o'clock, and we'll go get a license and get married, and then we can get the 10 o'clock bus out to Frederick. Oh, girl, I never saw anyone like you. I'll be good to you. I'll take care of you. It don't matter if I didn't ever see you till this afternoon. I'd never find anybody else that I want so much in 100,000 years. I've not got a lot of money, but the farm's mine, all free and clear. And if my wheat turns out all right, I'll have $1,000 cash outright come the end of the year, even after the taxes are paid and everything. Won't you look at me, Anita? Won't you tell me something? Don't you like me?" The girl had listened with her eyes cast down, her hands nervously picking at the edge of the tablecloth, but he was not mistaken in her. She had wherewith to meet him, and her gaze was honest, without coquetry or evasion. "Oh, I do like you," she cried with quick color. "I do, I do. I always thought somebody like you'd come along some day, just like this, and then it just seemed foolish to expect it. But look here, I told you a story right off. My name's not Anita, it's Annie. I took to pretending it's Anita because it does seem sort of silly, but I got to tell you because I saw it in the movies, and it seems sort of cute and different. And Annie's such a plain, common name. But I couldn't let you go on talking like that and calling me by it, now could I?" The mutinous young waiter brought their food and thumped it truculently down before them. "Look out!" said Dean with a sudden violent harshness, the vein in his forehead darkening ominously. "What do you think you're doing? Feeding cattle?" The boy drew back in confusion, and Annie exclaimed, "Oh, he didn't mean it anything against us. He's just mad because he has to be a waiter." "Well, he'd better be careful. Kids can be too smart aleck." The little gust had deflected them away from their own affairs, but Annie brought them back. She leaned toward him. "You make me kind of afraid of you. If you ever spoke to me like that, it'd just about kill me." He was contrite. "Why, I couldn't ever speak to you like that, honey. It just made me mad the way he banged things down in front of you. I don't want people to treat you like that. And you look so fierce, too, scowling so all the time." He put up a brown finger and touched his savage vein. Now, you mustn't mind my look. All the Dean men are marked like that. It's in the blood. It don't mean a thing." He smiled winningly. "I reckon if you're beginning to scold me, you're going to marry me, huh?" Something very sweet and womanly leaped in Annie's blue eyes. I reckon I am," she said, and then confessed herself a brave adventurer and philosopher in one. "Yes, I'd be a fool to sit round and make excuses and pretend it wouldn't do to be so out of the ordinary when here you are and here I am, and it means our whole lives. I don't care either if I didn't ever set eyes on you till today. I know you're all right, and that what you say is true, and I feel as if I'd known you for years and years. That's the way I felt about you the minute I looked at you. Oh," he gave a vast and shaking sigh, "I can't hardly believe my luck. Eat up your supper, and let's get out of here. Maybe there's some stores open yet, and I could buy you a ring." "And I have to be in my boarding house by 10:30, offered Annie, "or I'll be locked out. What the girls are going to say when I come in and tell 'em—" She looked at him with intense and piteous question. The question that every woman at the moment of surrender asks, sometimes with her lips, but always with her heart. "It is going to be all right, isn't it? And you'll be good to me?" "So help me God," said young Wesley Dean. The farm lay high, as Wesley had said. Indeed, all the way from Baltimore they had seemed to be going into the hills, those placidly rounding, friendly Maryland hills that rise so softly, so gradually, that the traveler is not conscious of ascent. The long, straight road dips across them gallantly, a silver band of travel to tie them to the city, with little cities or towns pendant from it at wide intervals. Trees edge it with a fringe of green. Poor trees, maimed by the trimmer's saws and shears into twisted caricatures of what a tree should be, because the telegraph wires and telephone wires must pass, and oaks and locusts and pines and maples must be butchered of their spreading branches to give them room. It was along this highway that the motor bus, filled with passengers and baggage, and driven with considerably more haste than discretion, carried the newly married pair. Annie's eyes grew wide at the wonder and beauty of it. She was not at all afraid. She snuggled her hand into Wes's and loved it, and loved him too, with his look of pride and joy in her. She was content to be silent and let him talk. Now and then she looked at the little turquoise ring on her finger, above the shiny new wedding ring, and loved that too, for he had chosen it at once from the trayful offered them, blurting out that she must have it because it matched her eyes. "All this country out here is rich," he bragged, "but Frederick County's far the richest land of all, richest in the state, maybe richest in the whole United States, I dunno, and all the farms are big, great big farms, and great big teams to till 'em. People don't use mules here so much as they do over on the eastern shore, and there's not any sand like there is over there in spots, that is." "What's that man doing?" asked Annie alertly. "Plowing. Say, didn't you ever see a man plowing before?" "Only in the movies," said Annie, unabashed. "Do you ever plow?" He laughed outright. "Say, you're going to be some little farmer's wife, I can see that. Yes'm, I plow a little now and then. It's like fancy work, awful fascinating, and once you get started you don't want to stop till you got a whole field done." "Quit kidding." "Say, Annie, do you know a chicken when you see it walking round, or a turkey, or a guinea keet? We got 'em all. Aunt Dulcie, she takes care of 'em." "I'd like to take care of 'em. I'll feed 'em if she'll show me how." "Aunt Dulcie'll show you. She'll be tickled to death to have somebody feed 'em when she's got the misery." At Frederick they left the big motor bus and got into Wes's own rackety flivver, the possession of which delighted Annie's heart. "My land, I never thought I'd get married to a man that owned an automobile," she confessed with flattering frankness in her voice. "This ain't an automobile," said Wes. "It's a coffee pot, and an awful mean one. Sometimes she won't boil no matter what I do." The coffee pot on this particular day chose to boil. They rattled merrily out of Frederick and off into the higher hills beyond. It was a little after noon when they reached the farm. They had to turn off the pike and take a winding wood road, rough and muddy from the spring rains. All through the budding green of the trees dogwood had hung out white bridal garlands for them, and there were violets in all the little mossy hollows. At last they came through to the clearing where lay the farm, right on the ridge, its fields smiling in the sun, a truce of nature with man's energy and persistence, and yet not a final truce, for all around the woods crept up to the open and thrust in tentative fingers, tiny pine trees, sprouts and seedlings of hardwood, scraps of underbrush, all trying to gain a foothold, and even when cut and overturned by the sharp plow, still clinging tenaciously to their feeble rooting. "It looks somehow," said Annie, vaguely understanding this, "as if the trees and things were just waiting to climb over the walls." "And that's what they are," said Wesley Dean, "the time I put in grubbing. Well, let's go in and see Aunt Dulcie." He had told her coming out that he was afraid she would find the house sort of plain, but just the space of it delighted her. The rooms were bare and square, whitewashed exquisitely, the furniture dark old cherry and walnut of a style 3 generations past. There were no blinds or curtains, and in the streaming sunlight Annie could see that everything was clean and polished to the last flicker of high light. Here and there were bits of color, crimson and blue in the rag carpet, golden brass candlesticks on the mantel, a red beaded mat on the table under the lamp itself clear glass and filled with red kerosene that happily repeated the tint of the mat. It all pleased Annie, touching some hitherto untwanged chord of beauty in her nature, and there was about it the unmistakable atmosphere of home. Old-fashioned, but sort of swell, too, she decided. Looks kind of like some of the parlors of those old houses on Charles Street that I used to rubber into in the evenings when the lights were lit and they'd forgot to put the blinds down. She liked the impassive, almost Egyptian face of Aunt Dulcie, too. The old colored woman had received her with a serious regard, but friendly. "Miss Wes, he startled me mighty frequent, but he never startled me with no marryin' befo'," she said. "Honey, it'll be mighty nice to have a pretty young gal in de house. I'll serve ye de best I kin, faithful and stiddy, like I always serve him. If I'd 'a known you was a comin', I'd sho had something fo' dinner to day besides greens and poke, cracklin' pone, and apple dumplins. That's nothing for a weddin' dinner." But when they came to eat it, it was delicious. The greens delicately seasoned, not greasy, the salt pork home-cured and sweet, the cracklin' pone crumbling with richness, and the apple dumpling a delight of spicy flavor. They sat opposite each other in as a matter-of-fact fashion as if they had been married for years. They were young and exceedingly hungry, and hunger destroys self-consciousness. The china was very old, white plates with a curving pattern of blue leaves and yellow berries. The knives and forks were polished steel with horn handles. The spoons were silver, old handmade rat-tail spoons they were, with the mark of the smith's mallet still upon them, and the initials W.D. cut in uneven letters. "Those were my great-granddad's," said Wesley. "Same name as mine. He had 'em made out of silver money by a man down in Frederick. They must be nearly 100 years old. My great-granddad, he was the man that bought this land and began to clear it. He wanted to be away off from everybody." "Why?" asked Annie, interested in the story. The vein on Wesley's forehead seemed to grow larger and darker as he answered. "Oh, he got into trouble, knocked a man down, and the feller struck his head on a stone and died. It didn't come to trial, it really was an accident, but it didn't make Granddad popular. Not that he cared. He was a hard-headed, hard-fisted old son of a gun, if there ever was one, according to the stories they tell about him." "What were they fighting about?" "Oh, I dunno. Granddad was high-tempered, and this fellow was sort of a smart aleck. Gave him some lip about something, and dared him to touch him. And quick's a wink, Granddad punched him. At least that's the way I always heard it. Probably they both been taking too much hard cider. Bring me another dumpling, Aunt Dulcie, please." As the old woman entered bringing the dumpling, Annie fancied there were both warning and sympathy in her eyes. Why, she couldn't imagine. In a moment she forgot it, for Wesley was looking at her hard. "It's funny," he said, "to think I only saw you yesterday, and that we got married this morning. Seems as if you've been here for years and years. Does it seem awful strange to you, honey?" "No," said Annie. "No, it doesn't. It's queer, but all the way here and when I come into the house I had a sense of having been here before some time, kind of as if it were my home all along and I hadn't known about it." "So it was, and if I hadn't ever met you I'd been an old bach all my life." "Yes, you would." "Yes, I wouldn't." They were both laughing now. He got up and stretched himself. "Well, Mrs. Dean," he said, "I got to go out and fix my disker, and you got to come along. I don't want to let you out of my sight. You might fly off somewhere and I'd never find you again." "Don't you worry about that. You couldn't lose me if you tried." They went through the kitchen, and there was a tall, gaunt, old colored man rose and bowed respectfully. He and Aunt Dulcie were having their own dinner at the kitchen table. "This here's Unc Zenas," said Wesley. "He's Aunt Dulcie's husband and helps me on the place." And again Annie saw, this time in the old man's eyes, the flicker of sympathy and apprehension that she had marked in Aunt Dulcie's. "And right glad to welcome you, Missy," said Unc Zenas. "We didn't 'spect Marse West to bring home a wife when as he left, but that ain't no sign that it ain't a mighty fine thing." They went out into the mellow spring day. Wesley Dean, now in his blue overalls and working shirt, became a king in his own domain, a part of the fair primitiveness about them. It was as if he had sprung from this dark, fertile soil, was made of its elements, at one with it. Here he belonged, and the very spring of the earth beneath his feet was repeated in the measured beating of his blood. The land could not warp or break him, as it does so many, for he belonged to it as essentially and as completely as it belonged to him. Dimly the little town girl beside him felt this, and dimly she hoped that she, too, might prove to be of the same mould. "Look at the barn and the stables and the corn crib," he was saying. "See how they're all built? Hand-hewn logs, chinked with plaster. Great-granddad built them all, helped by his 2 slaves. That's all the slaves he had, just 2, and one of 'em was Uncle Zenas's grandfather. Everything strong and sound as the day he finished it." "That one looks newer," said Annie, pointing. Wesley looked a little shamefaced, as does every typical Anglo-Saxon discovered in sentiment. "I built that," he confessed. "It's a chicken house. Somehow I didn't want to go down to the sawmill and get planks and build with them 'mongst all these old log things. So I got the logs out in the woods and built same as great-granddad. Maybe it was foolish, but I couldn't help it." "It wasn't foolish, it was nice," she affirmed. She perched on the tongue of a wagon while he mended the disker, dividing her attention between him and the live things of the barnyard. A string of decorative white ducks marched in single file about the edge of a cow-pound. Beyond them a proud red wattled cock paraded and purred among his harem of trim hens, now and then disturbed in his dignity by the darting nervousness of a pair of malicious guineas, acknowledged brigands of the feathered tribes. Trim iridescent pigeons toddled about on their coral feet, looking for leftovers from the chickens' table. "Say, Wes, I should think you'd have a dog," she said suddenly. "A nice big dog lazying round here would sort of complete it." He bent suddenly over his disker and gave the nut he was working on a mighty twist, but he had tossed aside his hat, and she could see the sudden jump and darkening of his menacing vein. "I had a dog," he said in a low voice, "but he died." A curious restraint fell on them, and for the first time Annie felt herself an alien, a stranger, far adrift from familiar shores. She shivered in the light wind. "You cold? You better go in the house and get something round you," Wes said to her. "I guess I'd better," and she left him hammering. In the house she found Aunt Dolcey in the big bedroom over the living room. She had just finished remaking the bed, an old maple 4-poster, the wood a soft and mellowed orange, fine and colorful against the white quilt, the lace-edged pillow slips. "I put on clean sheets," said Aunt Dolcey, as Annie hesitated on the threshold. "Yes'm, I put on everything clean and the best. I know what's fittin'. My chile, dish yer de 3rd bridal bed I made up for wives of de Dean men." Something caught in Annie's throat, terrified her. This old black woman, with her remoteness, her pitying wise eyes, what did she mean? Annie wanted terribly to ask her, but how begin? How get through this wall of inscrutability which the black and yellow races have raised for their protection? She fluttered nearer to the old woman. "Look," she began tremulously, "look, it's all right, isn't it, my marrying him so quick? I haven't got any folks, and I suppose I haven't got much sense, but there was something about him that just made me trust him and want him. But it was all so quick. And now I'm here, it seems like maybe there was something. Oh, you tell me, wouldn't you? It's all right, isn't it?" The old woman considered. "It's all right if you're all right," she pronounced at length. But what do you mean? And look here, Aunt Dolcey, tell me, what'd he do to that dog he had? What you know about any dog?" "I don't know anything, but when I asked him why he didn't have a dog, he was queer. It scared me." "Don't be skeered. There ain't nothing to be scared of 'bout Marse Wes. Everything all right if you got patience, and if you got sense, and if you got heart enough. Spirit and sense go far, but the heart gwine carry you through. Now I said my say." Her tone mellowed into unctuous kindness. What you want, missy? Some Aunt Dulcie can fotch you? Tell me what it is, for I got to be up and about my work. I got a weddin' cake to mek yet this evenin'. Yes, ma'am, I go make you a weddin' cake, fill the biggest pan in the kitchen." She helped Annie rummage in her trunk and got out the sweater she had come in for, and it was not until the girl was running back to the barns that she realized Aunt Dulcie had not answered her question. But the old woman's words had steadied her, reassured her, and Wes received her gaily. His repairs were done, his team in harness and ready to start. "It's a shame," he said. "We ought to go off down to town and play round and have a big time. But I'm so behind with my disking, Annie, honey. You see, I had to stay over in Baltimore a day. Fact, important business." He winked at her jocosely. "So I've got to work rest of the day. And that's what comes of marrying a farmer. Farm work don't even wait on a bride, not even the prettiest bride in the world." He stooped to kiss her, and she held tight to his arm. "I don't mind. You go on about your business, and I'll get all unpacked and settled. But don't be late to supper. Aunt Dulcie's making us a wedding cake." She watched him as he drove down the lane and turned into the field and steadied the first straining rush of his team. Again she felt her abandonment, her utter forlornity, her distance from everything she had known and been accustomed to. But once more she proved herself an adventurer and a philosopher. Shrugging her shoulders, she turned back to the house. It may be a funny way to get married, but everything's all right until it stops being all right. And I like it here. End of part 1 of Wild Earth. Wild Earth, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wild Earth by Sophie Kerr from the Saturday Evening Post. Part 2. She had been married a week now, and the week had been the fairest of fair weather, indoors as well as out. And now she sat at the clumsy old secretary desk to write a letter to Miss Tolman. "For all you said and thought I was crazy, I am just as happy as I can be. Wes is kind and full of fun, and he works very hard. This farm is a pretty place, and the house is 10 times as big as your shop. I'm learning to cook and churn butter, and Aunt Dulcie, the old colored woman, teaches me and doesn't laugh when I'm dumb. She says, and Wes does too, that I am a born farmer's wife, and I think maybe I am, for I like it in the country more than I ever thought I'd like any place, and I don't get a bit lonely. You ought to see our wheat. It's like green satin, only prettier. I hope the rheumatism in your hands is better, and that you've got somebody good in my place. Cousin Lorena, I am a very lucky girl to fall in love with such a nice man, with a piece of property and a flivver, even if it is an old one. But better than all that he has is Wes himself, for you never saw a better, kinder man. He's not rough, and does not chew tobacco as you thought maybe he did, only smokes a pipe once in a while. I made a sweet potato custard yesterday, and he said it was the best he ever tasted. He says I must not do anything that is too hard for me, but I am going to drop seed corn. We've been down to town once, and went to the movies, and bought some candy, and he wanted to buy me a new hat, but I wouldn't let him. He is so kind." She had written in a glow of happiness, trying to tell everything and finding it hard to get it into words that would allay Cousin Lorena's forebodings and impress her properly. Annie frowned at the paper. How inform a bilious, middle-aged prophet of evil that she had not only wedded prosperity and industry, but also a glorious young demigod whose tenderness and goodness passed belief. Suddenly she heard a voice, loud, angry, incoherent. She dropped the pen and ran out to the kitchen door. Wes stood there confronting Uncle Zenas. a Wes she had never dreamed could exist. The vein on his forehead was black and swollen. Indeed, his whole face was distorted with rage. "You damned old liar! Don't you tell me again you put that pitchfork away when I found it myself in the stable behind the mare's stall. Pretty business if she'd knocked it down and run one of the tines into her." "Marse Wes, you had a pitchfork there yourself this mornin'. I ain't never touched that pitchfork." Uncle Zenas's voice was low and even. Behind Wes's back, Aunt Dulcie made signs to her husband for silence. "I say you're a liar, and by rights I ought to cut your lying tongue out of your head. I haven't seen that pitchfork for 3 days, and when I went to look for it just now, I found it in the stable where you had it cleaning out the stalls. Now shut up and get out about your work. Don't let me hear another word out of you." Uncle Zenas turned away, and Wes, without a word or look at the two women, strode after him. Annie, shaken, caught Aunt Dulcie's arm. "Oh, Aunt Dulcie," she breathed, "what on earth was the matter?" Aunt Dulcie drew her into the kitchen. "Nothin' but Marse Wes flyin' into one of his bad Dean temper fits, honey," said the old woman. "No use to mind him. No use payin' any 'tention. Dat why I waggle my head at Zenas to say nuffin back. Talk back to Marse Wes when he's high flyin' only makes things worse." Annie beheld an abyss yawning beneath her feet. "Yes, but Aunt Dulcie, what's the sense in talking that way? It wasn't anything, just a pitchfork out of place, and he went on so, and he looked so dreadful." Aunt Dulcie rattled her pans. "I've been dreadin' this moment. When as you first see Marse Wes in his anger, Zenas and me, we's used to it. Marse Wes dat away. Some'n go wrong, he fly off de handle. Zenas ain't mislay no pitchfork. I seed Marse Wes myself with dat pitchfork this mornin'. But every once in a while he get a temper fit and blow off his mouth like that. Sometimes he strike somebody, but he don't often strike Zenas. Sometimes he get mad at one of the horses and frail it proper. Dat high temper run in de Dean family, child. Dey gets mad and dey flies off, and you just got to stand it." "But does he get over it quick?" The old negress shook her head. "He'll be mighty quiet come supper time. Not talkin' much, lookin' dark. Walk light, and don't say nuffin rile him up. Everything all right. Tomorrow mornin' come, he out it." Her voice rose into a minor cadence, almost a chant. "Child, it's a dark shadow on all de Deans. They all macked with that frown on their foreheads, and they all got dark hours come to 'em. Marse Wes's ma, she fade out and die, 'cause she can't stand no such. His grandma, she leave his grandpa, and so's on back. Until some woman marry a Dean who can chase dat debbil out of 'em, just so long the Dean men live in de shadder. I told you, ain't I? The day you come, spirit and sense carry you fur, but it's the heart gwine carry you fru. Now you understand." Yes, Annie understood imperfectly. So might Red Riding Hood have understood when the wolf suddenly appeared beside her peaceful pathway. She asked one more question. "Does he get mad often?" and waited trembling for the answer. And Dulcie stuck out her underlip. "Sometime he do, and then again sometime he don't. Most generally he do." Annie walked back to her letter and looked at the last phrase. She picked up the pen but did not write. Then with a quick intake of breath she took her first conscious step in the path of loyal wifehood. She added, writing fast, "He is the best man that ever lived, I do believe," and signed her name, folded the letter, and sealed it in its envelope as quickly as she could. At supper she watched Wes. He was, as Aunt Dulcie had predicted, very silent. The vein in his forehead still twitched menacingly, and the pupils of his eyes were distended until the color about them disappeared in blackness. After he had eaten, he went outside and smoked, while Annie sat fiddling with a bit of sewing and dreading she knew not what. But nothing happened. Presently he came in, announced that he was tired and had a hard day before him tomorrow, and thought he'd go to bed. Long after he had fallen into immobile slumber, Annie lay beside him, awake, marveling how suddenly he had become a stranger, almost an ogre. And yet she loved him and yearned to him. The impulse that had made her finish the letter to Cousin Lorena in the same spirit in which she had begun it called her to pity and to help him. She must conceal his weakness from their world. She listened to his deep, regular breathing. She put her hand against his hard palm. I'm his wife, thought Annie Dean with inarticulate tenderness. I'm going to try to be everything a wife ought to be. The next morning he was his old self again, laughing, joking, teasing her as usual. The scene of yesterday seemed to have gone utterly from his memory, though he must have known that she had seen and heard it. But he made no allusion to it, nor did she. The farm work was pressing. The warm spring days foretold an early season. As he went whistling out toward the barn, Annie heard him salute Unc' Zenas with familiar friendliness. "How's tricks this morning? Think the jersey'll be fresh next week?" And Dulcie heard him too, and she and Annie exchanged long glances. The old woman said, "You see, what I told you was true." And the young woman's answered, "Yes, I see, and I understand. I'm going to see it through." But something in her youth had definitely vanished, as it always does when responsibility lays its heavy hand on us. She went about her new life questioningly eager for understanding. There was so much for her to see and learn: the erratic ways of setting hens, the care of foolish little baby chicks, the spring house, cool and damp and grey-walled, with its trickle of cold water forever eddying about the crocks of cream-topped milk, the garden-making, left to her and Aunt Dulcie after the first spading, the various messes and mashes to be prepared for cows with calf, the use of stored vegetables and fruits, and meat dried and salted in such generous quantity that she marveled at it. All the farm woman's primer she learned, bit by bit, seeing how it supplemented and harmonized with that life of the fields that so engrossed and commanded Wes. But through it all, beneath it all, she found herself waiting, with dread, for another outburst. Against whom would it be this time? Unc' Zenas again, Aunt Dulcie, one of the animals, or perhaps herself? She wondered if she could bear it if he turned on her. She was working in the spring house, mixing cream with curd for cottage cheese, very busy and anxious over it, for this was her first essay alone, when she heard Wes again in anger. She dropped her spoon, but did not go to look, only concentrated herself to listen. This time he was cursing one of his horses, and she could hear the stinging whish of a whip, a wicked and sinister emphasis to the beast's snorting and frenzied thumping of hoofs. Her blue eyes dilated with fear. She knew in what pain and fright the horse must be, lunging under those blows, and Wes, raucous, violent, his mouth foul with unclean words. Only this morning he had told her that when Sunday came they'd go into the woods and find a wild clematis to plant beside the front door. Wild clematis! She could have laughed at the irony of it. At last she could bear it no longer. She put her hands to her ears to shut out the hideousness of it, and after an interminable wait she took them down. He had stopped. There was silence, but she heard footsteps outside, and she literally cowered into the darkest corner of the spring house. But it was only Aunt Dulcie, her lips set in a line of endurance. "I was looking about for you, honey," she said reassuringly. "I didn't know where you was, and then I remember you come off down here. Let Aunt Dulcie finish up that cheese." What started him?" asked Annie piteously. "I don't just know. Sound like one of de big team didn't go into right stall, or something like that. It's always some triflin', and no count. But land, he'll be over it come night. Don't look so white and skeered, child." But I've been thinking, what if he might turn on me? What if he'd strike me? Aunt Dulcie, did he ever strike you?" "Onct." "Oh, Aunt Dulcie, what did you do?" Something flared in Aunt Dulcie's eyes that was as old as her race. She looked past Annie as if she saw something she rather relished. Just so her ancestors must have looked when they were dancing before a blood-stained Congo fetish. "You see dat big white scar on Marse Wes's left wrist? When he struck me, I make him dare with my hot flat iron, and no man ever gwine lift his hand to Dulcie, no matter who." A shrewd question came to Annie. "Aunt Dulcie, did he ever strike you again?" "No, ma'am, no indeedy he didn't. Will, Marse Wes he may be, but he ain't no crazy man. It's dat old debbil in his nature, Miss Annie, honey. And if ever once som'n tremenjous happen to Marse Wes, dat debbil'll be cas' out. but it got to be stronger and mo' powerful dan he is. Not 'ligion, for 'ligion goes from the outside in. Some got to come from inside Marse Wes out before dat old debbil is laid." This was meager comfort, and Annie did not follow the primitive psychology of it. She only knew that into her happiness there had come again the darkening of a fear that was to be her devil, no less terrible because his presence was for the most part veiled. But again she steeled her courage. "I won't let him spoil everything. I won't let him make me afraid of him," she vowed, seeing Wes in his silent mood that night. "I won't be afraid of him. I wish I could cut that old vein out of his forehead. I hate it. It's just as if it was the thing that starts him. Never seems as if it was part of the real Wes, my Wes." In the depths of the woods on Sunday she stood by while he dug up the wild clematis, stood so he could not see her lips quiver, and she put her clenched hands behind her for fear they too would betray her. "Wes," she asked, "what made you get so mad last Thursday and beat old Pomp so?" He turned toward her in genuine surprise. "I wasn't mad, not much, that is, and all I laid on Pomp's tough old hide couldn't hurt him. He's as mean as a mule, that old scoundrel. Gets me riled every once in a while. I wish you wouldn't ever do it again. It scared me almost to death." "Scared you?" he laughed. "Oh, Annie, you little silly. You aren't scared of me. Now don't let on you are. What you doing? Trying to kid me? There, ain't that a splendid plant? I believe I'll take back a couple of shovelfuls of this rich wood earth to put in under it. It'll never know it's not at home." "Yes, but Wes, I wish you'd promise me something." "Promise you anything." "Then promise me not to get mad and beat the horses any more, or holler at Uncle Zenas. I don't like it." "Annie, you little simp, what's the matter with you? A fellow's got to let off steam once in a while, and if you'd been pestered like I have with Uncle Zenas's ordinary trifling spells and old Pomp's general cussedness, you'd wonder that I don't get mad and stay mad every minute. Don't let's talk any more about it. Say, look there. There's a scarlet tanager. Ain't it pretty? Shyest bird there is. But up here in the woods there's a couple of pairs most every year. Pull that old newspaper up round the earth a little so as I can get a better holt of it. That's the girl. Gee, I never knew what fun it'd be to have a wife who'd be so darn chummy as you are. How do you like your husband, Mrs. Dean? Ain't it about time you said something nice to the poor old feller instead of scolding his lights and liver out of place on a nice peaceful Sabbath day? You ought to be ashamed of yourself." She pushed back the fear devil and answered his smile. "No, sir, I'm not going to say anything nice to my husband. I'll tell you a secret about him. He's awful stuck on himself now." "Why shouldn't he be? Look who he picked out to marry." Who could stand against such beguiling? Annie looked up at him and saw his Dean mark give a little mocking twitch as if it rejoiced in her thwarting. But she said no more, and they planted the wild clematis with its black woods earth beneath at the side of the front door, and Annie twisted its pliable green stems round one of the posts of the little benched entrance. Her hands moved deftly, and Wes, who had finished firming the earth about the plant, watched them. "Your little paws are getting awfully brown," he said. "I remember that first day in the shop, how white they were, and how quick they moved. You wrapped up them aprons like something was after you, and I was trying to get up my nerve up to speak to you." "Trying to get up your nerve? I reckon it wasn't much effort. There, don't that vine look as if it grew there of itself?" "Yeah, it looks fine." He sat down on the bench and pulled her down beside him, his arm about her. "Annie, baby, are you happy?" She put her cheek against his shoulder and shut her eyes. "I'm so happy, I wouldn't darst be any happier. You're not sorry you picked up with me so quick? You don't wish you'd stayed down in Baltimore and got you a city beau? I'd rather be here with you than any place in the world. And, Wes, I think you're the best and kindest man that ever lived. I wouldn't have you changed any way, one little bit." She defied her fears and that mocking, twitching vein with the words. "Same here. Made to order for me, you were. First minute I looked in those round blue eyes of yours, I knew it." It isn't possible, she thought. It isn't possible that he can get so mad and be so dreadful. Maybe if I can make him think he's awful good and kind, Oh, simple subtlety! Perhaps he is too, and he'll stop getting such spells. Oh, if he would always be just like this! But it was only 2 days later. When she called him to help her, there was a hen that was possessed to brood, and Aunt Dulcie had declared that it was too late, that summer chickens never thrived. "I can't get her out, Wes," said Annie. "She's way in under the stable, and she pecks at me so mean. You got longer arms than me. You reach in and grab her." He came smiling. He reached in and grabbed, and the incensed Biddy pecked viciously. In a flash his anger was on him. He snatched again, and this time brought out the creature and dropped her with a wrung neck, a mass of quivering feathers and horribly jerking feet, before Annie. "I reckon that'll learn the old crow," he snarled, and strode away. "We might's well have soup for supper," remarked Aunt Dulcie, coming on the scene a moment later. "Dere, child, what's a chicken, anyway?" "It's not that," said Annie briefly, "but he makes me afraid of him. If I get too afraid of him, I'll stop caring anything about him. I don't want to do that." "Den," answered Aunt Dulcie with equal brevity, "you got think up some manner of means to drive his debbil out, like I told you." "Yes, but—" Aunt Dulcie paused, holding the carcass of the chicken in her hands, and faced her. "Dish here ain't nothin'. Wait till he gets one of his still spells, when as he don't speak to nobody and don't do no work. Why, ain't we got no seed potatoes? Marse Wes, he took a contrary spell, and he wouldn't dig 'em, and he wouldn't let Zenas tek 'em needer. Me, I went out moonlight nights and dug some to eat and hid 'em in the cellar. Miss Annie, you don't know nothing 'ere about de Dean temper yet." They went silently to the house. Aunt Dulcie stopped in the kitchen, and Annie went on into the living room. There on the walls hung the pictures of Wes's father and mother, cabinet photographs framed square in light wood. Annie looked at those pictured faces in accusing inquiry. Why had they bequeathed Wes such a legacy? In his father's face, despite the beard that was the fashion of those days, there was that same unmistakable pride and passion of Wes today. And his mother was a meek woman who could not live and endure the Dean temper. Well, Annie was not going to be meek. She thought with satisfaction of Aunt Dulcie and the hot flatiron. The fact that he had never lifted a finger to Aunt Dulcie again proved that if one person could thus conquer him, so might another. Was she, his wife, to be less resourceful, less respecting than that old Negro woman? Was she to endure what Aunt Dulcie would not? Suddenly she snatched out the little old family album from its place on the top of the desk secretary. An old-fashioned affair, bound in shabby brown leather, with 2 gilt clasps. Here were more pictures of the Dean line. His grandfather, more bearded than his father, his Dean vein even more prominent. His grandmother, another meek woman. Probably the old wretch beat her, thought Annie angrily. Another page, and here was a great-grandfather himself in middle age, his picture, a faded daguerreotype, showing him in his Sunday best, but plainly in no Sunday mood. "Looks like a pirate," was Annie's comment. There was no picture of great-grandmother. Probably he killed her off too young, before she had time to get her picture taken. And Annie's eyes darted blue fire at the supposed culprit. She shook her brown little fist at him. "You started all this," she said aloud. "You began it. If you'd had a wife who'd stood up to you, you'd never got drunk and killed a man. And you wouldn't have left your family a nasty old mad vein in the middle of their foreheads, looking perfectly unchristian. I just wish I had you here, you old scoundrel. I'll bet I'd tell you something that'd make your ears smart." She banged the album and put it in its place. "Well, not me," said Annie. "Not me. I'm not going to be bullied and scared to death by any man with a bad temper, and the very next time Mr. West flies off the handle and raises Cain, I'm going to raise Cain 2 to his 1. I won't be scared. I won't be a little gump and take such actions off any man. We'll see." It's easy enough to be bold and resolute and threaten a picture. It's easy enough to plot action either before or after the need for it arises. But when it comes to raising Cain 2 to your husband's 1, and that husband has been long and successful cultivator of that particular crop, why, that is quite a different thing. Besides, as it happened, Annie did not wholly lack sympathy for his next outburst, which was directed toward a tramp, a bold, dirty creature who appeared one morning at the kitchen door and asked for food. "You two Janes all here by your lonesome?" he asked, stepping in. Wes had come into the house for another shirt. He had split the one he was wearing in a mighty bout with a grubbing hoe, and he entered the kitchen from the inner door just in time to catch the words. He leaped and struck in one moment, and it carried the tramp and himself outside on the grass of the drying yard. The tramp was a burly man, and after the surprise of the attack he attempted to fight. He might as well have battled with a locomotive going full speed. "What you doing way out here, you lousy loafer?" demanded Wes between blows. "Get to hell out of here before I kill you like you deserve, coming into my house and scaring women. I've a great mind to get my gun and blow you full of holes." In 2 minutes the tramp was running full speed toward the road, followed by Wes, who assisted his flight with kicks whenever he could reach him. After 20 minutes or so the victor came back. His eyes were red with rage that possessed him. He did not stop to speak, but hurried out his rackety little car and was gone. Later they found out he had overtaken the tramp, fought him again, knocked him out, then, roping him, had taken him to the nearest constable and seen him committed to jail. But the encounter left him strange and silent for a week, and his Dean mark twitched and leaped in triumph. During that time the only notice he took of Annie was to teach her to use his rifle. "Another tramp comes round, shoot him," he commanded. In the meantime," counseled Aunt Dolcey, "it'll come in mighty handy for you to kill off some dis 'ere chicken hawks what's making so free with our next crop of broilers." But beyond the learning of how to use the gun, Annie had learned something more. She added to it her knowledge that Aunt Dolcey had once outfaced that tyrant. It was this, that Wes's rage was the same, whether the cause of it was real or imaginary. The advancing summer, with its sultriness, its sudden evening storms, shot through with flaming lightning and reverberant with the drums of thunder, brought to Annie a cessation of her purpose. She was languid, subject to whimsical desires and appetites, at times a prey to sudden nervous tears. The household work slipped back into Aunt Dolcey's faithful hands, save now and then when Annie felt more buoyant and instinct with life and energy than she had ever felt before. Then she would weed her garden or churn and print a dozen rolls of butter with a keen and vivid delight in her activity. In the evening she and Wes walked down the long lane and looked at the wheat, wide, level, green plains already turning yellow, or at the corn, regiments of tall soldiers, each shako tipped with a feathery tassel. Beyond lay the woods, dark, mysterious. Little dim plants of the soil bloomed and shed faint scent along the pathways in the dewy twilight. Sometimes they sat under the wild clematis, flowering now, and that too was perfumed, a wild tangy scent that did not cloy. They did not talk very much, but he was tender with her, and his fits of anger seemed forgotten. When they did talk, it was usually about the crops, the wheat. It was wonderful heavy wheat. It was the best wheat in all the neighborhood. Occasionally they took out the little coffee pot and drove through the country and looked at other wheat, but there was none so fine as theirs. And with the money it would bring, the golden wheat turned into gold, they would... And now came endless dreams. "I thought we'd sell the old coffee pot to the junk man and get a brand new car, a good one. But now," this was Wes, "I think we ought to save, too. A boy'll need so many things." "Girls don't need anything much, I suppose." "Oh, no." He touched her cheek with gentle fingers. "It's not going to be a girl." "How do you know?" "I know." So went their talk, over and over, an endless garland of happy conjectures, plans, air castles. Cousin Lorena sent little patterns and thin scraps of material, tiny laces, blue ribbons. I told her blue. "Blue's for boys," said Annie, and Wes laughed at her. It was all a blessed interlude of peace and expectancy. The wheat was ready for harvest. From a place under the clematis vine where she sat with her sewing, Annie could see the fields of pale gold ready for the reaper. Wes had taken the coffee pot and gone down to the valley to see when the threshers would be able to come. In the morning he would begin to cut. Annie cocked a questioning eye at the sky, for she had already learned to watch the farmer's greatest ally and enemy, the weather. If this good spell of weather only holds until he gets it all cut! She remembered stories he had told her of sudden storms that flattened the ripe grain to the ground beyond saving, of long continued rains that mildewed it as it stood in the shocks. But if the good weather held, and there was not a cloud in the sky, nor any of those faint signs by which changing winds or clouds are forecast. She heard the rattle and clack of the returning coffee pot boiling up the hill at an unwonted speed, and she waved her hand to Wes as he came past. But he was bent over the wheel, and did not even look round for her, only banged the little car round to the back furiously. Something in his attitude warned her, and she felt the old, almost forgotten devil of her fear leap to clutch her heart. Presently he came round the house, and she hardly dared to look at him. She could not ask, but there was no need. He flung his hat on the ground before her with a gesture of frantic violence, and when he spoke the words came in a ferment of fury. "That skunk of a Harrison says he won't bring the thresher up here this year. Claims the road's too rough and bridges are too weak for the engine." "Oh, Wes, what'll you do?" "Do? I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to haul my wheat down to him. I'll see him in hell and back again before I will." "But our wheat?" "The wheat can rot in the fields. I won't be bossed and blackguarded by any dirty little runt that thinks because he owns the only threshing outfit in the neighborhood that he can run my affairs." He raged up and down, adding invective, vituperation. "But you can't, Wes, you can't let the wheat go to waste." For Annie had absorbed the sound creed of the country that to waste foodstuff is a crime as heinous as murder. "Can't I? Well, we'll see about that." She recognized from his tone that she had been wrong to protest. She had confirmed him in his purpose. She picked up her sewing and tried with unsteady fingers to go on with it, but she could not see the stitches for her tears. He couldn't mean it, and yet what if he should? She looked up and out toward the house, those still fields of precious ore dimming under the purple shadows of twilight, and saw them a black tangle of wanton desolation. The story Aunt Dolcey had told her about the potatoes of last year was ominous in her mind. He was sitting opposite her now, his head in his hands, brooding, sullen, the implacable vein in his forehead swollen with triumph, something brutish and hard dimming his clean and gallant youth. "That's the way he's going to look as he gets older," thought Annie with a touch of prescience. "He's going to change into somebody else, little by little. This is the worst spell he's ever had, and all this means blood's going to live again in my child. It goes on and on and on." She leaned against the porch seat and struggled against the sickness of it. "I might stand it for myself," she thought. "I might stand it for myself. But I'm not going to stand it for my baby. I'll do something. I'll take him away." Her thoughts ran on hysterically, round and round in a coil that had no end and no beginning. The silent fit was on Wes now. Presently she knew he would get up and stalk away to bed without a word, and in the morning it was as she expected. Without a word to her he got up and went inside, and she heard him going up the stairs. She sat then a little longer, for the night was still and warm and beautiful, the stars very near, and the soft hush of the country solitude comforting to her distress. And then she heard Unc' Zenas and Dulcie talking at the kitchen door, their voices a faint, cadenced murmur, and this reminded her that she was not quite alone. She slipped round to them. "Unc' Zenas, Wes says he's not going to cut the wheat. He'll let it rot in the fields. It seems Harrison won't send his thresher up this far, wants us to haul it to him instead." "Marse Wes says he ain't going to cut that good wheat?" "Oh, no, Miss Annie, he can't mean that. Sho'ly, sho'ly." "He said it. He's got an awful spell this time, Unc' Zenas. Look, couldn't you ride the reaper if he wouldn't? Couldn't you? Once the wheat gets cut, there's some chance." "Befo' my God, Miss Annie, wid dis here wuffless old hands, I can't hardly hold one hoss, let alone three. Oh, if I had back my strength like I useter." The three fell into hopeless silence. "Are the bridges so bad? "Is it too hard to get the thresher up here?" asked Annie at last. "Or was that just Harrison's excuse?" "No, ma'am, he got the rights. Them old bridges might go down most any time. And dish yer road up there, it's mighty hard to navigate for a great big heavy contraption like a threshing machine and her engine. Most every year he gets stuck. Last year took a day and a half to get him out. No, ma'am, he got the rights." "Yes, but Uncle Zenas, that wheat mustn't be left to go to waste." Aunt Dolcey spoke up. "Miss Annie, honey, go get your rest. Morning brings light. Maybe Marse Wes'll come to his solid senses in the morning. You can't do nothing tonight, no way." "No, that's so." She sighed hopelessly. "Unc' Zenas, maybe we could hire somebody else to cut the wheat if he won't." "Miss Annie, honey, everybody busy with his own wheat. And moreover, Marse Wes ain't going to let any stranger come on this place and cut his wheat. You know he ain't." There seemed nothing more to say. In the darkness tears were slowly trickling down Annie's cheeks, and she could not stop them. "Well, good night." "Good night, my lamb, good night. I gwine name you in your tribulations in my prayer this night." She had never felt so abandoned, so alone. She could not even make the effort to force herself to believe that Wes would not commit this crime against all nature. Instead, she had a vivid and complete certainty that he would. She went over it and over it, lying in stubborn, troubled wakefulness. She put it in clear, if simple, terms. If Wes persisted in his petty, childish anger and wasted this wheat, it meant that they could not save the money that they had intended for the child that was coming. They would have, in fact, hardly more than their bare living left them. The ridiculous futility of it swept her from one mood to another, from courage to utter hopelessness. She remembered the first time she had seen Wes angry, and how she had lain awake then and wondered and dreaded. She remembered how later she had planned to manage him, to control him, and she had done nothing. And now it had come to this, that her child would be born in needless impoverishment, and, worse, born with the Dean curse full upon him. She clenched and unclenched her hands. The poverty she might bear, but the other was beyond her power to endure. Sleep came to her at last as a blessed anodyne. In the first moment of the sunlit morning she forgot her trouble, but instantly she remembered, and she dressed in an agony of apprehension and wonder. Wes was gone, as was usual, for he got up before she did to feed his cattle. She hurried into her clothes and came down to find him stamping in to breakfast, and with the first glance at him her hope fell like a plummet. He did mean it. He did. He did not mean to cut that wheat. She watched him as he ate, and that fine-spun desperation that comes when courage alone is not enough, that purpose that does the impossible, took hold of her. When he had finished his silent meal, he went leisurely out to the little front porch and sat down. She followed him. "Wes Dean, you going to cut that wheat?" she demanded, and she did not know the sound of her own voice, so high and shrill it was. The vein in his forehead leered at her. What was she to pit her strength against a mood like this? He did not answer, did not even look at her. "Do you mean to say you'd be so wicked, such a fool?" she went on. And now he looked up at her with furious, threatening eyes. "Shut your mouth and go in," he said. She did not move. "If you ain't going to cut it, then I am." She turned and started through the house, and he leaped up and followed her. In the kitchen he overtook her. "You stay where you are. You don't go out of this house this day." He laid a rough, restraining hand on her shoulder. At that touch, the first harshness she had ever felt from him, something hot and flaming leaped through her. She whirled away from him and caught up Aunt Dulcie's big, sharp butcher knife lying on the table and lifted it. "You put your hands on me like that again, and I'll kill you." Her voice was not high and shrill now. She did not even raise it. "You when you're getting mad. You and your rotten, filthy temper. You'd waste that wheat because you haven't got enough sense to see what a big fool you are." She dropped the knife and walked past him, out of the kitchen to the barn. "Unc' Zenas," she called, "you hitch up the horses to the reaper. I'm going to cut that near field to-day myself." "But Miss Annie," began the old man. "You hitch up that team," she said. "If there ain't any men round this place, I don't know's it makes so much difference." She waited while the 3 big horses were brought out and hitched to the reaper, and then she mounted grimly to the seat. She did not even look around to see if Wes might be watching. She did not answer when Unc' Zenas offered a word of direction. "Let that nigh horse swing round the corners by hisself, Miss Annie. He knows. And look, here's how you drop de knife. I'll let down the bars and follow you." Behind her back he made frantic gestures to Dolcey to come to him, and she ran shuffling, shaken. Together they followed the little figure in the blue calico dress. Perched high on the rattling, clacking reaper, her hair shone in the sun like the wheat. The near horse knew the game, knew how to lead the others, and that was Annie's salvation. As she swung into the field, she had a struggle with the knife, but it dropped into place, and the first of the golden harvest fell before it squarely, cleanly. The stubble was even behind it. She watched the broad backs of her team, a woman in a dream. She did not know how she drove them. The lines were heavy in her hands, dragged at her arms. It was hot, and sweat rolled down her forehead. She wished vaguely that she had remembered to put on her sunbonnet. Behind her came Unc' Zenas and Aunt Dolcey, setting the sheaves into compact, well-capped stocks, little rough golden castles to dot this field of amazing conflict. And now the reaper had come to the corner. Unc' Zenas straightened himself and watched anxiously. But his faith in the near horse was justified. The team turned smoothly. Annie lifted the blade and dropped it, and they started again, only half visible now across the tall grain. Annie's wrists and back ached unbearably. The sweat got in her eyes, but she drove on. She thought a little of Wes, and how he had looked when she picked up that butcher knife. She thought of his heavy hand on her shoulder, and her flesh burned where he had grasped it. "I'm going to cut this wheat if it kills me," she said over and over to herself in a queer refrain. "I'm going to cut this wheat if it kills me." She thought probably it would, but she drove on. She made her second corner successfully, and now the sun was at her back, and that gave her a little ease. This wheat was going to be cut and hauled to the thresher and sold in the market if she did every bit of the work herself. She would show Wes Dean, let him try to stop her if he dared. And there would be money, enough for everything the baby might want or might need. Her child should not be born to poverty and skimping. If only the sun didn't beat so hard on the back of her neck. If only her arms didn't ache so. After countless hours of time, she overtook Dolcey and Zenas, and the old woman divined her chief discomfort. She snatched the sunbonnet off her own head and handed it up to her. "Master in heaven, if I only had my strength," muttered Zenas as she went on. "Angels barring that child up with their wings," chanted Aunt Dolcey. And then, descending to more mundane matters, she added a delighted chuckle. "I knowed she'd rise and shine one dese days. Holler at Marse Wes, she did. Name him names plenty. Yes, sir, laid him out." "What you suppose he up to now?" asked Zenas, looking over his shoulder. "I dunno, but I bet you he plumb daunted. Zenas, like I told you, man may have plenty devilment, rip and tar, but he'll stand back when a woman makes up her mind she's stood enough." And Aunt Dolcey had never heard of Rudyard Kipling's famous line, "Dat child might kill hisself." "When you're mad you can accomplish the impossible, and it don't hurt you," replied Dolcey, thus going Kipling one better. But she watched Annie anxiously. The girl held out, though the jolting and shaking racked her excruciatingly, and the pull of the reins seemed to drag the very flesh from her bones. Now and then the golden field swam dark before her eyes. The backs of the horses swelled to giant size and blotted out the sun. But she kept on long after her physical strength was gone. Her endurance held her. Slowly, carefully, the machine went round and round the field, and the two bent old figures followed. And so they came to mid-morning. They had long since ceased to look or care for any sign of the young master of the land. None of them noticed him coming slowly, slowly from the stables, coming slowly, slowly to the field's edge, and standing there watching with unbelieving, sullen eyes the progress of the reaper. the wavering arms that guided the horses, the little shaken blue figure that sat high in the driver's seat. But he was there. It is said of criminals that a confession can often be extracted by the endless repetition of one question alone. They cannot bear the pressure of its monotony. Perhaps it was the monotony of the measured rattle and clack of the machine, going on so steadily, that finally impelled West Dean, after his long frowning survey of the scene, to vault the low stone wall and approach it. Annie did not check the horses when she saw him. She did not even look at him, but he looked at her, and in her white face, with the dreary circles of utter fatigue shadowing her eyes, his defeat was completed. He put his hand on the bit of the nearest horse and stopped the team. And then she looked at him as one looks at a loathsome stranger. "What do you want?" she asked coldly. He swallowed hard. "Annie, I'll cut the wheat. Let me lift you down off there." He held out his arms. She did not budge. "You going to cut it all and haul it down to the thresher?" Yes, I will." "Gee, you look near dead. Get down, honey. You go in the house and lay down. I'm afraid you'll kill yourself. I'm afraid you'll hurt him some way." Still she did not move. "I'd rather be dead than live with a man that acts like you do," she said. "Grown up and can't handle his temper." Something in her quiet, cold scorn struck through to him and cut away forever his childish satisfaction with himself. A new manhood came into his face. His twitching, sinister vein was still. Surrender choked him, but he managed to get it out. "I know I acted like a fool, but I can't let you do this. I'll try to—" The words died on his lips, and he leaped forward in time to catch her as she swayed and fell fainting. An hour later Annie lay in the lounge of the sitting-room, still aching with terrible weariness, but divinely content. Far away she could hear the steady susurrus of the reaper driven against the golden wheat, and the sound was a promise and a song to her ears. She looked up now and then at the pictured face of Wes's father, frowning and passionate, and the faint smile of a conqueror curved her tired mouth. For she had found and proved the strongest thing in the world, and she would never again know fear. End of The Wild Earth by Sophie Kerr.
The Tribute, an O. Henry Memorial Award prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tribute by Harry Annabel Niffin, from Brief Stories. The little chap reached up a chubby hand to the doorknob. A few persistent tugs and twists, and it turned in his grasp. Slowly pushing the door open, he stood hesitating on the threshold of the studio. The big chap looked up from his easel by the window. His grey eyes kindled into a kindly smile, its welcoming effect offset by an admonitory headshake. "Not now, son," he said. "I'm busy." "Can't I stay a little while, Daddy?" The sturdy little legs carried their owner across the floor as he spoke. "I'll be quiet like I was asleep." The big chap hesitated, looking first at his canvas and then at the small replica of himself standing before him. "I got on my new pants," the youngster was saying, conversationally easing the embarrassment of a possible capitulation. "Mummy says I ought to be proud of them, and because I'm 5 years old." The artist looked gravely down at him. "Proud, son?" he asked, in the peculiar way he had of reasoning with the little chap. "Have you reached the age of 5 because of anything you have done? Or did you acquire the trousers with money you earned?" The little chap looked up at him questioningly. He had inherited his father's wide grey eyes, and at present their expression was troubled. Then, evidently seeking a more easily comprehended topic, his eyes left his father's and sought the canvas on which was depicted a court scene of medieval times. "Who is that, Daddy?" His small index finger pointed to the most prominent figure in the painting. His father continued to regard him thoughtfully. "One of England's proud kings, son." "And what did he do to be proud of?" came quickly from the youthful inquisitioner. A hearty laugh escaped the artist. "Bully for you, son! That's a poser. Aside from taxing the poor and having enemies beheaded, I'm puzzled to know what he really did do to earn his high position." The little chap squirmed himself between his father's knees and started to scale the heights to his lap, where he finally settled down with a sigh of comfort. "Tell me a story about him," he said eagerly. "A story with castles and wars and everything." The artist's gaze rested on the kingly figure in the picture, then wandered away to the window, through which he seemed to lose himself in scenes of a far distant time. "I'll tell you a story, son," he began, slowly and ruminatingly, "of how loyalty and service stormed the stronghold of honour and splendour. This proud king you see in the picture lived part of the time in the great castle of Windsor, and the balance of the year in St. James's Palace in London." "It must have cost him a lot for rent," wisely interpolated the little chap. "No, the people paid the rent, son. Some of them were glad to do it, for they looked upon their king as a superior being. Among this class of loyal subjects was an old hatter, very poor and humble." "What was his name?" asked the little chap, apparently greatly interested. "He had no name. People in those olden days were known by their trade or calling. So he was simply called the Hatter." "And did he make nice hats?" "I've no doubt he did, son. But you mustn't interrupt. Well, the Hatter paid his tithes, or taxes, after which, I dare say, he had little enough left to live on. But he appeared not to mind. And whenever the king and queen rode through the streets in their gilded coach of state, his cracked old voice would cheer lustily, and his hoary head would be bared in deepest reverence." "Didn't he ever catch cold?" "Hush, son, I'm telling a story. As the Hatter grew older he lost his wits, and became quite crazy on the subject of his king. He yearned to do something to prove his loyalty. And whenever England engaged in a war, and a proclamation was issued calling for men to fight for king and country, he would be one of the first to volunteer. But they never accepted him, of course, because he was so old. With the passing of the years the Queen died, and the King decided to marry again. Great preparations for the ceremony were begun at Westminster Abbey, where the wedding was to take place. The old Hatter became greatly excited when he heard the news. His addled wits presently hit upon a wonderful scheme by which he could both honour and serve his sovereign. He would make the King a hat to wear at his wedding. "I guess he must have been a good Hatter, after all," the little chap murmured in a tone of conviction. "Perhaps, in his time," his father conceded. "But you must remember he now was old and foolish. His materials were merely such odds and ends as he could gather together, and the result was very disreputable looking. But in his rheumy old eyes it was the most wonderful hat ever designed for a monarch. He carefully wrapped it in a soiled old cloth and started out to present it to the King. At the palace gates the guards refused him admittance, and cruelly laughed in his face. He tried every means he could think of to have the hat reach its destination. Once he stopped the court chamberlain on the street, only to be rebuked for his pains. Another time he waylaid a peer, as he left the House of Lords, and was threatened with arrest. Foiled in all his attempts, the cracked-brained old fellow impatiently awaited the wedding ceremony. At last the great day arrived. All the bells of old London were ringing blithely as the gilded coach, drawn by 10 white horses, deposited the King at Westminster Abbey. In the forefront of the vast throng surrounding the entrance stood the hatter. "And did he have the hat with him?" asked the little chap. "Yes, son, he had it with him." And when the King entered the portals of the ancient abbey, the hatter somehow broke through the line of guards and ran after him crying, "Your Majesty, your Majesty! Deign to accept this token of a loyal subject's regard." The King turned in surprise, and when he saw the ragged old fellow tending him the ridiculous-looking hat, he flew into a great rage and cried angrily, "How comes this varlet here, interrupting his sovereign's nuptials, and desecrating our tomb of kings? Away with him to prison, and let him repent his insolence as he rots in a dungeon." "Why did he do that, Daddy?" The sovereign's son was a very proud king, while the hatter was both poor and humble. And at his words the guards hurried forward, and hustled the old man out of the abbey, where his presence was an insult to the great. In the struggle the hat rolled into the gutter, and one of the king's white horses put his hoof through it. The hatter cried like a child when he saw the work of his loving hands thus ruined. But they carried him off to prison, and kept him shut up there until he died and paid the penalty for his crime of desecrating the abbey. Oh, the poor old hatter! But is that the end of the story, Daddy? The little chap's disappointment was markedly pronounced. "No, son, there is a little more to come. I meant to tell you that the hatter had reared a large family of boys. His sons all married and, in turn, raised large families. These numerous relatives or kin took the name of Hatterskin. In course of time, that became shortened to Hatkins, and so remained until the British habit of dropping their H's reduced it to Atkins. At last the proud king died, and was buried with great ceremony in the abbey. Year followed year, and century succeeded century. England, although blessed with a royal pair both humane and good, was ruled by an even wiser monarch, the sovereign people. Then came an August day when the black thundercloud of war darkened her smiling horizon. 4 bloody, terrible years the conflict lasted. And when, at last, an armistice was signed, the stricken people went wild with joy. The big chap's gaze returned to the canvas with its scene of medieval splendour. A mystic light smouldered in his eyes as, unconscious of his surroundings and his youthful auditor, he continued, "On the 2nd anniversary of that happy day an unprecedented thing happened. Before the ancient abbey a gun carriage, bearing the flag-draped casket of an unidentified warrior, came to rest on the very spot where the gilded coach of the proud king once had stopped. Again the square was crowded, as on that day in the long ago when the poor hatter foolishly tried to honour his sovereign. The traditions of centuries toppled when the body of the unknown soldier passed through those storied portals, followed by the King of England as chief mourner. In the dim historic chapel the king stood, in advance of princes, prime ministers, and the famous leaders of both army and navy. Like the humble hatter of old, his royal head was reverently bared, as the nameless hero was laid among the silent company of England's illustrious dead. The boast of heraldry and the pomp of power bowed in silent homage before the remains of a once common soldier. Thus loyalty and service eventually stormed the stronghold of honour and splendour. For a moment there was an impressive, brooding silence, broken presently by the little chap. And what was the soldier's name, Daddy?" Recalled from his reverie, the father answered, "He was known, son, as Tommy Atkins." The little chap's brow was puckered in thought. At last he laughed delightedly and clapped his hands. "Was the soldier, Daddy, one of the Hatter's family? The poor old Hatter who was thrown out of the Abbey?" The big chap lifted the child from his lap and placed him on his feet. Then he picked up a brush and turned to his painting. "I like to think so, son. But only God knows." End of The Tribute by Harry Annabel Niffin.
The Getaway, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize Story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham McMillan, San Diego. The Getaway by O. F. Lewis. Old Man Anderson, the lifer, and Detroit Jim, the best second-story man east of the Mississippi, lay panting side by side in the pitch-dark dugout, 6 feet beneath the surface of the prison yard. They knew their exact position to be 20 feet south of the north wall, and, therefore, 30 feet south of the slate sidewalk outside the north wall. It had taken the twain 3 months and 21 days to achieve the dugout. Although there was always a guard somewhere on the north wall, the particular spot where the dugout had come into being was sheltered from the wall guard's observation by a small tool-house. Also, whenever the pair were able to dig, which was only at intervals, a bunch of convicts was always perched on the heap of dirt from various legitimate excavations within the yard, which fate had piled up at that precise spot. The earth from the dugout and the earth from these other diggings mixed admirably. Nor likewise, because of the dirt pile, could anyone detect the job from the south end of the yard. If a guard appeared from around the mat shop, or coming out of the principal keeper's office, the convicts, sunning themselves on the dirt pile in the free hour of noon, or late in the afternoon, after the shops had closed, spoke with motionless lips to the 2 diggers. Plenty of time was thus afforded to shove a couple of boards over the aperture, kick dirt over the boards, and even push a barrow over the dugout's entrance. And there you were. 1 minute before this narrative opens, on July 17th, a third convict had dropped the boards over the hole into which Old Man Anderson, the lifer, and Detroit Jim had crawled. This convict had then frantically kicked dirt over the boards, had clawed down still more dirt to make sure nothing could be seen of the hole, had made the whole thing look like just part of the big dirt pile indeed, and then had legged it to the ball game now in progress on this midsummer Saturday afternoon, at the extreme south end of the yard, behind the mat shop. Dirt trickled down upon the grey hair of Old Man Anderson in the dark and stuffy hole he shared with his younger companion. But the darkness and the stuffiness and the filtering dirt were unsensed. Something far more momentous was in the minds of both. How soon would Slattery, the prison guard, whom they knew to be lying dead in the alley between the foundry and the tool shop, be found? For years Slattery had been a fairly good friend to Old Man Anderson, but what did that count in the face of his becoming, for all his friendship, a last-minute and totally unexpected impediment to the getaway? He had turned into the alley just when Old Man Anderson and Detroit Jim were crouching for the final jump to the dugout. A blow. A thud. That was all. Anderson lay now, staring wide-eyed into the black nothing of the hole. For the second time he had killed a man, and God knew he hadn't intended to, either time. 14 years ago a man had tried to get his wife away from him, while he was serving a 1-year bit in the county jail. Both men had had guns, and Old Man Anderson had killed the other, or he would have been killed himself. So that was no murder at all. And as for Slattery, big, heavy, slow-moving, red-faced Slattery, Old Man Anderson would even have gone out of his way to do the guard a favor, under ordinary circumstances. But as between Slattery and the chance to escape, that was different. Old Man Anderson rubbed his right hand in the dirt and held it before his eyes in the blackness. He knew that the moisture on it was Slattery's blood. The iron pipe in Old Man Anderson's hands had struck Slattery on the head just once. But once was enough. Old Man Anderson burst into hiccoughing sobs. The younger convict punched him in the ribs and swore at him in muffled tones. Anderson stifled his sobs then, but continued to sniffle and shiver. This time it would be absolutely the chair for him, if they got him. In a few minutes they couldn't help discovering Slattery. Anderson never could give himself up now, however this business of the dugout and the hoped-for old sewer conduit should finally turn out. In the beginning he had counted on crawling out, if worst came to worst, and surrendering. But to crawl out now meant but one thing: the chair. In all his 14 years behind the walls, the vision of the chair had terrorized the old man. When they had sent him to prison, his first cell had been in the death-house, separated from the chair only by a corridor that, they told him, was about 20 feet long, and took no more than 5 seconds to traverse, with the priest. Until they changed his cell, the gaunt, terrible thing in the next room edged every day nearer, 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 looming, growing, broadening before his morbid vision, until it seemed to have cut off from his sight everything else in the world. Closer, closer, until it was only 7 incredible hours away. Then had come the commutation of his sentence from death to life. The next day old man Anderson, grey-haired even then, went out from the death-house among his grey-clad fellows, but straight into the prison hospital, where for 3 months he lay a victim of chair-shock, just as surely as ever a man shell-shocked on the Flanders front. And never since had the hands of the man wholly ceased to quiver and to shake. Now he was a murderer for the second time. In the blackness he stretched out his hand and ran it over a stack of tin cans. Detroit Jim had been mighty clever. Canned food from the storehouse, enough to last perhaps 2 weeks. Detroit Jim had had a storehouse job. Twice a day during the last 10 days, the wiry little ferret-faced second-story man had got away with at least 1 can from the prison commissary. Also he had provided matches, candles, and even a cranky little flashlight. Only chewing tobacco, because you can smell smoke a long way when you are hunting escaped convicts, and a can of water half the size of an ash can. Despair fastened upon the old man Anderson, and a wave of sickness swept over him. All the food in the world wouldn't bring Slattery back to life. And again that thing in the death-house rose before his mind's eye. Throughout all the years he had carried a kind of dread that some time a governor might come along who would put back his sentence where it had been at first, and then all his good behavior in these endless years would count for nothing. Until Detroit Jim had told him about the long-forgotten sewer conduit, he had never even thought to disobey the prison rules. The old man's teeth chattered. Detroit Jim's thin fingers tugged at his sleeve. That meant getting busy and digging with the pick with the sawed-off handle. So Anderson wriggled into the horizontal chamber, which was just large enough to permit his body and arms to function. As he hacked away at the damp earth, he could see in the pitch darkness the dirty sheet of paper, now in Detroit Jim's pocket, upon which their very life depended. It was a tracing, made by a discharged convict, from a dusty, leather-covered book in the public library in New York, sent in by the Underground to Jim. The book had contained the report of some forgotten architect, back in the 50s of the last century, and the diagram in his report showed the water and sewage conduit, in use. It ran from the prison building right down across the yard, 6 feet underground, and out under the north wall, under the street outside, and finally into the river. Built of brick, 4 feet wide, 4 feet high, a ready-made tunnel to freedom. Old man Anderson could hear Detroit Jim's hoarse whisper now, as he chopped away at the dirt, which he shoved back under his stomach, to where Jim's fingers caught it and thrust it further back. "We're only a couple of feet from that old conduit right now. Dig, you son of a gun, dig! Can the snifflin'! You dig, and then I'll dig." They were saving their matches and candles against necessity. Mechanically, the old man chopped and hacked at the wall of earth in front of him. Now and then the pick would encounter a stone or some other hard substance. In the last few days they had come upon frequent pieces of old brick. Detroit Jim had rejoiced over these signs. For the old man, every falling clod of earth seemed to bring him nearer to freedom. They also took his mind off Slattery. So he chopped away. How long, he did not know. Suddenly his pick struck an obstacle again. He hacked at it. It gave slightly. A third time he struck it, and it seemed to recede. An odor of mouldy air filled his nostrils. In that little aperture his pick touched nothing now. He heard something fall. Then he knew. There was a hollow place in front of them. The abandoned conduit? He stifled a shout. From somewhere, muffled at first, but ultimately faintly strident, rose a prolonged wail that seemed to issue from the very earth. The sound rose and fell and rose again. Frantically, the pick of Old Man Anderson hacked away at the dirt, and then at whatever was in front of him. Detroit Jim snapped the feeble flashlight then. It was a wall. The conduit wall. Meantime, the prison siren shrieked out at the countryside the news of an escape. What time it was, whether night or day, or what day, neither Jim nor Old Man Anderson knew. They had slept, of course, and Jim had forgotten to wind his watch. Had 1 week or 2 weeks passed? If 2 weeks had slipped by, and if the prison officers ran true to form, they would by now have ceased searching inside the prison walls. Old Man Anderson and Detroit Jim huddled close to each other in the darkness of the conduit. 100 times they had crawled from one end to the other of their vault-like trap. In their desperate and fruitless search for an outlet to the conduit, they had burned many matches and several candles. Besides, Old Man Anderson had required light in which to fight off his attack of nerves, and the last of the candles had gone for that. Now total darkness enveloped them. The conduit was blocked by earth at one end and by a brick wall at the other. All along the winding 100 feet of vault they had hacked out brick after brick, only to encounter solid earth behind. Only a few tins of food remained, and the water was wholly gone. The liquid from the food cans only served to increase their thirst. Old Man Anderson had grown to loathe Detroit Jim. Every word he murmured, every movement he made, intensified the loathing. He had made up his mind that Jim was planning to desert him the next time he should fall asleep. Perhaps he would kill him and leave him there, in the dark. The two had practically ceased speaking to each other. In his mental confusion, Old Man Anderson kept revolving in his mind, with satisfaction, a new plan he had evolved. The next time Jim should fall asleep, he would crawl back through the aperture in the conduit wall, pry up the boards over the opening into the prison yard, wriggle out, and take his chances in getting over the wall somehow. Better even be shot by a guard than die like a rat in this unspeakable place, as he was doing, where he couldn't stand up and dared not lie down on account of the things that were forever crawling through the place. His contemplation of his plan was broken in upon by his companion clutching him spasmodically by the arm. The old man's cry died in his throat. Footsteps! Dull and distant they were, and somewhere above them, momentarily more distinct, receding, gone. Detroit Jim pulled Anderson's head toward him and whispered, "Sidewalk. People going by. We've never sat right here before. We couldn't hear them if they weren't walking on stone, or slate, or something hard." The old man's heart pounded like a trip-hammer. Detroit Jim seized the pick and began to pry the bricks loose from the arched roof of the conduit. They worked like mad, picking, hacking, pulling, piling the bricks softly down on the conduit floor. Once, for an instant, Jim stopped working. "How far from the hole we came in through do you think we are?" he whispered. "About 100 feet, I guess," answered the old man. "Why?" Without replying, Detroit Jim resumed his picking at the bricks. 100 feet from where they had entered would not be under the sidewalk. Finally he understood. This conduit wound around a good deal. It would take 100 winding feet to cover 30 straight away. Finally, also, Detroit Jim turned the pick over to the old man, who, feeling in the blackness with his hands, discovered the span as wide as his outstretched arms, from which Detroit Jim had removed the bricks. It was a span of yielding earth into which the old man now dug his pick. As he worked, the loosened dirt fell upon him, upon his head, into his eyes and nose and ears. Abruptly the old man's pick struck the flagging above them. Detroit Jim mounted upon the pile of bricks and shoved Anderson aside. Jim felt along the edges of the stone clear around. It seemed to measure about 3 feet by 2, and to be of slate, and probably held in place only by its contact with other stones, or by cement between the stones. No light appeared through the crevices. Detroit Jim took from his pocket a huge pocket-knife, and with the longest blade poked up between the main stone and the one adjoining. The blade met resistance. Ultimately, and abruptly, however, the blade shot through to the hilt of the knife. Jim drew it back instantly. No light came through the crevice. "I smell good air," he whispered, "but I can't see a thing. It must be night." They knew now what to do. The flagging must be removed at once, before anyone should go by. The hole would be big enough to let them out. Old Man Anderson's heart leaped. It was over. They had won. Trust him to go where they'd never get him for the slattery business. As for Detroit Jim, he already knew the next big trick that he would pull off, out in Cleveland. Ultimately, as Detroit Jim worked upon it, the stone began to sag. An edge caught upon the adjacent flagging. The two men, perched upon the wobbly bricks, manipulated the stone, working it loose until finally it came crashing down. The stone had made noise enough, it seemed, to wake the dead, yet above them there was no sound. Swiftly they raised the flagging and set it securely upon the heap of bricks. When Detroit Jim stood upon this improvised platform, his head was level with the aperture they had made. He could see no sky, no stars, could feel no wind, discover no light such as pervades even the darkest night. "Good God!" he breathed. His fingers went out over the flagging. His knife dropped. The tinkle echoed dully down the conduit. He stooped to where Old Man Anderson stood, breathing hard. "It's a room," he whispered. A room?" repeated Old Man Anderson dully. "Come, after me. Up! I'll pull you up." Detroit Jim, being wiry, swung himself up, and then bent down, groping for the old man's hands. Winded, panting, exhausted, the two men stood at last in this new blackness, clutching each other, their ears strained to catch the slightest sound. "For God's sake, don't fall down that hole now," hissed Detroit Jim. "Listen. We'll both crawl together till we get to a wall. Then you'll feel along one way and whisper to me what you find, and I'll crawl the other. Look for a window or a door, some way out. We'll come together finally. Are you ready?" I'm afraid," whined the old man. Detroit Jim's fingers dug into the other's arms, and he pulled the ladder along. Their groping hands touched a wall of wood. Detroit Jim stood up and pulled Anderson beside him. He felt the old man shiver. He shoved him gently in to the left, and himself moved cautiously to the right, slowly, cat-like. Finally Jim came to a door. He could perceive no light through the chinks in the door. Sensing the increasing uncanniness of a room without windows, without furniture, with flagging for a floor, he turned the knob of the door gently, and it gave under his touch. Just then there came to him a hoarse whisper from across the room. It made him jump. I've found some wires," the old man was saying, "in a cable running along the floor." "See where they lead." Detroit Jim was breathless in anticipation. And then, shattering the overwhelming tension of the moment, shrilled, suddenly, a horrible, prolonged, piercing shriek, ending in a gasp, and the sound of a heavy body falling to the floor. What in God's name had happened to the old man? And that yell was enough to awaken the entire world. Detroit Jim groped his way across the room. He could hear now no further sound from the old man. Steps outside. He sank upon his knees, his hands outstretched. He heard a lock turn. Then, following upon a click, the whole universe went white and dazzling and scorching. He raised one arm to his blinking, throbbing eyes. A rough voice shouted, "Hands up!" There was a rush of feet, the rough clutch of hands at his shoulders. Presently he found himself blinking down upon the fear-contorted face of Old Man Anderson, dirt-streaked, bearded, gaunt, dead. Slowly his eyes crawled beyond the body on the floor. Before him, its empty arms stretched toward him, its straps and wires twisting snakily in front of him, was the chair. End of The Getaway. Recording by Graham McMillan, San Diego, California.
Aurore, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Aurore by Ethel Watts Mumford, from the Pictorial Review. Your name? Votre nom? Crossman added, for in the North Country not many of the habitants are bilingual. She looked at him and smiled slowly, her teeth white against cardinal flower lips. My name? Aurore, she answered in a voice as mystically slow as her smile, while the mystery of her eyes changed and deepened. Crossman watched her, fascinated. She was like no woman he had ever seen, radiating a personality individual and strange. Aurore, he repeated. You're not the dawn, you know. Not a bit like it. He did not expect her to own to any knowledge of the legend of her name, but she nodded her head understandingly. "It was the curé named me so," she explained. "But the curé and me," she shrugged, "never could, how you say, see, hear one the other. So I would not be a blonde just for spite to him. I am a very black dawn, n'est-ce pas?" "A black dawn," he repeated. Her words unleashed his fancy. Her heavy brows and lashes, her satiny raven hair, her slow voice that seemed made of silence, her eyes that changed in expression so rapidly that they dizzied one with a sense of space. "Black dawn?" He stared at her long, which in no wise disconcerted her. "Will you want, then, Antoine and me?" she asked at length. He woke from his dream with a savage realization that most surely he wanted her. "Yes, of course, you and Antoine. Wait, attendez, don't go yet." "Why not?" she smiled. "I have what I came for." Her hand was on the door latch. The radiance from the opened door of the square old-fashioned stove shimmered over her fur cap and intensified the broad scarlet stripes of her mackinaw. In black corduroy trousers, full and bagging as a moujik's, she stood at ease, her feet small and dainty even in the heavy caribou hide boots. "Bonsoir, monsieur," she said. "In 2 days we go with you to camp, me and Antoine." "Wait!" he cried, but she had opened the door. He rose with a start, and, ignoring the intense cold, followed her till the stinging breath of the north stabbed him with the recollection of its immutable power. All about him the night was radiant. Of a sudden the sky was hung with banners, banners that rippled and folded and unfolded, banners of rainbows, long shaking loops of red and silver, ghosts of lost emeralds and sapphires, oriflammes that fluttered in the heavens, swaying across the world in mysterious majesty. Immensity, silence, mystery, the northern lights. "Aurora!" he called into the night. "Aurora Borealis!" The curé of Portage Dernier drove up to the log cabin office and shook himself from his blankets. His soutane was rolled up around his waist and secured with safety pins. His solid legs were encased in the heaviest of woolen trousers and innumerable long stockings. His appearance was singularly divided: clerical above, under the long wool-lined cape, and lay below. Though the thermometer showed a shockingly depressed figure, the stillness and the warmth of the sun, busy at diamond making in the snow, gave the feeling of spring. The sky was inconceivably blue. The hard frozen world was one immaculate glitter, the giant evergreens standing black against its brightness. The sonorous ring of axes on wood, the gnawing of saws, the crunching of runners, the crackling crash of distant trees falling to the woodsman's onslaughts. Bijou Falls logging camp was a vital center of joyous activity. The curé grinned and rubbed his mittened hands. "Halloa!" he called. At his desk in the north window, Crossman heard the hail and went to the door. At sight of the singular padded figure his face lifted in a grin. "Come in, father," he exclaimed. "Be welcome." "Ah," said the priest, his pink face shining with benevolence, "I thank you. Where is my friend, that good Jacquerie?" "I am on my monthly circuit, and I thought to see what happens at the Falls of the Bijou." He stepped inside the cabin and advanced to the stove with outstretched hands. "I have not the pleasure," he said tentatively. "My name is Crossman," the other answered. "I am new to the North." "Ah, so. I am the curé of Portage Dernier, but, as you see, I must wander after my lambs. Very great goats are they, many of them, and the winter brings the logging. So I, too, take to the timber. My team." He waved an introducing hand at the 2 great cross-bred sled dogs that, unhooked from their traces, had followed him in and now sat gravely on their haunches, staring at the fire. "You are an overseer for the company?" suggested the curé, politely curious. Or perhaps you cruise?" Crossman shook his head. "No, mon père, I came up here to get well." "Ah," said the curé, sympathetically tapping his lung. "In this air of the evergreens and the new wood, in the clean cold, it is the world's sanatorium. You will soon be yourself again." Crossman smiled painfully. "Perhaps here," he laid a long, slender finger on his broad chest. "But I heal not easily of the great world sickness, the war. It has left its mark. The war, the great malady of the world." "You are right." Meditatively the priest threw aside his cape and began unfastening the safety pins that held up his cassock. "You say well. It strikes at the heart." Crossman nodded. "Yet it passes, my son, and nature heals. As long as the hurt be in nature, nature will take care. And you have come where nature and God work together. In this great living north country, for sick bodies and sick souls, the good God has his good sun and his clean winds." He nodded reassurance, and Crossman's dark face cleared of its brooding. "Sit down, father." He advanced a chair. "So," murmured the curé, continuing his thought as he sank into the embrace of thong and withe. "So you were in the war, and did you take hurt there, my son?" Crossman nodded. "Trench pneumonia, and then the rat at the lung, but of shock something also. But I think it was not concussion, as the doctors said, but soul shock. It has left me, father, like Mohammed's coffin, suspended. I think I have lost my grip on the world, and not found my hold on another." "Shock of the soul," the priest ruminated. "Your soul is bruised, my son. We must take care of it." His voice trailed off. There was silence in the little office, broken only by the yawn and snuffle of the sled dogs. Suddenly the door swung open. In the embrasure stood Aurora in her red mackinaw and corduroy trousers. A pair of snowshoes hung over her back, and her hand gripped a short-handled broad axe. Her great eyes turned from Crossman to the curé, and across her crimson mouth crept her slow smile. The curé sprang to his feet at sight of her. His face went white, and the lines from nose to lips seemed to draw in. "Aurora!" he exclaimed. "Aurora!" "Oui, mon père," she drawled. "It is Aurora." She struck a provocative pose, her hand on her hip, her head thrown back, while her eyes changed color as alexandrite in the sun. The curé turned to Crossman. "What is this woman to you?" Her eyes defied him. "Tell him," she jeered. "What am I to you?" "She is here with Antoine Marceau, the log brander," Crossman answered unsteadily. "She takes care of our cabin, Jacquerie's and mine." "Is that all?" the priest insisted. Her eyes challenged him. What indeed was she to him? What was she? From the moment he had followed her into the boreal night, with its streaming lights of mystery and promise, she had held his imagination and his thoughts. "Is that all?" the priest insisted. "You insult both this girl and me," Crossman retorted, stung to sudden anger. "Dieu merci!" The curé made the sign of the cross as he spoke. "As for this woman, send her away. She is not the wife of Antoine Marceau. She is not married. She will not be." In spite of himself, a savage joy burned in Crossman's veins. She was the wife of no man. She was a free being, whatever else she was. "I do not have to marry," she jeered. "That is for the women that only one man desires, or perhaps two, like some in your parish, mon père." "She is evil," the priest continued, paying no attention to her sneering comment. "I know not what she is, nor who. One night in autumn, in the dark of the hour before morning, she was brought to me by some Indians. They had found her, a baby, wrapped in furs in an empty canoe, rocking almost under the Grand Falls. But I tell you, and to my sorrow, I know she is evil. She knows not God, nor God her. You, whose soul is sick, flee her as you would the devil. Aurora, the Dawn, I named her, because she came so near the morning. Aurora? Ah, God! She should be named after the blackest hour of a witch's Sabbath." She laughed. It was the first time Crossman had heard her laugh, a deep, slow, far-away sound, more like an eerie echo. "He has a better name for me," she said, casting Crossman a look whose intimacy made his blood run hot within him. "The Black Dawn, n'est-ce pas? Though I have heard him call me in the night by another name." With which equivocal statement she swung the axe into the curve of her arm, turned on her heel, and softly closed the door between them. The priest turned on him. "My son," his eyes searched Crossman's, "you have not lied to me?" "No," he answered steadily. "Once I called her the Aurora Borealis, that is all. To me she seems mysterious and changing, and colored like the northern lights." "She is mysterious and changing and beautiful, but it is not the lights of the north and of heaven. She is the feu folie, the will of the wisp that hovers over what is rotten and dead. Send her away, my son, send her away. Oh, she has left her trail of blood and hatred and malice in my parish, I know. She has bred feuds, she has sent strong men to the devil, and broken the hearts of good women. But you will not believe me. It is to Jacquerie I must talk. Mon Dieu, how is it that he let her come? You are a stranger, but he—" "Jacquerie wished for Antoine, and she was with him," explained Crossman uneasily, yet resentful of the priest's vehemence. "I cannot wait." The curé rose and began repinning his clerical garments. "Where is Jacquerie?" "Have you a pair of snowshoes to lend me? You must forgive my agitation, monsieur, but you do not understand. Which way?" "He should be at Mile End, just above the bijou. Sit still, father, I will send for him. The wind sets right. I'll call him in." Slipping on his beaver jacket, he stepped outside and struck 2 blows on the great iron ring, a bent rail that had swung from its gibbet like a Chinese gong. A singing roar, like a metal bellow, sprang into the clear, unresisting air, leaped and echoed, kissed the crags of the bijou and recoiled again, sending a shiver of sound and vibration through snow-laden trees, on till the echoes sighed into silence. Crossman's oversensitive ear clung to the last burring whisper as it answered, going north, north, to the house of silence, drawn there by the magnet of silence, as water seeks the sea. For a moment he had almost forgotten the reason for the smitten clamor, hypnotized by the mystery of sound. Then he turned, to see Aurora, a distant figure of scarlet and black at the edge of the wood road, shuffling northward on her long snowshoes, northward as if in pursuit of the sound that had gone before. She raised a mittened hand to him in ironic salutation. She seemed to beckon, north, north, into the silence. Crossman shook himself. What was this miasma in his heart? He inhaled the vital air and felt the rush of his blood in answer, realizing the splendor of this beautiful, intensely living world of white and green, of sparkle and prismatic brilliance, its elemental power like the urge of the world's youth. But Aurora? His brain still heard the echo of her laugh. He cursed savagely under his breath and turned his back upon the curé, unable to face the scrutiny of those kind, troubled eyes. "Jacquerie will be here presently," he said over his shoulder. "That gong carries 10 miles if there's no wind. 1 ring, that's for the boss. 2, call for the whole gang. 3, alarm. Good as a telegraph or a telephone as far as it goes. Meanwhile, if you'll excuse me, I'll have a look at the larder." Without a doubt, he reasoned, Aurora would have left their midday meal ready. She would not return, he knew, until the guest had gone. In the little overheated cookhouse he found the meal set out. All was in order. Then his eye caught a singular decoration fastened to the door, a paper silhouette, blackened with charcoal, the shape of a cassocked priest. The little cut-out paper doll figure was pinned to the wood by a short, sharp kitchen knife driven viciously deep, and the handle, quivering with the closing of the door, gave the illusion that the hand that had delivered the blow must have only at that instant been withdrawn. Crossman shivered. He knew that world-old formula of hate. He knew of its almost innocent use in many a white cabane. but its older, deeper meaning of demoniacal incantation rushed to his mind, somehow blending with the wizardry with which he surrounded his thoughts of the strange woman. A step outside crunching in the snow. The door opened, revealing Antoine Marceau. The huge form of the log brander towered above him. He could not read the expression of the eyes behind the square-cupped snow spectacles. "She tell me, Aurore," he rumbled, "that I am to come. We have the company?" "Yes, the curé of Portage Dernier." Crossman watched him narrowly. Antoine took off the protecting wood blinders and thrust them in his pocket. Crossman stood aside, hesitating. Antoine drew off his mittens with businesslike precision and placed a huge, capable hand on a pot lid, lifted it, and eyed the contents of the saucepan. "The curé, he like ptarmigan," he observed. "But," he added in a matter-of-fact voice, "the curé like not Aurore. He have tell you, hein? Ah, well, why not? For him such as Aurore are not. Voila!" "The curé says she is the devil." Crossman marvelled at his temerity, yet he hung on the answer. "Why not? For him, as I have say, she is not. For me, for you, my friend, that is different." Antoine turned on him eyes as impersonal as those of fate. Where Crossman had expected to see animosity, there was none, only a strange brotherhood of pitying understanding. "For who shall forbid that the dawn she shall break, hein?" he continued. "The curé? Not mooch. When the dawn she come, she come. Not with his hand can he hold her back. For me, now comes perhaps the sunset, perhaps the dawn for you. But what would you? Who can put the dog harness on the wind? Who can put the bit in the teeth of the waterfall to hold him up?" "Or who with his hand can draw the borealis from heaven?" Crossman cut in. He spoke unconsciously. He had not wished to say that. He had not wanted to speak at all. But his subconscious mind had welded the thought of her so fast to the great mystery of the Northern Lights that without volition he had voiced it. Antoine Marceau nodded quietly. The strangely aloof acknowledgment of Crossman's possible relation to this woman, his woman, who yet was not his or any man's, somehow shocked Crossman. His blood flamed at the thought, and yet he felt her intangible, unreal. He had but to look into her shifting, glittering eyes, and there were silence and playing lights. Suddenly his vision of her changed, became human and vital. He saw before him the sinuous movement of her strong young body. He realized the living perfume of her, clean and fresh, faintly aromatic as of pine in the sunlight, and violets in the shadow. Antoine Marceau busied himself about the cookhouse. He did not speak of Aurore again, not even when his eye rested on the paper doll skewered to the door by the deep-driven knife. He frowned, made the sign of the cross, jerked out the knife, and thrust its point in the purifying blaze of the charcoal fire. But he made no comment. Crossman turned on his heel and entered the office building. Through the south window he saw Jacquerie snowshoeing swiftly up the short incline to the door. Beside him walked the curé, pleading and anxious. He could follow the words as his lips framed them. In the present mood Crossman did not wish to hear the curé's denunciation. It was sufficient to see that the foreman had, evidently, no intention of acting on the advice proffered. As he softly closed the door between the main office and the living room at the rear, he heard the men enter on a quick word of reproof in the curé's rich bass. "She does her work sufficiently well, and I shall not order her from the camp," Jacquerie snapped in reply. "She is with Marceau. If he keeps her in hand, what do I care? She leave him, that his affair. Mon Dieu, mon père!" "She has bewitched you too, Jacquerie. She has bewitched that other, the young man who is here for the healing of his soul. What an irony, to heal his soul, and she comes to poison it." "Heal his soul!" Jacquerie laughed harshly. "He's had the weak lung, shell-shocked, and he's a friend of the owner. Mon père, if he is here for the good of his soul, that is your province. But me, I am here to boss one job, and I boss him, that's all. I hope only you have not driven the cook away, or the pot au feu she will be thin." He tried to speak the latter part of his sentence lightly, but his voice betrayed his irritation. Crossman opened the door and entered. "Antoine will be here in a minute," he announced. Aurore sent him back to feed the animals. He took down the enameled tin dishes and cups and set their places. Jacquerie eyed him covertly with a half-sneering venom he had never before shown. It was a silent meal. The curé sighed and shook his head at intervals, and the boss grumbled a few comments in answer to an occasional question concerning his lumberjacks. Crossman sat in a dream. Could he have understood aright when Antoine had spoken of the dawn? Jacquerie dropped a plate with a curse and a clatter. The sudden sound ripped the sick man's nerves like an exploding bomb. White to the lips, he jumped from his chair to meet the boss's sneering eyes. The curé laid a gentle hand on his arm, and he settled back shamefacedly. "Your pardon, mon père. My nerves are on edge. Excuse me. An inheritance of the trenches." "Emotion is bad for you, my son, and you should not emotion yourself," said the priest gently. "Do you travel far when you leave us now?" Crossman asked self-consciously, anxious to change the subject. "To the camp at the Chaumière Noire, a matter of 10 kilometers. It is no hardship, my rounds, not at all, with the ground like a white tablecloth, and this good sun, to me like to my dogs, it is but play." He rose from the table, glad of the excuse to hasten his going, and with scant courtesy Jacquerie sped his guest's departure. As the sled disappeared among the trees, bearing the queerly bundled figure of the priest, the boss unhooked his snowshoes from the wall. He seemed to have forgotten Crossman's presence, but as he turned, his smoldering eyes lighted on him. He straightened with a jerk. "What did he mean when he say she have bewitched you?" As always, when excited, his somewhat precise English slipped back into the idiom of the habitant. "By gar, boss or no boss, I pack you out if I catch you. We make no jealousies for any one, not where I am. You come here for your health, hein? Well, better you keep this place healthy for you." As if to further complicate the situation, the door opened to admit the woman herself. She closed it, leaned against the wall, looked from one to the other with mocking eyes. "Well, do I leave? Am I to pack? Have you washed the hand of me to please the curé, yes?" Jacquerie turned on her brutally. "Get to the cookhouse. Wash your dish. Did I give orders to Antoine to leave his work? By gar, I feel like I take you and break you in two." He moved his knotted hands with a gesture of destruction. There was something so sinister in that action that involuntarily Crossman cried out a startled warning. Her laugh tinkled across it. "Bah!" she shrugged. "If you wish to kill, why do you not kill those who make the interfere? Are you a man? What is it, a cassock, that it so protect a man? But me, because I do not wear a woman's skirt, you will break me, eh? Me? Never mind. I prefer this man. He at least make no big talk." She slipped her arm through Crossman's, letting her fingers play down from his wrist to his fingertips, and the thrill of it left him tongue-tied and helpless. Jacquerie cursed and crouched low. He seemed about to hurl himself upon the pair before him. Again she laughed, and her tingling, searching fingers stole slowly over his throbbing pulses. She released Crossman's arm with a jerk, and snapped the fingers that had just caressed him in the face of the furious lumberman. "Allons! Must I forever have no better revenge but to knife one paper doll? Am I to be hounded like a beast, and threatened wherever I go? I am tired of this dead camp. I think I go me down the river." She paused a moment in her vehemence. Her next words came almost in a whisper. "Unless you can cross the trail to Chaumière Noire. Then maybe I stay with you. I say, maybe." With a single swooping movement of her strong young arm, she swept the door open, and came face to face with Antoine Marceau. "What, thou?" she said airily. He nodded. "Shall I go back, or do you want that I go to the other side?" he asked the foreman. "Go to the devil!" growled Jacquerie, and slinging his snowshoes over his arm, he stamped out. "Tiens!" said Antoine. "He is mad, the boss." "I think we are all mad," said Crossman. "Maybe," said Antoine. Quietly he gathered together his axe, mittens, and cap, and shrugging his huge shoulders into his mackinaw, looked out at the glorious brightness of the stainless world and frowned. "Come, Aurora," he said quietly. A little later, as Crossman rose to replenish the dwindling fire, he saw him, followed by Aurora, enter the northern end of the timber limit. Were they leaving, Crossman wondered? Had the silent woodsman asserted his power over the woman? Crossman took down the field glasses from the nail on the wall. They were the sole reminder, here in the North Country, of his years of war service. He followed the two figures until the thickening timber hid them. Idly he swept the horizon of black-green trees, blue shadows, and sparkling snow. A speck moved. A mackinaw-clad figure passed swiftly across the clearing above the little bijou. Only a glimpse. The man took to cover in the burned timber, where the head-high brush made a tangle of brown above which the gaunt, white, black-smeared arms of dead trees flung agonized branches to the sky. "The short-cut trail to Chaumière Noire? Shall I forever have no better revenge but to stab one paper doll?" Her words echoed in his ears. Jacquerie was on the short cut to Chaumière Noire. Only Crossman's accidental use of the field glasses had betrayed his going. For an instant Crossman's impulse was to rush out and ring the alarm on the shrieking steel gong, but the next instant he laughed at himself. Yes, surely he was a sick man of many imaginings. The gang boss was gone about his business. The log brander had called upon his woman to accompany him. That was all. Her angry words were mere threats, best forgotten. With nervous hassle he bundled into his heavy garments and ran from himself and his imaginings into the dazzling embrace of the sun. He tramped to the gang at work above the little bijou chute, where they raced the logs to the iron-hard ice of the river's surface far below. He even took a hand with the axe, was laughed at, and watched the precision and power of the jacks as they clove, swung, and lopped. From the cliff he looked down at the long bunkhouse, saw the blue smoke rising straight, curled at the top like the uncoiling frond of a new fern leaf. Saw the Chinese cook, in his wadded coat of blue, disappear into the snow-covered mound that hid the provision shack, and watched the bounding pups refusing to be broken into harness by Siwash George. It was all very simple, very real, and the twists of his tired mind relaxed. His nervous hands came to rest in the warm depths of his mackinaw pockets. The peace of sunned spaces and flowing clean air soothed his mind and heart. The blue shadows lengthened. The gang knocked off work. The last log was rushed down the satin ice of the chute to leap over its fellows at the foot. The smell of bacon sifted through the odors of evergreen branches and new-cut wood. Crossman declined a cordial invitation to join the gang at chuck. He must be getting back, he explained, for chow at the boss's. Whistling, he entered the office, stirred up the fire, and crossed to the cookhouse. It was empty. The charcoal fire was out. Shivering, he rebuilt it, looked through the larder, and hacked off a ragged slice of jerked venison. A film of fear rose in his soul. What if they were really gone? What if Antoine had taken her? It looked like it. His heart sank. Not to see her again? Not to feel her strange, thrilling presence? Not to sense that indomitable, insolent soul throwing its challenge before as it walked through the world? Crossman came out, returned to the office, busied himself in tidying the living room and solving the disorder of his desk. The twilight sifted over wood and hill, crept from under the forest arches, and spread across the snow of the open. He lit the lamps and waited. The silence was complete. It seemed as if the night had come and closed the world, locking it away out of the reach even of God. The meal Crossman had bunglingly prepared lay untouched on the table. Now and then the crash of an avalanche of snow from the overburdened branches emphasized the stillness. Dreading he knew not what, Crossman waited, and loneliness is not good for a sick soul. Thoughts began crowding, nudging each other. Happenings that he had dismissed as casual took on new and sinister meanings. Two and two together became at once a huge sum. leaping to terrifying conclusions. Then, with the silence and the tense nerve-draw of waiting, came the sense of things finished, done forever, a vast, all-embracing finality. Niet! The habitant expression for the uttermost nothing. The word seemed to push at his lips. He wanted to say it, but a premonition warned him that to utter it was to make it real. Should he call upon the name of the void would answer. He feared it. It meant that she would be swallowed also in the great gaping hollow of nothingness. He strained his ears for sounds of the living world, the spit of the fire, the fall of clinkers in the grate, the whisper of the wind stirring at the door. He tried to analyze his growing uneasiness. He was sure now that she had followed Antoine's bidding, forgetting him, if indeed her desires had ever reached toward him. Now she seemed the only thing that mattered. He must find her. He must follow. Wherever she was, there only was the world of reality. Where she was life. And to find her, he must find Antoine. And then, without warning, the door gaped, and Antoine stood before him like a colored figure pasted on the black ground of the night. Then he entered, quiet and matter-of-fact. He nodded, closed the door against the biting cold, pulled off his cap, and stood respectfully. "It is no use to wait for the boss. He will not come," said the log-brander. "I came to tell monsieur, before I go on, that le curé is safe at Chaumière Noire. Yes, he is safe, and Monsieur Jacquerie have turned back. When I catch up with him and tell him—" "What?" gasped Crossman. It was to do. The giant twisted his cap slowly. "But it was harder than I think. It was not for jealousy, I beg you to know. That she would go if she want, to who she want, she can. I have no right to stop her. But she would have had the curé knifed to death. She made the wish, and she put her wish in the heart of a man. If it had not been this time, then surely some other time. She always find a hand to do her will, even this of mine once. I heard her tell to Jacquerie. Therefore, Jacquerie, he has gone back to watch with her body. I told him where. Me, I go. There are for me no more dawns. You love her too, monsieur. Therefore, I come to tell you the end. Bonsoir, monsieur." He was gone. Again there was silence. Crossman sat rigid. What had happened? His mind refused to understand. Then he visioned her lying on the white snow, scarlet under her breast, redder than her mackinaw, redder than her woolen mittens, redder than the cardinal flower of her mouth. Cardinal no more. "No, no!" he shrieked, springing to his feet. His words echoed in the empty room. "No, no! He couldn't kill her!" He clung to the table. "No, no, no!" he screamed. Then he saw her eyes. She was looking in through the window. Yes, they were her eyes, changing and glowing. Eyes of mystery, of magic, eyes that made the silence, eyes that called and shifted and glowed. He laughed. Fools, fools, to think her dead. He staggered to the door and threw it wide. Hatless, coatless, he plunged headlong into the dark. The dark? No, for she was there. On high, wide flung, the banners of the Aurora Borealis blazed and swung, banners that rippled and ran, banners of rainbows, the souls of amethysts and emeralds. They fluttered in the heavens. They swayed across the world, streamed like amber wine poured from an unseen chalice, dropped fold on fold like the fluttering raiment of the gods. In the north a great sapphire curtain trembled as if about to part and reveal the unknown beyond. It grew brighter, dazzling, radiant. "Aurora!" he called. "Aurora!" The grip of ice clutched his heart. Cold seized on him with unseen numbing hands. He was struggling, struggling with his body of lead, for one step, just a step nearer the great curtain that now glowed warm, red, red as the ghost of her cardinal flower lips, pillars of light, as of the halls of heaven. "Aurora! Aurora!" End of Aurora. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Mr. Downey Sits Down, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize Story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. Downey Sits Down by L. H. Robbins. 1. Jacob Downey waited in line at the meat shop. A footsore little man was he. All day long, 6 days a week, for 22 years, he had stood on his feet, trotted on them, climbed on them, in the hardware department of Wilbraham, Prescott and Company, and still they would not toughen, still they would hurt, still, to sustain his spirit after 3 o'clock, he had to invoke a vision of slippers, a warm radiator, the evening bee, and the sympathy of Mrs. Downey and the youngsters. To the picture this evening he had added pork chops. The woman next in line ahead of him named her meat. Said the butcher with a side glance at the clock, "A crown roast takes quite a while, lady. Could I send it in the morning?" No, the lady wished to see it prepared. Expressly for that purpose had she come out in the rain. Tomorrow she gave a luncheon. First come, first served, thought Jacob Downey, and bode his time in patience, feeling less pity for his aching feet than for Butcher Myers. Where was the charity in asking a hurried man, at 5 minutes to 6 o'clock, to frill up a roast that would not see the inside of the oven before noon the next day? Now crown roasts are one thing to him who waits on fallen arches, and telephone calls are another. Scarcely had Downey's opening come to speak for pork chops cut medium, when off went the bell, and off rushed Butcher Myers. Sharply he warned the unknown that this was Myers' meat shop. Blandly he smiled into the transmitter upon learning that his caller was Mrs. A. Lincoln Wilbraham. By the audience in front of the counter, the following social intelligence was presently inferred: that Mr. and Mrs. Wilbraham had just returned from Florida, that they had enjoyed themselves ever so much, that they hoped Mr. Myers' little girl was better, that they were taking their meals at the Clarendon pending the mobilization of their house servants, that they expected to dine with the Mortimer Trevelyans this evening, that food for the dog may with propriety be brought home from a hotel, but not from the Mortimer Trevelyans, that there was utterly nothing in the icebox for poor Mudge's supper, that Mudge was a chow dog purchased by a friend of Mr. Wilbraham's in Hong Kong at so much a pound, just as Mr. Myers purchased live fowls, that Mudge now existed not to become chow, but to consume chow, and would feel grateful in his dog heart if Mr. Myers would, at this admittedly late hour, send him 2 pounds of bologna and a good bone, and that Mrs. Wilbraham would consider herself under deep and lasting obligation to Mr. Myers for this act of kindness. Mr. Myers assured Mrs. Wilbraham that it would mean no trouble at all. He would send up the order as soon as his boy came back from delivering a beefsteak to the Mortimer Trevelyans. He filled out a slip and stuck it on the hook. "Now, Mr. Downey," he said briskly. But Jacob Downey gave him one tremendous look and limped out of the shop. 2. It was evening in the home of Miss Angelina Lance. 27 hours had passed since Jacob Downey's exasperated exit from Myers' meat shop. The eyes of Miss Angelina were bright behind her not unbecoming spectacles, as she watched the face of the solemn young man in the Morris chair near the reading lamp. In his hand the solemn young man held 3 sheets of school composition paper. As he read the pencil writing on page 1, he lost his gravity. Over page 2 he smiled broadly. At the end of the last page he said, "D.K.T. couldn't have done better. May I show it to him?" In the office of the Ashland, New Jersey, Bee, the solemn young man was known as Mr. Sloane. At Miss Lance's he was Sam. The mentioned D.K.T. conducted the celebrated bee stings column on the editorial page of Mr. Sloane's journal, his levity being offset by the sobriety of Mr. Sloane, who was assistant city editor. On 2 evenings a week Mr. Sloane fled the cares of the Fourth Estate and became Sam in the soul-refreshing presence of Miss Angelina. He was by no means her only male admirer. In the 6th grade at the Hilldale Public School she had 30 others, among these Willie Downey, whose name appeared on every page of the composition Mr. Sloane had read. With a host of other 6th graders throughout the city, Willie had striven that day for a prize of $10 in gold, offered by the public-spirited A. Lincoln Wilbram of Wilbram, Prescott and Company, for the best schoolboy essay on moral principles. Moral principles, gentlemen, that is what we need in Ashland. How many men do you know who stand up for their convictions, or have any to stand up for? If the head of a department store is a bit thunderous at times, think what a Jovian position he occupies. In his cloud-girt, mahogany-panelled throne room on the 8th floor, he rules over 1,000 mortals, down to the little Jacob Downeys in the basement, who, if they do not quite weep with delight when he gives them a smile, tremble at least at his frown. When a large body of popular opinion accords him greatness, were he not undemocratic to affect humility and speak small? "I speak of common men," said Mr. Wilbram, this was at a Chamber of Commerce banquet, "of men whose living depends upon the pleasure of their superiors. How few there are with fearless eye!" He scarcely heard the laughter from a group of building contractors at a side table, who had not seen a servile eye among their workmen in many moons. For a worthy project had popped into his mind at that instant. How was the moral backbone of our yeomanry to be stiffened save through education? Why not a prize contest to stimulate the interest of the rising generation in this obsolete subject? In many an Ashland home, where bicycles, roller skates, wireless outfits, and other such extravagances were strongly desired, the question had since been asked, "Pa, what are moral principles?" While some of the resulting essays indicated a haziness in paternal minds, not so the production that Mr. Sloane read in Miss Lance's parlour. "But I couldn't let you print it," said Miss Angelina. "I wouldn't have Willie shamed for anything. He may be weak in grammar, but he's captain of every athletic team in the school. He has told me in confidence that he means to spend the prize money for a genuine horsehide catching mitt." "If I cross out his name or give him a nom de plume?" On that condition Miss Lance consented. 3. At the office next morning, Sloane found the essay in his pocket and looked around the city room for D.K.T. The staff poet-clown was no daylight saver. Professing to burn the midnight oil in the interest of his employer, he seldom drifted in before 9:30. "See me, S.S.," wrote Sloane, and dropped Willie's manuscript on D.K.T.'s desk. Then he jumped and gasped, and copy readers and office boys jumped and gasped, and the religious editor dashed frantically for the stairs, outrunning the entire staff down the hall, though he had farther to go than any other man or woman there. A huge heart-stopping shock had rocked the building, set the windows to clattering and the lights to swinging, and brought down in a cloud the accumulated dust of a quarter century. Within 2 minutes by the clock, Sloane and 5 reporters had started for the scene of the Rutland disaster, 15 miles away, where enough giant powder had gone up in one terrific blaze to raise Gibraltar. A thriving town lay in ruins. Hundreds of families were homeless. A steamship was sunk at her dock. A passenger train blown from the rails. At 11 o'clock on the night following that pitiful day, Sloane journeyed homeward to Ashland in an interurban trolley car, in company with a crowd of refugees. A copy of the last edition of the Bee comforted his weary soul. The first page was a triumph. Count on the office staff to back up its men in the field. There was the whole story, the horror and heartbreak, finely displayed. There were his photographs of the wreckage. There, in a box, was his interview with the superintendent of the Rutland Company. There was a map of the devastated area. Perhaps someone had found time even to do an editorial. In that case, the clean-up would be complete. Opening the paper to the 6th page, he groaned, for the first thing that caught his eye was Willie Downey's essay at the top of D.K.T.'s column, with Willie's name below the headline. Moral Principles, by Willie Downey, age 12. Moral principles is when you have a nerve to stick up for something. Like last night my father went in Myers' meat shop and stood in line for 15 or 20 min, waiting his turn, and when his turn come he says to Mr. Myers, "I'll have 6 pork chops." At that inst the telephone rang, and Mr. Myers slid for it like it was second base. "Hold on, Myers," says Pa. "Who got here first, me or that bell ringer?" "Excuse me just 1 min," says Mr. Myers. "No, I be ding if I'll excuse you," says Pa. "First come, first served is the rule of business all over." But Mr. Myers wiped his hands on his apron and answered the ring, and it was Mrs. Will Brum. She was going to eat out at a friend's, so she wanted 2 pounds bologna and a dog bone. So then Pa gave him Hail Columbus. "Here I been waiting 1/2 an hour," he said, "yet when some lazy loafer of a woman who has been reading a novel or asleep all afternoon phones you to rush her up some dog meat in your auto with gas 36 cents and charge it to her act, and maybe you won't get your money for 3-4 months, why, you run to wait on her while I stand and shovel my feet in your sawdust like a ding Mexican peon or something. What," says Pa, "is there about a customer who takes the trouble to come in for his meat and pay cash for it, and delivers it himself, that makes him so mean and low that he has to be pushed one side for somebody that has not got gumption enough to order her dog bones before the rush hour? Do you think that people with a telephone's money is any better than mine? Do you think because I walk in here on my hind legs that I am a piker and a cheapskate? Because if so, I will bring along my telephone contract next time and show you, and then maybe you will recognize me as a freeborn American who don't have to trade where I have to play second fiddle to a chow pup. It's against my moral principles," says Pa. With these words he walks out in the rain, although his feet hurt him, clear down to Washington Street to the next meat store, but by that time they were all closed up, so we had principles for supper instead of pork chops. Pa says if he run a store and had a phone and nobody to answer it and do nothing else, he would wring its neck. Because while the telephone is the greatest blessing of the age, but a phone without an operator is like a ham omelette with the ham let out. He says the reason the chain stores have such a pull with the public is because the man behind the counter is not all the time jilting you in the middle of your order and chasing off to be sweet to some society dame with a dog 4 miles away. Ma says she don't know why we have a phone anyhow, because every time she is yousing it, a woman butts in and jiggles the hook and says, "Will you please hang up so I can call a doctor?" And when Ma hangs up and then listens in to see who is sick, why this woman calls up a lady friend, and they knock Ma back and forth over the wire for hours, and sometimes they say, "I bet she is listening in on us, don't you?" So I say let us all stick up for our moral principles like my father, come what may. 4. Bright were Miss Angelina's eyes, but not with mirth. It was unspeakable, this thing that Mr. Sloane had done. Thrice before bedtime she had called his lodgings. Mr. Sloane was not in. Before the last call she donned her wraps and went out to Plume Street. Courageously she pulled the bell at number 9. Willie's mother opened the door and cried surprised, "Why, Miss Lance!" "Is Willie here? Have you seen the paper? Will you let me tell him how it happened and how sorry I am?" Willie was not receiving callers this evening. He had been sent to bed without supper. The explosion at Rutland had been as nothing, it seemed, to the outburst in the Downey home. Slowly the extent of the harm dawned upon Miss Angelina. "It was Mrs. A. Lincoln Wilbram wanted the dog bone," said Mrs. Downey tearfully. "Everybody will recognize her, and what Mr. Wilbram will do to us we don't need to be told. Poor Jake is so upset he has gone out to roam in the dark. He couldn't stay in the house." New jobs were scarce for men at his time of life and with his feet. Dora and Jenny might have to leave high school. "I'm sure you meant us no wrong, Miss Lance. I'm sure there was a mistake. But think how dreadful it is, after 22 years of having Mr. Wilbram's pay, then to turn around and backbite his wife like that, right out in print." Doubly troubled now, Miss Lance departed. Attracted by a quick gathering of loiterers in the avenue, she witnessed a controversy that might easily have become a police matter. "You're a liar if you say you said all that to me," shouted the burly Butcher Myers. "You never opened your head, you shrimp! Bawling me out in the papers and losing me my best customers. What do you mean?" Back came the retort from Jacob Downey with the snarl of a little creature at bay. "If I didn't say it to you then, you big lobster, I say it to you now. All that the paper says I said, I say. What'll you do about it?" "Ha! You!" Myers snapped his fingers in Downey's fiery face and turned away. Miss Lance's path to the Hilldale School next morning took her past 3 post boxes. Into the 3rd she dropped a note that she had carried from home. Mr. Sloane would find her message exceedingly brief, although, or perhaps because, she had spent hours in composing it. "Dear Sir, I regret to discover that you lack moral principles. Angelina Lance." Just before the last bell the janitor brought in a prisoner for her custody. Willie Downey's head was bloody but unbowed. 3 7th graders he had vanquished in 1 round. "They guyed me," said he. "They called me a Nawthor." Morning prayer and song waited while teacher and pupil spoke earnestly of many things, while the teacher's eyes filled with tears and the pupil's heart filled with high resolve to bring home the baseball championship of the Ashland Public School League and lay it at Miss Angelina's feet or perish in the attempt. 5. The A. Lincoln Wilbram Prize went to a small boy named Aaron Levinsky, whose English was 99% pure. Little Aaron's essay was printed as the centerpiece in Wilbram Prescott and Company's page in the Bee. Little Aaron invested his gold in thrift stamps, and the tumult and the shouting died. Miss Angelina Lance sat alone every evening of the week. True, Mr. Sloane had tried to right the wrong. He had called Miss Angelina on the telephone, which he should have known was an inadequate thing to do. He had also sent a $10 banknote to Willie in care of Miss Lance at the Hilldale School, together with his warm felicitations upon Willie's success as a litterateur. Did Willie know that his fine first effort had been reprinted with proper credit in the great New York Planet? True, too, the illustrious D.K.T. had written Miss Angelina an abject apology, most witty and poetic, taking all the blame to himself, and more than exonerating his high-principled friend Mr. Sloane. But the banknote went back to its donor without even a rejection slip, and D.K.T.'s humour was fatal to his client's cause. Ghastly are they who jest in the shadow of tragedy. Mr. Sloane and D.K.T. did not know, of course Miss Angelina had not thought it of any use to tell them of the sword which they had hung up by a thread above the heads of the Downeys. As for Jacob Downey, he limped about amid his hardware in the basement at Wilbram, Prescott and Company, careworn, haunted of eye, expecting the house to crash about his ears at any moment. One does not with impunity publish the wife of one's employer as a lazy loafer. The A. Lincoln Wilbrams had servants again, and dined at home. To Mr. Wilbram said Mrs. Wilbram one evening, "It is the strangest thing. In the last month I've met scarcely a soul who hasn't asked me silly questions about Mudge and his diet, Mrs. Trevelyan and everybody. And they always look so queer." Mr. Wilbram was reminded that while coming home that evening with a package in his hand, he had met Trevelyan, and Trevelyan had inquired, "What's that, a bone for the dog?" "To-morrow," said A. Lincoln, "I'll ask him what he was driving at." "What was the package?" queried his wife. He fetched it from the hall. It had come to him at the store that day by registered mail. "From Hildegarde," said Mrs. Wilbram, noting the Los Angeles postmark. Hildegarde was honeymooning among the orange groves. Wrote the happy bride, "Dear Aunt and Uncle, Charles and I see by the paper that Mudge is hungry, so we are sending him a little present." "What can the child mean, Abe?" "Don't ask me," he answered. "Undo the present and see." They loosened blue ribbons and wrappings of soft paper, and disclosed a link of bologna sausage. Maddening? It might have been, if Hildegarde had not thought to enclose a page from the Daily Southern Californian, upon which, ringed with pencil marks, was a bit of miscellany headed "Morel Principles." They read it through to the conclusion. "So I say let us all stick up for our moral principles like my father, come what may. Willie Downey, in Ashland, New Jersey, B." Why, it's me!" cried Mrs. Wilbram. "I did telephone to Mr. Myers for 2 pounds of bologna and a dog bone, on the night we dined at the Trevelyans." "It comes mighty close to libel," fumed Wilbram. "How do they dare? You must see Worthington Oakes about this, Abe." "I certainly will," he vowed. 6. He certainly did, as Mr. Worthington Oakes, the publisher of the Bee, will testify. In the front office on the editorial floor he saw Mr. Oakes for a bad half hour and demanded a public retraction of the insult. At about the same time a dapper stranger who had come up in the elevator with Mr. Wilbram held speech with Assistant City Editor Sloane in the local room at the other end of the hall. "Yonder's your bird," said Mr. Sloane, pointing to a poetic-looking young man at a desk in a corner. Crossing to the poet, who was absorbed in his day's poesy and talking to himself as he versified, the stranger smiled and spoke. "Am I addressing the celebrated D.K.T.?" "Am, cam, dam, ham, jam, lamb." The faraway look of genius faded out of the poet's eyes. "Not buying," said he. "My pay envelope is mortgaged to you book agents for 10 years to come." Mam, ram, sam, cram, clam, gram, slam. "Books are not my line," said the dapper one briskly. "I represent the Jones Nonpareil newspaper syndicate. In fact, I am Jones. I have a proposition to make to you, Mr. D.K.T., that may enable you to buy more books than you can ever read. You know, of course, what the Jones Nonpareil service is. We reach the leading dailies of the United States and Canada. Have a chair, Mr. Jones." "Thank you. We handle some very successful writers. Malcolm Hardy, you may have heard, takes his little 500 a week out of us. And poor Larry Bonner pulled down 1100 as long as he had health. His Chinese laundryman sketches might be selling yet." "Suspense is cruel," spoke D.K.T. eagerly. "Let the glad news come." "Some time ago," said the syndicate man, "you printed in your column an essay in imitation of a schoolboy's. You called it moral principles." D.K.T. sank back with a low moan. "If you can write 6 of those a week for a year," continued the visitor, "you won't ever need to slave any more. You can burn your pen and devote the rest of your life to golf and good works." The poet closed his eyes. "Sham, swam, diagram," he murmured. "Does a minimum guarantee of 15,000 a year look like anything to you? There will, of course, be the book rights and the movie rights in addition. Anagram, epigram, telegram, flim-flam." "Aha!" cried D.K.T. "Siam." He wrote it down. "That little skit of yours," pursued the caller, "has swept the country. You've created a nation-wide demand. My ringer is on the journalistic pulse, and I know. Can you repeat?" He drew a paper from his pocketbook. "Here is a list of subjects your imaginary Willie Downey might start with. The monetary system, the cost of living, the League of Nations, capital and labour." Over the stranger's head an office boy whispered significantly, "Front office." "Excuse me," said the poet, and hurried away. With the publisher, in the front office, sat A. Lincoln Wilbram, quite purple in the cheeks. They had a file of the Bee before them. "Diedrich," said Mr. Oakes, "on March 18th you printed this thing," his finger on Willie's essay. "Why did you do it?" "What's the matter with it?" replied D.K.T. "The matter with it," spoke Mr. Wilbram terribly, "is that it slanders my wife. It makes her out to eat dog bones. Friends of ours as far away as California have seen it and recognized her portrait drawn by your scurrilous pen. The worst of it is, the slander is founded on fact. By what right do you air my domestic affairs before the public in this outrageous fashion?" With agonized eyes the funny man read the essay as far as the fateful line, "It was Mrs. Will Brum." "My gosh!" he cried. "How did you come to write such a thing?" Mr. Oakes demanded. "Me write that thing? If only I had!" The facts were recalled: the sending of Mr. Sloane and many reporters to Rutland, the need of extra hands at the copy table that day. "I found this contribution on my desk. It looked safe. In the rush of the morning I sent it up, and never gave it another thought." "So it is really a boy's essay, and not some of your own fooling?" asked Oakes. "A boy's essay, yes. Entered in Mr. Wilbram's prize contest, eliminated by the boy's teacher, and shown by her to Mr. Sloane, who brought it to the shop. I know now that Sloane meant me to change the author's name to save the kid from ridicule. If there were actual persons in it, I'm as amazed as Mrs. Wilbram." "I wonder, Oakes," said Wilbram, "that a dignified newspaper like yours would print such trash in the first place." Worthington Oakes looked down his nose. D.K.T. took up the challenge. "Trash, sir? If it's trash, why has the Ashland Telephone asked permission to reprint it on the front cover of their next directory?" "Have they asked that?" "They have. They say they will put a little moral principle into the telephone hogs in this town. And didn't a Fifth Avenue minister preach a sermon on it last Sunday? Doesn't the Literary Review give it half a page this week? Hasn't it been scissored by almost every exchange editor in the land? Isn't there a man in the city room now offering me 15,000 a year to write a daily screed like it?" "You can see, Wilbram," said Mr. Oakes, "that there was no intention to injure or annoy. We are very sorry, but how can we print an apology to Mrs. Wilbram without making the matter worse?" "Who is this Willie Downey?" demanded Wilbram. "And who is the school teacher?" "I don't believe my moral principles will let me tell you," replied D.K.T. "I'm positive Mr. Sloane's won't let him. We received the essay in confidence." "Enough said," Mr. Wilbram exclaimed, rising. "Good day to you. I don't need your help anyway. I'll find out from the butcher." 7. It seemed necessary that Mr. Sloane should call at the Lance home that evening. Whatever Miss Angelina might think of him, it was his duty to take counsel with her for the welfare of Willie. he began with the least important of the grave matters upon his mind. "Do you suppose your protégé could write some essays like the one we printed?" "Why, Mr. Sloane?" If Miss Angelina had responded, "Why, you hyena?" she could not have cut him more deeply than with her simple, "Why, Mr. Sloane?" "A newspaper syndicate," he explained, "has offered D.K.T. a fortune for a series of them." "Poor Willie," she sighed. "He flunked his English exam to-day. I'm afraid I shall have him another year." "He is a lucky boy," said Sloane. "Do you think so?" Clearly her meaning was, "Do you think he is lucky when a powerful newspaper goes out of its way to crush him?" "There is no use approaching him with a literary contract?" "Not with the baseball season just opening. His team beat the Watersides yesterday 16-0. He has more important business on hand than writing for newspapers." Since Sloane wrote for a newspaper, this was rather a dig. Nevertheless, he persevered. "A. Lincoln Wilbram is on his trail. Do you know that Willie libelled Mrs. Wilbram?" "Oh, Sam, surely I know about the libel. But is Mr. Wilbram really? Has he discovered?" "He came to the office to-day. We gave him no information, but he has other sources. He is bound to identify his enemy before he quits." "I didn't know about the so-called slander at first," said she, "when I promised to change Willie's name. I found out when I went to them on the night it came out in the paper. They were woefully frightened. They are frightened still. Mr. Downey has worked for Mr. Wilbram since he was a boy. They think of Mr. Wilbram almost as a god. It's a tragedy, Sam, to them." "Would it do any good to warn them?" "They need no warning," said Miss Angelina. "Don't add to their terrors." "I am more sorry than I can say. May I hope to be forgiven some day?" "There's nothing to forgive, Sam. It was an accident. But don't you see what a dangerous weapon a newspaper is?" "Worse than a car or a gun," he agreed. As he strolled homeward along a stately avenue, wondering what he could do to avert the retribution that moved toward the Downeys, and finding that his assistant city editor's resourcefulness availed him naught, he heard the scamper of feet behind him and whirled about with cane upraised in time to bring a snarling chow dog to a stand. "Beat it, you brute," he growled. "Yelp!" responded the chow dog, and leaped in air. "Don't be alarmed," spoke a voice out of the gloom of the nearest lawn. "When he sees a man with a stick he wants to play." Sloane peered at the speaker's face. "Isn't this Mr. Wilbram? You were at the Bee office to-day, sir. May I have a word with you about the Willie Downey matter?" "Come in," said Mr. Wilbram. 8. On the first pay day in May, the impending sword cut its thread. Said a messenger to Jacob Downey, "They want you on the 8th floor." Downey set his jaws and followed. In the mahogany-panelled room, A. Lincoln Wilbram turned from the window and transfixed his servitor with eyes that bored like steel bits. "Downey, I understand you have a literary son." Jacob held his breath, eyed his accuser steadily, and assured himself that it would soon be over now. "How about it, Downey?" "I know what you mean, sir." "Did you say the things printed there?" The little man wasted no time in examining the newspaper clipping. "Yes, sir, I did. If it has come to your lady's ears what I called her, I beg her pardon, but what I said I'll stick to. If I stand 15 minutes in line in a meat store or any other kind of store, I've got the right to be waited on ahead of anybody that rings up. I don't give a ding who she is." "Good for you, Downey. Let me see. How long have you worked for us?" 23 years next January, sir." "Floor salesman all the while?" "Since 1900. Before that I was a wrapper." "How many men have been promoted over your head?" "3." "4," Wilbram corrected. "First was Miggins." "I don't count him, sir. Him and I started together." "Miggins was a failure. Then Farrisell, now in prison. Next McCarty, he ran off to Simmons and Company the minute they crooked a finger at him. Last young Prescott, who is now to come up here with his father. Could you run the department if you had it?" "Between you and I," replied Jacob Downey, sick, dizzy, trembling, "I've been running the department these 15 years. How'd you like to run it from now as manager? When I find a man with convictions and courage, I advance him. The man who stands up is the man who sits down. That's evolution. If you could stand up to a big butcher like Myers and talk Dutch to him the way you did, I guess we need you at a desk. What do you say?" A desk! A chance to rest his feet! Jacob Downey stiffened. "Mr. Wilbram, I got to tell the truth. I never said those things to Myers. I just walked out." "But you said them. You acknowledge it." "I said 'em, yes, after I got home. To the family I said 'em. When I was in the meat shop I only thought 'em." "So Myers has told me," said Jove, smiling. "Downey, my man, you've got more than moral courage. You've got common sense to go with it. Tell young Prescott to give you his keys." End of Mr. Downey Sits Down.
The Marriage in Kairwan, an O. Henry Memorial Award Prize story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham McMillan, San Diego. The Marriage in Kairwan by Wilbur Daniel Steele. From Harper's. Kairwan the Holy lay asleep, pent in its thick walls. The moon had sunk at midnight, but the chill light seemed scarcely to have diminished. Only the lime-washed city had become a marble city, and all the towers turned fabulous in the fierce, dry, needle rain of the stars that burn over the desert of mid-Tunisia. In the street Bab Jaded, the nailed boots of the watch passed from west to east. When their thin racket had turned out and died in the dust of the market, Habib ben Habib emerged from the shadow of a door-arch, and, putting a foot on the tiled ledge of Bouked's fry shop, swung up by cranny and gutter till he stood on the plain of the housetops. Now he looked about him, for on this dim tableland he walked with his life in his hands. He looked to the west, toward the gate, to the south, to the northeast through the ghostly wood of minarets. Then, perceiving nothing that stirred, he went on moving without sound in the camel-skin slippers he had taken from his father's court. In the uncertain light, but for those slippers and the long-tasseled chetya in his head, one would not have taken him for anything but a European and a stranger. And one would have been right, almost. In the city of his birth and rearing, and of the birth and rearing of his Arab fathers, generations dead, Habib ben Habib, Bel Kafait, looked upon himself in the rebellious romantic light of a prisoner in exile. Exile from the streets of Paris, where, in his 4 years, he had tasted the strange delights of the Christian. Exile from the university where he had dabbled with his keen, light ballasted mind in the learning of the conqueror. Sometimes in the months since he had come home, he had shaken himself and wondered aloud, "Where am I?" with the least little hint, perhaps, of melodrama. Sometimes in the French café outside the walls, among the officers of the garrison, a bantering perversity drove him on to chant the old glories of Islam, the poets of Andalusia, and the bombastic histories of the saints. And in the midst of it, his face pink with the Frenchman's wine and his own bitter, half-frightened mockery, he would break off suddenly. "Voilà, messieurs, you will see that I am the best of Mussulmans." He would laugh then in a key so high and restless that the commandant, shaking his head, would murmur to the lieutenant beside him, "One day, Genet, we must be on the alert for a dagger in that quarter there, eh?" And Genet, who knew almost as much of the character of the university Arab as the commandant himself, would nod his head. When Habib had laughed for a moment, he would grow silent. Presently he would go out into the ugly dark of the foreign quarter, followed very often by Raoul Genet. He had known Raoul most casually in Paris. Here, in the Tunisian bled, when Raoul held out his hand to say good night under the gate lamp at the Bab Jalan, the troubled fellow clung to it. The smell of the African city, coming under the great brick arch, reached out and closed around him like a hand bigger than Raoul's. "You're my brother, not they. I am not of these people, Raoul." But then he would go in, under the black arch and the black shade of the false pepper trees. In the darkness he felt the trees, centuries old, and all the blank houses, watching him. Tonight, stealing across the sleeping roofs, he felt the starlit mosque towers watching him in secret. The pale, silent espionage of them who could wait. The hush of the desert troubled him. Youth troubled him. His lips were dry. He had come to an arbor covered with a vine. Whose it was, on what householder's roof it was reared, he had never known. He entered. "She is not here." He moistened his lip with his tongue. He sat down on the stone divan to wait, watching toward the west through the doorway across which hung a loop of vine, like a snake. He saw her a long way off, approaching by swift darts and intervals of immobility, when her whiteness grew a part of the whiteness of the terrace. It was so he had seen her moving on that first night, when, half tipsy with wine and strangeness, he had pursued, caught her, and uncovered her face. Tonight she uncovered it herself. She put back the hooded fold of her haik, showing him her face, her scarlet mouth, her wide eyes, long at the outer corners, her hair aflame with henna. The hush of 1,000 empty miles lay over the city. For an hour nothing lived but the universe, the bright dust in the sky. That hush was disrupted. The single long crash of a human throat, rolling down over the plain of the housetops. "La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah, Allah Akbar, God is great." One by one the dim towers took it up. The call to prayer rolled between the stars and the town. It searched the white runways. It penetrated the vine-bowered arbor. Little by little, tower by tower, it died. In a fonduque outside the gate, a waking camel lifted a gargling wail. A jackal dog barked in the Oued Zaroud, 2 miles away. And again the silence of the desert came up over the city walls. Under the vine, Habib whispered, "No, I don't care anything about thy name. A name is such a little thing. I'll call thee Nejma, because we are under the stars." "Ai, Nejmetek, thy star." The girl's lips moved drowsily. In the dark her eyes shone with a dull, steady luster, unblinking, unquestioning, always unquestioning. That slumberous acquiescence, taken from all her Arab mothers, began to touch his nerves with the old uneasiness. He took her shoulders between his hands and shook her roughly, crying in a whisper, "Why dost thou do nothing but repeat my words? Talk, say things to me. Thou art like the rest. Thou wouldst try to make me seem like these Arab men, who wish for nothing in a woman but the shadow of themselves. And I am not like that." "No, Sidi, no." "But talk. Tell me things about thyself, thy life, thy world. Talk. In Paris, now, a man and a woman can talk together. Yes, as if they were 2 friends met in a coffee house. And those women can talk. Ah, in Paris I have known women—" The girl stirred now. Her eyes narrowed, the dark line of her lips thinned. At last something comprehensible had touched her mind. "Thou hast known many women, then, Sidi? Thou hast come here but to tell me that? Me, who am of little beauty in a man's eyes?" Habib laughed under his breath. He shook her again. He kissed her and kissed her again on her red lips. "Thou art jealous, then. But thou canst not comprehend. Canst thou comprehend this, that thou art more beautiful by many times than any other woman I have ever seen? Thou art a heaven of loveliness, and I cannot live without thee. That is true, Nejma. I am going to take thee for my wife, because I cannot live without thine eyes, thy lips, the fragrance of thy hair. Yes, I am going to marry thee, my star. It is written. It is written." For the first time he could not see her eyes. She had turned them away. Once again something had come in contact with the smooth, heavy substance of her mind. He pulled at her. Say, Nejma, it is written." "It is not written, Sidi." The same ungroping acquiescence was in her whisper. "I have been promised, Sidi, to another than thee." Habib's arms let go. Her weight sunk away in the dark under the vine. The silence of the dead night crept in and lay between them. And in the night of thy marriage, then thy husband, or thy father, if thou hast a father, will kill thee. Inshallah, if it be the will of God. Again the silence came and lay heavy between them. A minute and another minute went away. Habib's wrists were shaking. His breast began to heave. With a sudden roughness he took her back to devour her lips and eyes and hair with the violence of his kisses. "No, no, I'll not have it. No, thou art too beautiful for any other man than I even to look upon. No, no, no." Habib ben Habib walked out of the gate to Gelidin. The day had come. The dawn made a crimson flame in the false pepper trees. The life of the gate was already at full tide of sound and color. Braying, gargling, quarreling, nomads waiting in their flocks, Digilas countrymen, Singhalese soldiers, Jewish pack peddlers, Bedouin women bent double under their stacks of desert firegrass streaming inward, dust white, dust yellow, and all red in the dawn under the red wall. The flood ran against him. It tried to suck him back into the maw of the city. He fought against it with his shoulders and his knees. He tried now to run. It sucked him back. A wandering Asua plucked at his sleeve and held under his nose a desert viper that gave off metallic rose glints in its slow, pained constrictions. To the glory of Sidna Isa, master, tu sus. He kept tugging at Habib's sleeve, holding him back, sucking him back with his twisting reptile into the city of the faithful. "In the name of Jesus, master, tu copper sus." Habib's nerves snapped. He struck off the holy mendicant with his fist. "That the devil grill thee," he chattered. He ran. He bumped into beasts. He bumped into a blue tunic. He halted, blinked, and passed a hand over his hot-lidded eyes. He stammered, "My friend, I have been looking for you. Hamdalillah, Elhamdallah." Raoul Genet, studying the flushed, bright-eyed, unsteady youth, put up a hand to cover a little smile, half ironic, half pitying. "So, Habib ben Habib, you revert. Camel driver's talk in your mouth and camel's hide slippers on your feet. Already you revert, eh?" "No, that is not the truth, but I am in need of a friend." "You look like a ghost, Habib." The faint smile still twisted Raoul's lips. "Or a drunken angel. You have not slept." "That's of no importance. I tell you, I am in need—" "You have not had coffee, Habib. When you've had coffee—" "Coffee, my God, Raoul, that you go on talking of coffee when life and death are in the balance. For I can't live without— Listen now, strictly. I have need tonight, tomorrow night, one night when it is dark. I have need of the garrison car." The other made a blowing sound. "I'm the commandant, am I, overnight? Zut! The garrison car." Habib took hold of his arm and held it tight. "If not the car, 2 horses then. And I call you my friend." "2 horses! Ah, so, I begin to perceive. Youth, youth." "Don't jibe, Raoul. I have need of 2 horses, 2 horses that are fast and strong." "Are the horses in thy father's stable, then, of no swiftness and of no strength?" It was said in the patois, the bastard Arabic of the Tunisian bled. A shadow had fallen across them. The voice came from above. From the height of his crimson saddle, Si Habib Bel Kalfate awaited the answer of his son. His brown, unlined, black-bearded face, shadowed in the hood of his creamy burnous, remained serene, benign, urbanely attendant. But if an Arab knows when to wait, he knows also when not to wait. And now it was as if nothing had been said before. "Greeting, my son. I have been seeking thee. Thy couch was not slept upon last night." Habib's face was sullen to stupidity. "Last night, sire, I slept at the caserne, at the invitation of my friend, Lieutenant Genet, whom you see beside me." The Arab, turning in his saddle, appeared to notice the Christian for the first time. His lids drooped, his head inclined an inch. "Greeting to thee, O master." "To thee, greeting." "Thou art in well-being?" "There is no ill." "And thou?" "There is no ill." "That the praise be to God, and the prayer." Belkalfate cleared his throat and lifted the reins from the neck of his mare. "Rest and well-being," he pronounced. Raoul shrugged his shoulders a little and murmured, "May God multiply thy days." "And yours too," he added to Habib in French. He bowed and took his leave. Belkalfate watched him away through the thinning crowd, sitting his saddle stolidly in an attitude of rumination. When the blue cap had vanished behind the blazing corner of the wool dyers, he threw the reins to his Sudanese stirrup boy and got down to the ground. He took his son's hand. So, palm in palm, at a grave pace, they walked back under the arch into the city. The market-going stream was nearly done. The tide, against which at its flood Habib had fought and won ground, carried him down again with its last shallow wash so easily. His nerves had gone slack. He walked in a heavy, white dream. The city drew him deeper into its murmurous heart. The walls pressed closer and hid him away. The souks swallowed him under their shadowy arcades. The breath of the bazaar, fetor of offal, stench of raw leather, and all the creeping perfumes of Barbary, attar of roses, chipper and amber and musk, clogged his senses like the drug of some abominable seduction. He was weary, weary, weary. And in a strange, troubling way, he was at rest. Mektub, it is written in the book of the destiny of man. With a kind of hypnotic fascination out of the corners of his eyes, he took stock of the face beside him, the face of the strange being that was his father. The broad, moist, unmarked brow, the large eyes, heavy-lidded, serene, the full-fleshed cheeks from which the beard sprang soft and rank, and against which a hyacinth, pendant over the ear, showed with a startling purity of pallor, and the mobile, deep-coloured, humid lips, the lips of the voluptuary, the eyes of the dreamer, the brow of the man of never-troubled faith. Am I like that? And then, what can that one be to me? As if in answer, Bel Kalfate's gaze came to his son. I love thee, he said, and he kissed Habib's temple with his lips. Thou art my son, he went on, and my eyes were thirsty to drink of the sight of thee. It is El Jum'ah, Friday, the Mohammedan Sabbath. It is time we should go to the prayer. We shall go with Haji Daoud today, for afterward, there at the mosque, I have rendezvous with his friends in the matter of the dowry. It is the day, thou rememberest, that he appointed. Habib wanted to stop. He wanted to think. He wanted time. But the serene, warm pressure of his father's hand carried him on. Stammering words fell from his mouth. My mother, I remember, my mother, it is true, said something, but I did not altogether comprehend. And, oh, my sire! Thou shalt be content. Thou art a man now. The days of thy learning are accomplished. Thou hast suffered exile. Now is thy reward prepared. And the daughter of the notary, thy betrothed, is as lovely as a palm tree in the morning, and as mild as sweet milk. Beauteous as a pearl, Habib, a milk-white pearl. See? Drawing from his burnous a sack of Moroccan lambskin, he opened it and lifted out a pearl. His fingers, even at rest, seemed to caress it. They slid back among the treasure in the sack, the bargaining price for the first wife of the only son of a man blessed by God. And now they brought forth also a red stone, cut in the fashion of Tunis. A milk-white sea-pearl, look thou, to wed in a jewel with the blood-red ruby that is the son of my breast. Ah, Habib, my Habib, but thou shalt be content. They stood in the sunlight before the green door of a mosque. As the hand of a city had reached out for Habib through the city gate, so now the prayer, throbbing like a tide across the pillared mystery of the court, reached out through the doorway in the blaze. And he heard his own voice, strange in his mouth, shallow as a bleat. Why then, sire, why then, hast thou allowed me to make of those others the friends of my spirit, the companions of my mind? They are neither companions nor friends of thine, for God is God. And why hast thou sent me to learn the teaching of the French? When thou settest thy horse against an enemy, it is well to have two lances to thy hand, thine own and his. And it is written, Habib, son of Habib, that thou shalt be content. Put off thy shoes now, and come. It is time we were at prayer. Summer died. Autumn grew. With the approach of winter, an obscure nervousness spread over the land. In the dust of its 8 months' drought, from one day to another, from one glass-dry night to another, the desert waited for the coming of the rains. The earth cracked. A cloud sailing lone and high from the coast of Sousse passed under the moon, and everywhere men stirred in their sleep, woke, looked out, from their tents on the cactus steppes, from the fonduques on the camel tracks of the west, from marble courts of Kairwan. The cloud passed on and vanished in the sky. On the plain the earth cracks crept and ramified. Gaunt beasts tugged at their heel ropes and would not be still. The jackals came closer to the tents. The city slept again, but in its sleep it seemed to mutter and twitch. In the serpent-spotted light under the vine on the housetop, Habib muttered too, and twitched a little. It was as if the arid months had got in under his skin and peeled off the coverings of his nerves. The girl's eyes widened with the gradual, phlegmatic wonder of pain under the pinch of his blue fingers on her arms. His face was the colour of the moon. "Am I a child of 3 years, that my father should lead me here or lead me there by the hand? Am I that?" "Nay, Sidi, nay." "Am I a shepherd between 2 wells, that the herder's stick should tell me, 'Here and not there thou shalt drink'? Am I a sheep?" "Thou art neither a child nor sheep, Sidi, but a lion." "Yes, a lion." A sudden thin exultation shook him like a fever chill. "I am more than a lion, Nejma. I am a man, just as the Rumi (Romans or Christians) are men. Men who decide, men who undertake, agitate, accomplish. And now, for the last time, I have decided. A fate has given thy loveliness to me, and no man shall take it away from me to enjoy. I will take it away from them instead, from all the men of this Africa, conquered by the French. Hark, I will come and take thee away in the night, to the land beyond the sea, where thou mayest be always near me, and neither God nor man says yes or no." "And there, Sidi, beyond the sea, I may talk unveiled with other men? As thou hast told me in France?" "Yes, yes, as I have told thee, there thou mayest, thou—" He broke off, lost in thought, staring down at the dim oval of her face. Again he twitched a little. Again his fingers tightened on her arms. He twisted her around with a kind of violence of confrontation. "But wouldst thou rather talk with other men than with me? Dost thou no longer love me, then?" "Aye, master, I love thee. I wish to see no other man than thee." "Ah, my star, I know." He drew her close and covered her face with his kisses. And in her ear he whispered, "And when I come for thee in the night, thou wilt go with me? Say." "I will go, Sidi. Inshallah, if God will." At that he shook her again, even more roughly than before. "Don't say that. Not, 'if God will.' Say to me, 'if thou wilt.'" "Aye, aye." There was a silence. "But let it be quickly," he heard her whispering after a while. Under his hand he felt a slow shiver moving over her arms. "Nikaf," she breathed, so low that he could hardly hear. "I am afraid." It was another night when the air was electric, and men stirred in their sleep. Lieutenant Genet turned over in bed and stared at the moonlight streaming in through the window from the court of the caserne. In the moonlight stood Habib. "What do you want?" Genet demanded, gruff with sleep. "I came to you because you are my friend." The other rubbed his eyes and peered through the window to mark the Sudanese sentry standing awake beside his box at the gate. "How did you get in?" "I got in as I shall get out, not only from here, but from Kairwan, from Africa, because I am a man of decision." "You are also, Habib, a skeleton. The moon shows through you. What have you been doing these weeks, these months, that you should be so shivery and so thin? Is old Africa gnawing at your bones? Or are you, perhaps, in love?" "I am in love. Yes, aye, Raoul Habibi. If thou but couldst see her, the lotus bloom opening at dawn, the palm tree in a land of streams." "Talk French." Genet got his legs over the side of the bed and sat up. He passed a hand through his hair. "You are in love, then. And again I tell you, for perhaps the 20th time, Habib, that between a man and a woman in Islam there is no such thing as love. But I am not in Islam. I am not in anything. And if you could but see her—" "Lust." "What do you mean by lust?" "Lust is the thing you find where you don't find trust. Lust is a priceless perfume that a man has in a crystal vial, and he is the miser of its fragrance. He closes the windows when he takes the stopper out of that bottle to drink its breath, and he puts the stopper back quickly again so that it will not evaporate, not too soon. But that, Raoul, is love. All men know that for love. The priceless perfume in a crystal beyond price." "Yes, love, too, is the perfume in the vial. But the man who has that vial opens the windows and throws the stopper away, and all the air is sweet forever. The perfume evaporates forever. And this, Habib, is the miracle. The vial is never any emptier than when it began." Yes, I know, perhaps. But tonight I have no time." The moon did shine through him. He was but a rag blown in the dark wind. He had been torn to pieces too long. "I have no time," he repeated, with a feverish force. "Listen, Raoul, my dear friend. Today the price was paid in the presence of the Cadi, Ben Ishkar. 3 days from now they lead me to marriage with the daughter of the notary. What to me is the daughter of the notary? They lead me like a sheep to kill at a tomb. Raoul, for the sake of our friendship, give me hold of your hand. Tomorrow night. The car. Or, if you say you haven't the disposal of the car, bring me horses. And again the shaking of his nerves got the better of him. Again he tumbled back into the country tongue. For the sake of God, bring me 2 horses. By Sidna Isa, by the 3 hairs from the head of the prophet, I swear it. My firstborn shall be named for thee, Raoul. Only bring thou horses. Raoul, Raoul. It was the whine of the beggar of Barbary. Genet lay back, his hands behind his head, staring into shadows under the ceiling. Better the car. I'll manage it, with some lies. Tomorrow night at moonset, I'll have the car outside the gate Jadid. After a moment he added under his breath, But I know your kind too well, Habib ben Habib, and I know that you will not be there. Habib was not there. From moonset till 3:30, well over 2 hours, Genet waited, sitting on the stone in the shadow of the gate, prowling the little square inside. He smoked 20 cigarettes. He yawned 3 times 20 times. At last he went out, got into the car, and drove away. As the throb of the engine grew faint, a figure in European clothes and a long-tasseled chechia crept out from the dark of a door-arch along the street. It advanced toward the gate. It started back at a sound. It rallied again, a figure bedeviled by vacillation. It came as far as the well in the center of the little square. On the horizon towards the coast of Sousse rested a low, black wall of cloud. Lightning came out of it from time to time and ran up the sky, soundless, glimmering. The cry of the morning muezzin rolled down over the town. The lightning showed the figure sprawled face down on the cool stone of the coping of the well. The court of the house of Belkalfate swam in the glow of candles. A striped awning shut out the night sky, heavy with clouds, and the women crowding for stolen peeps on the flat roof. A confusion of voices, raillery, laughter eddied around the arcaded walls, and thin music bound it together with a monotonous count of notes. Through the doorway from the marble entresol, where he stood, Habib could see his father cross-legged on a dais, with the notary. They sat hand in hand like big children, conversing gravely. With them was the Caid of Kairwan, the Cadi, Ben Ishkar, and a dark-skinned cousin from the oasis of the Gerrity in the south. Their garments shone. There was perfume in their beards. On a rostrum beyond and above the crowded heads, the musicians swayed at their work. Tabouka players with strong nervous thumbs, an oily, gross lutist, an organist watching everything with the lizard eyes of the hashish taker. Among them, behind a taboret piled with bait of food and drink, the Jewish dancing woman from Algiers, rolled in her cushions, a drift of white disdain. He saw it all through a kind of mist. It was as if time had halted, and he was still at the steaming hammam of the afternoon, his spirit and his flesh undone, and all about him, in the perfumed vapor of the bath, the white bodies of his boyhood comrades glimmering luminous and opalescent. His flesh was still asleep, and so was his soul. The hand of his father's city had come closer about him, and for a moment it seemed that he was too weary or too lazy to push it away. For a little while he drifted with the warm and perfumed cloud of the hours. Hands turned him around. It was Hussein Abdul-Kader, the Caid's son, the comrade of long ago. Hussein, in silk of wine and silver, hyacinth pendants on his cheeks, a light of festival in his eyes. Assalamu alaikum, ya Habib Habibi. It was a salutation in the plural to Habib, and to the angels that walk, one at either shoulder of every son of God. As he spoke, he threw a new white burnous over Habib's head, so that it hung down straight and covered him like a bridal veil. Alaikum salam, yo Senu. It was the name of boyhood, Sinu, the diminutive that fell from Habib's lips, and he could not call it back. Come thou now. He felt the gentle push of Hussein's hands. He found himself moving toward the door that stood open into the street. The light of an outer conflagration was in his eyes. The thin music of lute and tabouka in the court behind him grew thinner. The boom of drums and voices in the street grew big. He had crossed the threshold. 100 candles, carried in horizontal banks on lathes by little boys, came around him on 3 sides, like footlights. And beyond the glare, in the flaming mist, he saw the street Dar el Bey massed with men. All their faces were toward him, hot yellow spots in which the black spot of their mouths gaped and vanished. "That the marriage of Habib be blessed! Blessed be the marriage of Habib!" The riot of sound began to take form. It began to emerge in a measure, a boom, boom, boom of tambours and big goatskin drums. A bamboo fife struck into a high, quavering note. The singing club of Sidibou Said joined voice. The footlights were moving forward toward the street of the market. Habib moved with them a few slow paces without effort or will. Again they had all stopped. It could not be more than 200 yards to the house of the notary and his waiting bride, but by the ancient tradition of Kairwan, an hour must be consumed on the way. An hour! An eternity! Panic came over Habib. He turned his hooded eyes for some path of escape. To the right, Hussein. To the left, close at his shoulder, Mohammed Sharif. Mohammed, the laughing and the well-beloved. Mohammed, with whom in the long, white days he used to chase lizards by the pool of the Aglabides. In the long, white, happy days, while beyond the veil of palms the swaying camel palanquins of women, like huge bright blooms, went northward up the Tunis road. What made him think of that? Boom, 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 and around the drums, beyond the candles, he heard them singing. On the day of the going away of my love, when the litters, carrying the women of the tribe, traversed the valley of Dad, like a sea, mirage, they were like ships, great ships, the work of the children of Adul, or like the boats of Yemen's sons. Boom, boom, the monotonous pulse, the slow, minor slide of 16th tones, the stark rests. He felt the hypnotic pulse of the old music tampering with the pulse of his blood. It gave him a queer, creeping fright. He shut his eyes, as if that would keep it out. And in the glow of his lids he saw the tents on the naked desert. He saw the forms of veiled women. He saw the horses of warriors coming like a breaker over the sand. The horses of the warriors of God. He pulled the burnous over his lids to make them dark. And even in the dark he could see. He saw two eyes gazing at his, untroubled, untroubling, out of the desert night. And they were the eyes of any woman, the eyes of his bride, of his sister, his mother, the eyes of his mothers 1,000 years dead. "Master," they said. They were pushing him forward by the elbows, Mohammed and Hussein. He opened his eyes. The crowd swam before him through the yellow glow. Something had made an odd breach in his soul, and through the breach came memories. Memories. There at his left was the smoky shelf of Blind Moulet's café. Black-faced, white-eyed old Moulet. Moulet was dead now many years, but the men still sat in the same attitudes, holding the same cups, smoking the same chibouk with the same gulping of bubbles as in the happy days. And there between the café and the souk gate was the same whitewashed niche where 3 lads used to sit with their feet tucked under their little kashibias, their chechias awry on their shaven poles, and their lips pursed to spit after the leather legs of the infidel conquerors passing by. The Rumi, the French blasphemers, the defilers of the mosque. Spit on the dogs! Spit! Behind his reverie, the drums boomed, the voices chanted. The lament of drums and voices beat at the back of his brain, while he remembered the 3 lads sitting in the niche, waiting from one white day to another for the coming of Moulay Sa, the Messiah, watching for the holy war to begin. "And I shall ride in the front rank of the horsemen, please God. And I shall ride at the Moulay Sa's right hand, please God, and I shall cut the necks of Rumi with my sword, like barley straw." Habib advanced in the spotlight of the candles. Under their burnous, his face, half-shadowed, looked green and white, as if he were sick to his death. Or, perhaps, as if he were being born again. The minutes passed, and they were hours. The music went on, interminable. Boom, 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 boom. But now Habib himself was the instrument, and now the old song of his race played its will on him. Pinkness began to creep over the green-white cheeks. The cadence of the chanting had changed. It grew ardent, melting, voluptuous. It chanted, "And conquests I have made among the fair ones, perfume inundated, beauties ravishing, that sway in an air of musk and saffron, bearing still on their white necks the traces of kisses." It hung under the pepper trees, drunk with the beauty of flesh, fainting with passion. Above the trees, mute lightning played in the cloud. Habib ben Habib was born again. Again, after exile, he came back into the heritage. He saw the heaven of the men of his race. He saw paradise in a walking dream. He saw women forever young and forever lovely in a land of streams, women forever changing, forever virgin, forever new, strangers intimate and tender, the angels of a creed of love, or of lust. Lust is the thing you find where you don't find trust. A thin echo of the Frenchman's diatribe flickered through his memory, and he smiled. He smiled because his eyes were open now. He seemed to see this Christian fellow sitting on his bed, barefooted, rumple-haired, talking dogmatically of perfumes and vials and stoppers thrown away, talking of faith in women. And that was the jest. For he seemed to see the women, over there in Paris, that the brothers of that naive fellow trusted alone with a handsome young university student from Tunisia. Ha, ha, ha! Now he remembered. He wanted to laugh out loud at a race of men that could be as simple as that. He wanted to laugh at the bursting of the iridescent bubble of faith in the virtue of beautiful women. The Arab knew. A color of health was on his face. His step had grown confident. Of a sudden, and very quietly, all the mixed past was blotted out. He heard only the chanting voices and the beating drums. They chanted, "Once I came into the tent of a young beauty on a day of rain. Beauty blinding, charms that ravished and made drunkards of the eyes." His blood ran with the song, pulse and pulse. The mute lightning came down through the trees and bathed his soul. And, shivering a little, he let his thoughts go for the first time to the strange and virgin creature that awaited his coming there, somewhere behind some blind house wall, so near. "Thou hast suffered exile. Now is thy reward prepared." What a fool he had been. He wanted to run now. The lassitude of months was gone from his limbs. He wanted to fling aside that clogging crowd, run, leap, arrive. How long was this hour? Where was he? He tried to see the housetops to know, but the glow was in his eyes. He felt the hands of his comrades on his arms. But now there was another sound in the air. His ears, strained to the alert, caught it above the drums and voices. A thin, high ululation. It came from behind high walls and hung among the leaves of the trees. A phantom yodeling, the welcoming you of the women of Islam. Before him he saw that the crowd had vanished. Even the candles went away. There was a door, and the door was open. He entered, and no one followed. He penetrated alone into an empty house of silence, and all around him the emptiness moved, and the silence rustled. He traversed a court and came into a chamber where there was a light. He saw a negress, a Sudanese duenna, crouching in a corner and staring at him with white eyes. He turned toward the other side of the room. She sat on a high divan, like a throne, her hands palms together, her legs crossed. In the completeness of her immobility, she might have been a doll or a corpse. After the strict fashion of brides, her eyebrows were painted in thick black arches, her lips drawn in scarlet, her cheeks splashed with rose. Her face was a mask, and jewels in a crust hid the flame of her hair. Under the stiff kohl of their lips, her eyes turned neither to the left nor to the right. She seemed not to breathe. It is a dishonor for a maid to look or to breathe in the moment when her naked face suffers for the first time the gaze of the Lord, whom she has never seen. A minute passed away. This is the thing that is mine. A blinding exultation ran through his brain and flesh. Better this than the trust of fools and infidels. No question here of faith. Here I know that this thing that is mine has not been bandied about by the eyes of all the men in the world. I know that this perfume has never been breathed by the passers in the street. I know that it has been treasured from the beginning in a secret place, against this moment, for me. This bud has come to its opening in a hidden garden. No man has ever looked upon it. No man will ever look upon it. None but I. He roused himself. He moved nearer, consumed with the craving and exquisite curiosity of the new. He stood before the dais and gazed into the unwavering eyes. As he gazed, as his sight forgot the grotesque doll painting of the face around those eyes, something queer began to come over him. a confusion, something bothering, a kind of fright. "Thou!" he breathed. Her icy stillness endured. Not once did her dilated pupils waver from the straight line. Not once did her bosom lift with breath. "Thou! It is thou, then, O runner on the housetops by night!" The fright of his soul grew deeper, and suddenly it went out. And in its place there came a black calm. The eyes before him remained transfixed in the space beyond his shoulder. But by and by the painted lips stirred once. "Nekaf, I am afraid." Habib turned away and went out of the house. In the house of Bel Kalfate, the Jewess danced, still, even in voluptuous motion, a white drift of disdain. The music eddied under the rayed awning. Raillery and laughter were magnified. More than a little vodka, the forbidden liquor distilled of figs, had been consumed in secret. Eyes gleamed. Lips hung. Alone in the thronged court on the days, the host and the notary, the caid, the cadi, and the cousin from the south continued to converse in measured tones, holding their coffee cups in their palms. "It comes to me, on thought," pronounced Bel Kalfate, inclining his head toward the notary with an air of courtly deprecation, "it comes to me that thou hast been defrauded. For what is a trifle of 10,000 duras of silver, as against the rarest jewel, I am certain, Sidi, that has ever crowned the sex which thou mayest perhaps forgive me for mentioning?" And in the same tone, with the same gesture, Hadji Daoud replied, "Nay, master and friend, by the beard of the Prophet, but I should repay thee the half, for that is a treasure for a sultan's daughter, and this fillet of mine, forgive me, is of no great beauty or worth." "In saying that, Sidi Hadji, thou sayest a thing which is at odds with half the truth." They were startled at the voice of Habib coming from behind their backs. "For thy daughter, Sidi Hadji, thy Zina is surely as lovely as the full moon sinking in the west in the hour before the dawn." The words were fair. But Bel Kalfate was looking at his son's face. "Where are thy comrades?" he asked in a low voice. "How hast thou come?" Then, with a hint of haste, "The dance is admirable. It would be well that we should remain quiet, Habib, my son." But the notary continued to face the young man. He set his cup down and clasped his hands about his knee. The knuckles were a little white. "May I beg thee, Habib ben Habib, that thou shouldest speak the thing which is in thy mind?" "There is only this, Sidi, a little thing. When thou hast another bird to vend in the market of hearts, it would perhaps be well to examine with care the cage in which thou hast kept that bird. Thy daughter," he added, after a moment of silence, "thy daughter, Sidi Hadji, is with child." That was all that was said. Hadji Daoud lifted his cup and drained it, sucking politely at the dregs. The cadi coughed. The cadi raised his eyes to the awning and appeared to listen. Then he observed, "Tonight, inshallah, it will rain." The notary pulled his burnous over his shoulder, groping down with his toes for his slippers, and got to his feet. "Rest in well-being," he said. Then, without haste, he went out. Habib followed him tardily as far as the outer door. In the darkness of the empty street he saw the loom of the man's figure moving off toward his own house, still without any haste. "And in the night of thy marriage, thy husband, or thy father, if thou hast a father—" Habib did not finish with the memory. He turned and walked a few steps along the street. He could still hear the music and the clank of the Jewess's silver in his father's court. Inshallah, she had said that night. But after all, it had been the will of God. A miracle had happened. All the dry pain had gone out of the air. Just now the months of waiting for the winter rains were done. All about him the big, cool drops were spattering on the invisible stones. The rain bathed his face. His soul was washed with the waters of the merciful God of Arab men. For, after all, from the beginning, it had been written. All written. Mektub. End of The Marriage in Kairwan. Recording by Graham McMillan, San Diego.
Grit, An O. Henry Memorial Award Prize Story of 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Grit by Tristram Tupper, from Metropolitan Magazine. Grit was dead. There was no mistake about that. And on the very day of his burial, temptation came to his widow. Grit's widow was Great Taylor, whose inadequate first name was Nell, a young, immaculate creature whose body was splendid even if her vision and spirit were small. She had never understood Grit. Returning from the long, wearisome ride, she climbed the circular iron staircase, up through parallels of garlic-scented tenement gloom to her 3-room flat, neat as a pin, but not even then did she give way to tears. Tears? No man could make Great Taylor weep. However, drawing the pins from her straw hat, dyed black for the occasion, she admitted, "It ain't right." Grit had left her nothing, absolutely nothing, but an unpleasant memory of himself. His grimy face and hands, his crooked nose and baggy breeches, and Great Taylor was willing that every thought of him should leave her forever. "Grit's gone," she told herself. "I ain't going to think of him any more." Determinedly, Great Taylor put some things to soak, and closing down the top of the stationary wash-tubs, went to the window. The view was not intriguing, and yet she hung there, roofs and more roofs, a countless number reaching out toward infinity, with pebbles and pieces of broken glass glittering in the sunlight. Chimneys sharply outlined by shadow, and on every roof except one, clotheslines, from which white cotton and linen flapped in the wind at the side of faded overalls and red woolen shirts. They formed a kind of flag, these red, white, and blue garments flying in the breeze high above a nation of toilers. But Great Taylor's only thought was, "It's Monday." One roof, unlike the rest, displayed no such flag, a somewhat notorious garden and dance hall just around the corner. And adjacent to this house was a vacant lot on which Great Taylor could see a junk cart waiting, and perhaps wondering what had become of its master. She turned her eyes away. "I ain't going to think of him." Steadying her chin in the palms of her hands, elbows on the window sill, Nell peered down upon a triangular segment of chaotic street. Massed humanity overflowed the sidewalks and seemed to bend beneath the weight of sunlight upon their heads and shoulders. A truck plowed a furrow through push carts that rolled back to the curb like a wave crested with crude yellow, red, green, and orange merchandise. She caught the hum of voices, many tongues mingling, while the odors of vegetables and fruit and human beings came faintly to her nostrils. She was looking down upon one of the busiest streets of the city that people sometimes call the Devil's Own. Grit had wrested an existence from the debris of the city. Others have waded ankle deep in the crowd, but he, a grimy, infinitesimal molecule, had been at the bottom, wholly submerged, where the light of idealism is not supposed to penetrate. Grit had been a junk man, his business address a vacant lot, his only asset a junk cart across the top of which he had strung a belt of jingling, jangling bells that had called through the cavernous streets more plainly than Grit himself: "Rags, old iron, bottles, and rags!" This had been Grit's song, perhaps the only one he had known, for he had shoved that blessed cart of his since a boy of 13. He had worn himself as threadbare as the clothes on his back, and at last the threads had snapped. He had died of old age in his 30s, and his junk cart with its bells stood silent and unmanned upon the vacant lot just around the corner. Great Taylor had seen Grit pass along this narrow segment of street visible from her window, but his flight had always been swift, pushing steadily with head bent, never looking up, and so it was not during his hours of toil that she had known him. Nell closed the window. She was not going to think of him any more. Ain't worth a thought. But everything in this room reminded her of the man. He had furnished it from his junk pile. The drawer was missing from the center table. The door of the kitchen stove was wired at the hinges. Even the black marble clock, with its headless gilt figure, and the brown tin boxes marked "Coffee," "Bread," and "Sugar," all were junk. And these were the things that Grit, not without a show of pride, had brought home to her. Nell sank into a large armchair, with one rung gone, and glowered at an earthen jug on the shelf. Grit had loved molasses. Every night he had spilt amber drops of it on the table, and his plate had always been hard to wash. "Won't have to do that any more," sighed Nell. Back of the molasses jug, just visible, were the tattered pages of a coverless book. This had come to Grit together with 50 pounds of waste paper in gunny sacks, and though Nell had never undergone the mental torture of informing herself as to its contents, she had dubbed the book Grit's Bible, for he had pawed over it, spelling out the words every night for years. It was one thing from which she could not wash Grit's grimy finger marks, and so she disliked it even more than the sticky molasses jug. Him and his book and his brown molasses jug! One was gone forever, and soon she would get rid of the other too. And yet, even as she thought this, her eyes moved slowly to the door, and she could not help visualizing Grit as he had appeared every evening at dusk. His baggy breeches had seemed always to precede him into the room. The rest of him would follow, his thin shoulders, from which there hung a greenish coat, frayed at the sleeves. Above this, his long, collarless neck, his pointed chin and broken nose that leaned toward the hollow and smudges of his cheek. He would lock the door quickly and stand there looking at Nell. Why did he always lock the door? Mused Great Taylor. Nothing here to steal. Why'd he stand there like that? Every night she had expected him to say something, but he never did. Instead, he would take a long breath, almost like a sigh, and after closing his eyes for a moment, he would move into the room and light the screeching gas jet. Never thought of turning down the gas. This particularly was a sore point with Great Taylor. Never thought of anything, just dropped into the best chair. "It's a good chair, Nell," he would say, "only one rung missing," and he would remain silent, drooping there, wrists crossed in his lap, palms turned upward, fingers curled, until supper had been placed before him on the table. "Fingers bent like claws," muttered Great Taylor, "and doing nothing while I set the table." Sometimes he would eat enormously, which irritated Nell. Sometimes he would eat nothing except bread and molasses, which irritated Nell even more. "A good molasses jug," he would say. "Got it for a dime. Once I set a price, I'm a stone wall, never give in." This was his one boast, his stock phrase. After using it, he would look up at his wife for a word of approval, and as the word of approval was never forthcoming, he would repeat, "Nell, I'm a stone wall, never give in." After supper he would ask what she had been doing all day. A weary, almost voiceless man, he had told her nothing. But Great Taylor, while washing the dishes, would rattle off everything that had happened since that morning. She seldom omitted any important detail, for she knew by experience that Grit would sit there, silent, wrists crossed and palms turned up, waiting. He had always seemed to know when she had left anything out, and she always ended by telling him. Then he would take a long breath, eyes closed, and after fumbling back of the molasses jug, would soon be seated again beneath the streaming gas jet, spelling to himself the words of his coverless book. So vivid was the picture, the personality and routine of Grit, that Great Taylor felt the awe with which he at times had inspired her. She had been afraid of Grit, afraid to do anything she could not tell him about, afraid not to tell him about everything she had done. But now she determined, "I'll do what I please," and the first thing it pleased Great Taylor to do was to get rid of the odious molasses jug. She plucked it from the shelf, holding the sticky handle between two fingers, and dropped it into the peach crate that served as a waste basket. The noise when the jug struck the bottom of the crate startled her. Great Taylor stood there listening. Someone was slowly ascending the circular staircase. The woman could hear a footfall on the iron steps. "Grit's gone," she reassured herself. I'll do what I please." She reached for the grimy book, Grit's Bible, the most offensive article in the room, and with sudden determination tore the book in two, and was about to throw the defaced volume into the basket along with the earthen jug, when fear arrested the motion of her hands. Her lips parted. She was afraid to turn her head. The door back of her had opened. Great Taylor was only ordinarily superstitious. She had buried Grit that morning. It was still broad daylight, early afternoon, and yet when she turned, clutching the torn book, she fully expected to see a pair of baggy breeches preceding a collarless, long-necked man with a broken nose and smudges in the hollows of his cheeks. Instead, she wheeled to see a pair of fastidiously pressed blue serge trousers, an immaculate white collar, a straight nose, and ruddy complexion. In fact, the man seemed the exact opposite of Grit. Nell glanced at the open door, back at the man, exhaled tremulously with relief, and breathed, "Why didn't you knock?" "Sorry if I startled you," puffed the man, entirely winded by the 6 flights. "Must have pushed the wrong button in the vestibule. No great harm done. Who are you? What do you want?" "Junk. That's one of the things I came to see you about. The junk in back of my place. I suppose it's for sale?" He thrust his white hands into the side pockets of his coat, pulling the coat snugly around his waist and hips, and smiled amiably at Great Taylor's patent surprise. "You buy Grit's junk business?" What did he want with junk? He was clean. From head to foot he was clean. His hair was parted. It was not only parted, it was brushed into a wave, which ends pointing stiffly up over his temples, a coiffure affected by bartenders of that day, and Nell even detected the pleasant fragrance of pomade. "You ain't a junk man." The man laughed. "I don't know about that." He studied her a moment in silence. Nell was leaning back against the washtubs, her sleeves rolled up, her head tilted quizzically, lips parted. White tints of color ebbed and flowed in her throat and cheeks. She had attained the ripeness of womanhood and very nearly animal perfection. The man's attitude might have told her this. One of his eyes, beneath a permanently cocked eyebrow, blinked like the shutter of a camera, and seemed to take intimate photographs of all parts of her person. The other eye looked at her steadily from under a drooping lid. "No," he said, after the pause of a moment, "I'm not going into the junk business." But he wanted to get the rubbish away from the back of his place. "I'll buy it and have it carted away. It's too near the garden." He rocked up on his toes and clicked his heels gently. "I own the house just around the corner." "I knew it," Nell murmured fatuously. The man was vaguely familiar, even though she could not remember having seen him before. "Set your price." He turned away, and Nell imagined that his camera-like eye was taking instantaneous photographs of all the broken and mended things in the immaculate room. A wave of hot blood made her back prickle and dyed her throat crimson. "I don't like rubbish," said the man. "I don't like junk." "Who does?" stammered Great Taylor. "You dislike junk, and yet there was your husband, a junk man." He watched her narrowly from beneath his drooping eyelid. Great Taylor was not of the noblesse, nor did she know the meaning of noblesse oblige. And had she been a man, perhaps she would have denied her former lord and master once, twice, or even thrice. It has been done. But being a woman, she said, "Leave Grit out of it." Well, this seemed to please the man from around the corner. "I think we're going to get on," he said significantly. "But you must remember that Grit can't take care of you any longer." "Grit's gone," assented Nell. "Gone for good." The man allowed his singular eyes to move over her. "I think we can arrange something. I've seen you pass my place looking in, and I had something in mind when I started up here, something aside from junk. I could make a place over there, matron or cashier. How would you like that? Cashier at the garden." He rocked up on his toes and clicked his heels quite audibly. "I don't know anything about it." "You'll soon learn," he was confident. He mentioned the salary, and that a former cashier was now half owner of an uptown place. and for half an hour Great Taylor's saturnine mind followed in the wake of his smoothly flowing words. Why couldn't Grit have talked like that, she kept asking herself. Grit never said anything. Why couldn't he be clean like that, with hair brushed into a curl that sat up like that? The man's words gradually slipped far beyond her, and only his pleasant voice accompanied her own thoughts. No reason why she shouldn't be cashier at the Garden. Only one reason, anyway, and that wasn't any reason at all. On an afternoon more than a year ago she had gone to the place around the corner. She had told Grit all about it, and Grit had said in his weary voice, "Don't never go again, Nell." She had argued with Grit. The Garden wasn't wicked, nothing the matter with it. Other people went there of an afternoon. She liked the music. And Grit had listened, drooping in his chair, wrists crossed and palms turned upward. And finally, when Nell had finished, he had repeated, "Don't go again." He had not argued, for Grit never argued. He was always too weary. But this had been one of his longest speeches. He had ended, "The devil himself owns that place. I ought to know. My junkyard's right back of it." And he had closed his eyes and taken a long, deep breath. "When I say a thing, Nell, I'm a stone wall. You can't go there again, now or never." And that had settled it, for Great Taylor had been afraid of Grit. But now Grit was dead, gone for good. She would do as she pleased. When she had looked up, the man had stopped talking. He glanced at the clock. "What time?" murmured Great Taylor. "5," said the man from just around the corner. Nell nodded her head and watched as the man fastidiously pressed trousers and polished shoes cleared the closing door. Nell immediately went to the looking-glass, a cracked little mirror that hung by the mantelpiece, and studied the reflection of herself with newly awakened interest. She had never seemed so radiant. Her smooth hair, her lineless face, her large gray eyes and perfect throat. "I ain't so bad looking," she admitted. Grit had never made her feel this way. And again she asked herself why he could not have been clean, like the man from around the corner. She rehearsed all that he had said. She thought of the salary the man had mentioned, and made calculations. It was more than Grit had averaged for two of them to live on. With prodigal fancy she spent the money, and with newborn thrift she placed it in the bank. Limited only by her small knowledge of such things, she revelled in a dream of affluence and luxury which was only dissipated when gradually she became conscious that throughout the past hour she had been clinging to a grimy, coverless book. Damp fingerprints were upon the outer leaves, and the pages adhered to her moistened hand. She loosened her grip, and the book opened to a particularly soiled page on which a line had been underscored with a thick red mark. Dully, Great Taylor read the line, spelling out the words, but it conveyed nothing to her intellect. It was the fighting phrase of a famous soldier. "I have drawn the sword and thrown away the scabbard." "What does that mean?" she mumbled. Her eyes wandered to the top of the page, where in larger type was the title, "Life of Stonewall Jackson." "Stonewall," repeated Nell. "Stonewall." The word had the potency to bring vividly before her Grit's drooping, grimy form. Her ears rang with his ridiculous boast. His voice seemed no longer low and weary. "When I say a thing, Stonewall. Can't go there again, now or never." Great Taylor mumbled disparagingly, "He got it from a book." And again she read the fighting phrase of Grit's hero, "I have drawn the sword and thrown away the scabbard." "Can't mean Grit," she mused. "He never threw anything away." And she tossed his desecrated Bible toward the peach crate, but missing its aim, the book slid along the floor with a slight rustle, almost like a sigh, and struck the chairboard behind the washtubs, where it lay limp and forgotten. Back of Nell the clock struck the half hour, and she turned quickly, her heart thumping with the fear of being late. But the hour was only 3:30. Plenty time. She gazed at the broken clock. "A good clock," Grit used to say. "Keeps good time and only cost a quarter." Stonewall. Humph! Nell transformed the washtubs into a bath by the removal of the center partition, and within an hour was bathed and dressed. Sticking the pins through her straw hat, dyed black, she took from the bottom drawer of the cupboard a patent leather handbag with colorful worsted fruit embroidered upon its shining sides. She thought of the night Grit had brought it home to her, his pride. He had bought it at a store. But a glance around the room obliterated this memory, and she mumbled, "Wish I weren't never going to see this place again. Wait till I get money." She glared at the broken furniture, each piece of which brought back some memory of the man. She could see him drooping in the armchair, with his wrists crossed, fingers curled. She glared at the shelf and imagined him fumbling for something that was not there. She started for the door, then, turning back, reached into the peach crate. "There, keep your old molasses jug," she said in a dry voice, and replacing the jug on the shelf, she went out into the hall. Winding down through the tenement house gloom, Great Taylor was not without fear. Her footfall on the uncarpeted landings and iron treads sounded hollow and strangely loud. The odors that in the past had greeted her familiarly, making known absorbing domestic details of her neighbors, caused her neither to pause nor to sniff. She reached the narrow entrance hall, dark and deserted, and hurrying down its length, fumbled with a knob and pulled open the street door. Dazzling sunlight, a blast of warm air, and the confused clatter of the sidewalk engulfed her. She stood vacillating in the doorway, thinly panoplied for the struggle of existence. Her body was splendid, it is true, but her spirit was small. Despite the sunlight and warmth, she was trembling. And yet for years she had gone down into this street confident of herself, mingling on equal terms with its wayfarers, her ear catching and translating the sounds that, converging, caused this babel. And now suddenly all of it was meaningless. The peddlers, with whom she had bickered and bargained in a loud voice with gestures, breast to breast, were strangers, and the street an alien land. Many things seemed to have passed backward out of her life. She was no longer Grit's wife, no longer the Great Taylor of yesterday. She was something new-born, free of will. All the old ties had been clipped. She could do as she pleased. No one could stop her. And she pleased to become a denizen of a world which, though just around the corner, was unrelated to the sphere in which she had moved. "What's the matter with me?" she asked herself. "Nothing to be afraid of. He's gone. I'll do as I please." With such assertions she bolstered her courage, but nevertheless she was trembling. Glossy-haired women jostled her with their baskets. Taller by a head, Nell pushed her way, oblivious of the crowd. At the corner she paused. "I ain't going to be early." A clock across the avenue, visible beneath the reverberating ironwork of the elevated, seemed to have stopped at the half-hour. It was 4:30. She watched the long hand until it moved jerkily. A policeman, half dragging a shrieking woman and followed by a jostling, silent crowd, swept Great Taylor aside and put in a call for the wagon. She hurriedly rounded the corner and passed a window that displayed a pyramid of varnished kegs, backed by a mirror with a ram's head painted on it in colors. Beyond was the side entrance. Over the door hung a glass sign, one word in large red letters, "Dancing." She caught the odor of cheap wine and stale beer. Again she said, "I ain't going to be early," and moved away aimlessly. Beyond the end of this building was a vacant lot, and Great Taylor moved more swiftly, with head averted. She had passed nearly to the next building before she stopped and wheeled around defiantly. "I ain't afraid to look," she said to herself, and gazed across at Grit's junkyard, with its string of bells partly concealed back against the fence. It was standing in the shadow, silent, unmanned. She walked on a few steps and turned again. The cart was standing as before, silent, unmanned. She stood there, hands on her hips, trying to visualize Grit drooping over the handle, his collarless neck, his grimy face and baggy breeches. But her imagination would not paint the picture. "Grit's gone for good," she said. "Why couldn't he be clean like other people, like the man that owns the garden? No excuse for being dirty, and always tired like that. Anybody could push it and keep clean, too. Half clean, anyway." She slipped a glance at the clock. It stood at 20 minutes before the hour of her appointment. A baby could push it. She picked her way across the vacant lot to the junkyard, and laid her hands upon the grimy handle. The thing moved. The string of bells set up a familiar jingle. Easy as a baby carriage. And Great Taylor laughed. The cart reached the sidewalk, bumped down over the curb, and pulling Great Taylor with it, went beyond the center of the street. She tried to turn back, but a clanging trolley car cut in between her and the curb. A wheel of the junk cart caught in the smooth steel track and skidded as if it were alive, with a stupid will of its own. "It ain't so easy," she admitted. With a wrench she extracted the wheel, narrowly avoided an elevated post, and crashed head-on into a push-cart laden with green bananas resting on straw. An Italian swore in 2 languages and separated the locked wheels. Hurriedly Great Taylor shoved away from the fruit man and became pocketed in the traffic. 2 heavy-hoofed horses, straining against wet leather collars, crowded her toward the curb, and shortly the traffic became blocked. She looked for a means of escape, and had succeeded in getting one wheel over the curb, when a man touched her on the arm. "Someone is calling from that window up there," he said in a low, weary voice like Grit's. Nell swung around gasping, but the man had moved away down the sidewalk, and a woman was calling to her from a second-story window. "How much?" called the woman, waving a tin object that glinted in the sunlight. Great Taylor stared stupidly. "Clothes boiler," yelled the woman. 50 cents. Just needs soldering." "What?" stammered Nell. 50 cents," shouted the woman in the window, and something prompted Great Taylor to reply, "Give you a dime." "Quarter," insisted the woman. "Dime, 10 cents," repeated Great Taylor, somewhat red in the face. "Once I set a price, I'm a—" But the woman's head had disappeared, and her whole angular person soon slid out through the doorway. Entirely befogged, Great Taylor fumbled in her patent leather bag with its worsted fruit, discovered 2 nickels, and placed the leaky boiler beside the rusty scales on the junk cart. "Ain't I got enough junk without that?" she grumbled. But the traffic of the Devil's Own city was moving again, and Great Taylor was moving with it. She passed a corner where a clock in a drugstore told her the time, 10 minutes of the hour. "I got to get back," she told herself, and heading her cart determinedly for an opening, she succeeded in crossing to the opposite side of the congested avenue. And there a child, attracted by the jingling of the bells, ran out of a house with a bundle of rags tied in a torn blue apron. The child placed the bundle on the scales and watched with solemn wide eyes. Great Taylor again fumbled in the bag and extracted a coin which transformed the little girl into an india rubber thing that bounced up and down on one foot at the side of the junk cart. "Grit never gave me only a penny a pound," she cried. "Grit is dead," said Great Taylor. "Dead," echoed the child, clinging motionless to the wheel. "Grit is dead?" She turned suddenly and ran toward the house, calling, "Mamma, poor old Grit is dead." Great Taylor put her weight against the handle of the cart. She pushed on desperately. Something had taken hold of her throat. "What's the matter with me?" she choked. "Didn't I know he was dead before this? Didn't I know it all along? I ain't going to cry over no man, not in the street anyway." She hurriedly shoved her cart around the corner into a less congested thoroughfare, and there a mammoth gilded clock at the edge of the sidewalk confronted her. The long hand moved with a sardonic jerk and indicated the hour of her appointment. But Great Taylor turned her eyes away. "Pushing a junk cart ain't so easy," she said, and for a moment she stood there huddled over the handle. And then, taking a long, deep breath like Grit used to do, she straightened herself and sang out, clear and loud above the noises of the cavernous street, "Rags, old iron, bottles and rags." The city that people call the Devil's Own lost its sharp outline and melted into neutral tints, gray and blue and lavender, that blended like an old tapestry. It was dusk. Great Taylor strode slowly with laborious long strides, her breast rising and falling, her body lengthening against the load, her hands gripping the handle of the cart freighted with rusty, twisted, and broken things. At crossings she paused until the murmuring river of human beings divided to let her pass. Night settled upon the high roofs and dropped its shadow into the streets and alleys, and the windows began to glow. Light leaped out and streaked the sidewalks, while at each corner it ran silently down from high globes like full moons, and spattered over the curb into the gutter, and out as far as the glistening car tracks. She passed blocks solid with human beings, and blocks without a human soul. Cataracts of sound crashed down into the street now and again from passing elevated trains, and the noise soon dissipated, left trembling silence like pools of sinister black water. She passed through stagnant odors and little eddies of perfume. She lifted her drooping head and saw a door open. The darkness was cut by a rectangle of soft yellow light. 2 figures were silhouetted, and then the door closed. A gasoline torch flared above a fruit stand hard against the towering black windowless wall of a warehouse, and a woman squatted in the shadow, turning a handle. Nell pushed on past a cross street that glittered and flared from sidewalk to cornice, and at the next corner a single flickering gas jet revealed a dingy vestibule with rows of tarnished speaking tubes. The air became thick with noise and odors, and the sidewalk swayed with people. Great Taylor slowly rounded a familiar corner, slackened the momentum of the junk cart, and brought up squarely against the curb. Dragging the wheels, she gained the sidewalk, and beyond, the rims of the cart cut into soft earth. She crossed the vacant lot. A city's supercilious moon alone gave its half-light to the junkyard of grit, and here the woman unloaded the cart, carrying heavy, unyielding things against her breast. She did not linger. She was trembling from fatigue and from emotions even more novel to her. She closed the gate without looking back at the weird, crepe-like shadows that draped themselves among the moonlit piles of twisted things. Nearing the corner, she glanced with dull eyes at a glaring red sign, "Dancing." Voices, laughter, and music after a kind came from the doorway. A man was singing. Great Taylor recognized the voice, but did not pause. She was not to see the man from just around the corner again for many years. Hurrying, without knowing why she hurried, Nell climbed the circular iron staircase, up through parallels of odorous gloom, and entering her flat, closed the door and quickly locked it against the world outside. The toil, the bickering, the sneers, the insults and curses flung from alley gates and down upon her in the traffic of the devil's own city. She closed her eyes and took a long, deep breath, almost like a sigh. She was home. It was good to be home. But she lacked the words, and was far too weary to express her emotions. Lighting the gas, she sank into a chair. What did it matter if the gas was screeching? She drooped there, hands in her lap, wrists crossed, palms turned upward, and fingers curled stiffly like claws, from holding to the jarring handle of the junk cart. Presently she raised her eyes and glanced across at the shelf with its row of tin boxes marked bread, coffee, sugar. On the next shelf was Grit's molasses jug. She arose and fumbled behind this, but nothing was there. Grit's Bible was gone. And then she remembered, and striking a match, placed her cheek to the floor and found the grimy book beneath the stationary washtubs. "Stone wall," she murmured. Grit was a stone wall. At the mantelpiece she caught a glimpse of herself in the cracked little mirror, but she was too weary to care what she looked like, too weary to notice that her hair was matted, that grime and smudges made hollows in her cheeks, and that even her nose seemed crooked. She sank again into the chair beneath the screeching gas jet. Grit, she repeated dully, was a stone wall. And between very honest, tired, and lonely tears, she began slowly to spell out the words of the coverless book, having gained within the past few hours some understanding of what it means in the battle of life to draw the sword and throw away the scabbard. There came another afternoon, another evening, another year, and still another. But this narrative covers merely a part of 2 days, Great Taylor's first and last as a junk woman. The latter came nearly 10 years after the burial of Grit. For almost a decade Nell followed in his grimy footprints, and the polyglot people of the Lower East Side, looking down from their windows as she passed through the congested streets, pushing steadily with head bent, thought of her either as an infinitesimal molecule at the bottom of the mass, where the light of idealism seldom penetrates, or else as a female colossus, striding from end to end of the devil's own city, only ankle deep in the debris from which she wrested an existence. But to Great Taylor it seemed not to matter what people thought. She sang her song through the cavernous streets, the only song she knew: rags, old iron, bottles, and rags. She pounded with a huge determined fist on alley gates. She learned expertly to thread the traffic and to laugh at the teamsters, their oaths, their curses. They ain't so bad. And finally, bickering and bargaining with men of all classes, she came to wonder why people called this the devil's own city. In all those years of toil she did not once see him in the eyes of men. But there came the day when she said, "I'm done." On this day Great Taylor lifted the end of a huge kitchen range against 2 struggling members of the other sex. A pain shot through her breast, but she carried her part of the dead weight, saying nothing, and at high noon pushed her jingling, jangling cart through the streets, sharply outlined with sunlight and shadow, to a dilapidated brick warehouse that long since had taken the place of Grit's junkyard. There, in the interior gloom of the shabby old building, could be seen piles of broken, twisted, and rusty things: twisted iron rods, broken camshafts, cog wheels with missing teeth, springs that had lost their elasticity, a miniature mountain of scrap iron, each piece of which at some time had been a part of some smoothly working machine. In another pile were discarded household utensils, old pots and pans and burnt-out kettles, old stoves through the linings of which the flames had eaten and the rust had gnawed. There were other hillocks and mountains with shadowy valleys between, a mountain of waste paper, partly baled, partly stuffed into bursting bags of burlap, partly loose and scattered over the grimy floor, a hill of rags, all colors, fading into somber shadows. And in the midst of these mountains and valleys of junk sat Great Taylor upon her dilapidated throne. She drooped there over an old coverless book, spelling out the words and trying to forget the pain that was no longer confined to her breast. From shoulder to hip molten slag pulsed slowly through her veins, and great drops of sweat moved from her temples and made white-bottom rivulets among the smudges of her cheeks. "I'm done," she mumbled, closing Grit's book. "I got a right to quit. I got a right to be idle like other people." Raising her head, she appraised the piles that surrounded her. All this stuff. It had to be disposed of. She lifted herself from the creaking chair, and finding a pot of black paint and a board, labored over this latter for a time. "I could get rid of it in a week," she mused. But she was done for good. "I ain't going to lay a hand on the cart again." She studied the sign she had painted and spelled out the crooked letters: MANWANTED. It would take a man a month, maybe more, she reckoned, adding, "Grit could done it in no time." She moved to the arched door of the warehouse and hung the sign outside in the sunlight against an iron shutter, and for a moment stood there blinking. Despite the sunlight and the warmth, she was trembling. The familiar noises were a babble to her ears. The peddlers with their carts piled high with fruits and vegetables and colorful merchandise seemed like strangers. The glossy-haired women with baskets seemed to be passing backward out of her life, and the street was suddenly an alien land. "What's the matter with me?" she asked herself. Returning to the interior gloom of the warehouse, she looked down upon the old junk cart. The string of bells was the only part of it that had not been renewed twice, thrice, a number of times since Grit had left it standing on the vacant lot. "Guess I'll save the bells," she decided. The rest she would destroy. Nobody else was going to use it, nobody. She cast about for an adequate instrument of destruction, an axe or sledge, and remembering a piece of furnace grate upon the farther pile of junk, made her way slowly into the deepening shadows. There at the foot of the rusty mountain of scrap iron, Great Taylor stood irresolute, straining her eyes to pierce the gloom. She had not seen anyone enter, and yet standing beyond the pile with white hands stabbing the bottom of his pockets was a man. She could not remember having seen him before, and yet he was vaguely familiar. One eye looked at her steadily from beneath a drooping lid, the other blinked like the shutter of a camera, and seemed to take intimate photographs of all parts of her grimy person. His sleek hair was curled over his temples with ends pointing up, and she caught or imagined the fragrance of pomade. "What do you want?" she breathed, allowing the heavy piece of iron to sink slowly to her side. "Sit down," said the man. "Let's talk things over." Great Taylor sank into a broken armchair. Her huge calloused hands rested in her lap, wrists crossed, palms turned upward, fingers stiffly curled. "I know who you are," she mumbled, leaning forward and peering through the half-light. "What do you want?" "You hung out a sign." "You ain't the man I expected." "No." He rocked up on his toes and made a gesture that indicated the piles of junk. "You're done." "I'm done," assented Great Taylor. "I ain't going to lay a hand on the cart again. 10 years. You have a right to the things that other women have. But," he glanced around the dingy warehouse, "is this all you have for your 10 years?" Great Taylor made no reply. "It isn't much," said the man. "It's something," said Great Taylor. "Not enough to live on." "Not enough to live on," she echoed. "But I can't go on working. I can't go on alone. The cart's too heavy to push alone. I'm done." She drooped there. "I think we can arrange something." For a moment the man was silent, his queer eyes moving over her body. "I had something in mind when I entered, something aside from junk. I could make a place for you. I'll do better than that. With this rubbish you buy a half share in one of my places and sit all day with your hands folded. You can make more in a week than you ever made in a year." His voice flowed smoothly on until Great Taylor raised her head. "I didn't come 10 years ago." The man laughed. "Who cares how you make your money? Do you know what people say when they hear you calling through the streets? They say, 'It's nothing. It's only Great Taylor.' And do you know what they think when they look down upon you and your junk cart? They think of you just as you used to think of Grit." She staggered to her feet. "You leave Grit out of it." For 10 years a sentence had been pulsing through her mind. "Get out!" she cried. "Grit warn't dirty underneath." The pain in her breast choked her and stopped her short as she moved threateningly toward him. The piece of iron fell heavily to the floor. "Who sees underneath?" came the voice of the man. "Grit!" she moaned. "Grit sees underneath." And she hurled her tortured body forward, striking at him with her fists. She fell upon the pile of scrap iron. Each heave of her breast was a sob. She struggled to her feet and glared around her, but the man was not there. Moaning, she sank into the armchair. "What's the matter with me? There warn't nobody here. He warn't here. No man could stay the same for 10 years." The piles of junk seemed slowly to revolve around her. "What's the matter with me?" she asked again. "Ain't I got a right?" "Of course you have a right to the things you want." From the top of the hill of rags came his voice. It brought Great Taylor to her feet, sobbing, but the pain in her side, more fearful than ever, held her motionless. "Wash away the ugly grime of toil," said the voice. "You're less than 40. You're a woman. You can have the things that other women have." "I got more than some women," she cried. "I'm clean underneath." She stumbled toward him, but again sank to the floor. She tried to spring up. Her will sprang up, for her spirit at last was splendid, even if her body was weak. It dragged her up from the floor. And now she could see him all around her, on top of the hill of rags, on top the mountain of iron, amid the bursting bags of waste paper, blinking down as he sat enthroned upon the debris, the twisted, broken, discarded things of the city that people call the Devil's Own. "These are mine," he called, "and you belong to the debris. You are one of the broken, useless things." From all points he moved toward her. She could no longer fight him off. There was no escape. "Grit!" she cried. "Grit! You can stop him. You was a stone wall." Stumbling back, her hand struck a familiar object. There was a tinkle of bells. She wheeled around, and there in the shadows of the dilapidated old warehouse, someone was drooping over the handle of the junk cart. A collarless man with baggy breeches and a nose that leaned toward the smudges and hollows of his cheek. He was striving to move the cart. "Not alone!" cried Great Taylor. "You can't do it alone, but we can do it together." She took hold of the handle. The thing moved. "Easy as a baby carriage," she laughed. "We should always done it together." Out of the gloom, through the arched doorway into the sunlight, moved the cart with its jingling, jangling bells. Glossy-haired women with their baskets made way for it, and the cart bumped down over the curb. Teamsters drew aside their heavy-hoofed horses. Peddlers rolled their push-carts back to the curb. "The street opens when we work together," laughed Great Taylor. "Who is she talking to?" asked the people. "Talking to herself," the ignorant replied. "And why is she looking up like that?" "Looking for junk." "And why does she laugh?" they asked. "Who knows? Who knows? Perhaps she's happy." A song burst from her throat. "Rags," she sang, "old iron, bottles, and rags." People inside their houses heard her song and the bells of her cart. "It's nothing," they laughed. "It's only Great Taylor." A woman came to a window and waved an object that glinted in the sunlight. "How much?" she called down, but Great Taylor seemed not to hear. A child ran out with a bundle in her arms. "Rags," called the child, and then stepped back out of the way, wondering. Great Taylor was passing on. An elevated train sent down a cataract of noise, but her song rose above it. "Rags, old iron." And when she reached the avenue, a policeman with a yellow emblematic wheel embroidered on his sleeve held up his hand and stopped the traffic of the Devil's Own city to let Great Taylor pass. And so, like a female colossus, she strode slowly across the city, her head tilted, her eyes looking up from the cavernous streets, up beyond the lofty roofs of houses, her voice becoming fainter and fainter. "Rags, old iron, bottles, and rags," until the God of those who fall fighting in the battle of life reached down and, drawing the sword, threw away the scabbard. End of Grit by Tristram Tupper, and end of O. Henry Memorial Award Prize Stories of 1921 by Various.